Book 1 of the History of Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The History of Britain by John Milton. Book 1. The History of Britain, that part especially now called England, from the first traditional beginning continued to the Norman conquest, collected out of the ancientest and best authors thereof, published from a copy corrected by the author himself, first published in the year 1670, the first book. The beginning of nations, those accepted of whom sacred books have spoken, is to this day unknown, nor only the beginning, but the deeds also of many succeeding ages, yea, periods of ages, are either wholly unknown, or obscured and blemished with fables. Whether it were that the use of letters came in long after, or were it the violence of barbarous inundations, or they themselves, at certain revolutions of time, fatally decaying and degenerating into sloth and ignorance, whereby the monuments of more ancient civility have been some destroyed, some lost. Perhaps disesteem and contempt of the public affairs then present, as not worth recording, might partly be in cause. Certainly, oft-times we see that wise men and of best ability have forborne to write the acts of their own days, while they beheld with a just loathing and disdain not only how unworthy, how perverse, how corrupt, but often how ignoble, how petty, how below all history the persons and their actions were, who either by fortune or some rude election had attained, as a sore judgment and ignominy upon the land, to have the chief sway in managing the commonwealth. But that any law or superstition of our philosophers, the Druids, forbade the Britons to write accounts of their own memorable deeds, I know not why any person should, out of Caesar's commentaries, allege. He indeed saith, that the doctrine they thought not lawful to commit to letters, but in most matters else, both private and public, among which well may history be reckoned, they used the Greek tongue, and that the British Druids, who taught those in Gaul, should have been ignorant of any language that was known and used by their disciples, or that when they were so frequently employed in writing other things, and were so inquisitive into the highest subjects, they would, for want of recording events, continue to be ever children in the knowledge of times and ages, is not likely. But whatever might be the reason of it, this we find, that of British affairs, from the first peopling of the island to the coming of Julius Caesar, nothing certain, either by tradition, history, or ancient fame, hath hitherto been left us. That which we have of oldest seeming hath by the greater part of judicious antiquaries been long rejected, as being only a modern fable. Nevertheless, there being others besides the first supposed author, and these too men not unread nor unlearned in antiquity, who admit that for a proved story which the former explode for fiction, and seeing that oft-times relations heretofore accounted fabulous have been afterwards found to contain in them many footsteps and relics of something true, as what we read in poets of the flood and giants was little believed, till undoubted witnesses taught us that all of it was not feigned. I have therefore determined to bestow the telling over even of these reputed tales, be it for nothing else but in favour of our English poets and rhetoricians, who by their art will know how to use them judiciously. I might also produce examples as Diodorus among the Greeks, Livy and others among the Latins, and Polydore and Virunius, who are accounted among our own writers. But I intend not with controversies and quotations to delay or interrupt the smooth course of the history, much less to argue and debate long who were the first inhabitants of this island, and with what probabilities and what authorities each opinion hath been upheld, but shall endeavour to do that which hitherto hath been needed most, that is, with plain and lightsome brevity, to relate well and in good order things worth the noting, so as they may best instruct and benefit those who read them. which, imploring divine assistance, that it may redound to his glory and the good of the British nation, I now begin. That the whole earth was inhabited before the flood, and to the utmost point of habitable ground, from those effectual words of God in the creation, may be more than conjectured. Hence, that this island also had her dwellers, her affairs, and perhaps her written histories, even in that old world, those many hundred years before the flood, with much reason we may infer. After the flood and the dispersing of nations, as they journeyed leisurely from the east, Gomer, the eldest son of Japhet, and his offspring, as by authorities, arguments, and affinity of diverse names is generally believed, were the first that peopled all these western and northern climes. But those of our own writers, who thought they had done nothing unless with all circumstances they tell us when and who they were who first set foot upon this island, presume to name out of fabulous and counterfeit authors a certain Samothrace or Dis, a fourth or sixth son of Japhet, whom they make about 200 years after the flood, to have planted with colonies, first the continent of Celtica or Gaul, and next this island. Thence to have named it Samothea, to have reigned here, and after him lineally 4 kings, Magus, Saron, Druis, and Bardas. But the forged Berosus, whom only they have to cite, nowhere mentions that either he or any of those whom they bring did ever pass into Britain, or send their people hither, so that this outlandish figment may easily excuse our not allowing it the room here so much as of a British fable. That which follows, perhaps as wide from truth, though seeming less impertinent, is that these Samothians, under the reign of Bardas, were subdued by Albion, a giant, son of Neptune, who called the island after his own name, and ruled it 44 years, till at length, passing over into Gaul, in aid of his brother Lestragon, against whom Hercules was hasting out of Spain into Italy, he was there slain in fight, and Bergion also his brother. Sure enough we are that Britain hath been anciently termed Albion, both by the Greeks and Romans, and Mila the geographer makes mention of a stony shore in Languedoc, where, by report, such a battle was fought. The rest, as his giving name to the isle, or even landing here, depends altogether upon late surmises. But too absurd and too unconscionably gross is that fond invention that wafted hither the 50 daughters of a strange Diocletian king of Syria, brought in doubtless by some illiterate pretender to something mistaken in the common poetical story of Danaus, king of Argos, while his vanity, not pleased with the obscure beginning which truest antiquity affords the nation, laboured to contrive us a pedigree, as he thought, more noble. These daughters, after having by the appointment of their father Danaus murdered, on the night of their marriage, all their husbands, except Lynceus, whom his wife's loyalty saved, were by Lynceus, at the suit of his wife their sister, not put to death, but turned out to sea in a ship unmanned, of which whole sex they had incurred the hate, and, as the tale goes, they were driven on this island, where the inhabitants, who were none but devils, as some write, or, as others, a lawless crew left here by Albion, without head or governor, both entertained them and had issue by them a second breed of giants, who tyrannized the isle till Brutus came. The eldest of these dames in their legend they called Albina, and from thence, for which cause the whole scene was framed, will have the name Albion derived. Incredible it may seem that so sluggish a conceit should prove so ancient as to be authorized by the elder Ninnius, who is reputed to have lived above 1,000 years ago. This, however, I find not in him, but he relates that Histion, sprung of Japhet, had 4 sons, Francus, Romanus, Alemanus, and Brito, of whom the Britons were the descendants, which is as true, I believe, as that those other nations, whose names are resembled, came of the other three, if these dreams give not just occasion to call in doubt the book itself, which bears that title. Hitherto the things themselves have given us a warrantable dispatch to run them soon over. But now a Brutus and his line, with the whole progeny of kings, to the entrance of Julius Caesar, we cannot so easily be discharged. Descents of ancestry long continued, laws and exploits not plainly seeming to be borrowed or devised, which on the common belief have wrought no small impression, being defended by many, denied utterly by few. For what though Brutus and the whole Trojan pretense were yielded up, seeing they who first devised to bring us from some noble ancestor were content at first with Brutus, the first consul of Rome after the expulsion of Tarquinius Superbus, till better invention, although not willing to forego the name of Brutus, taught them to remove it higher into a more fabulous age, and by the same remove lighting on the Trojan tales in affectation to make the Briton of one original with the Roman, pitched there. Yet that of those old and inborn names of successive kings of this island, never any should have been real persons, or have done in their lives at least some part of what so long hath been related of them, cannot be absolutely concluded without too great a degree of incredulity. For these, and those causes above mentioned, that which hath received approbation from so many, I have chosen not to omit. Certain or uncertain, be that upon the credit of those whom I must follow, so far as it keeps aloof from impossible and absurd, and is attested by ancient writers from books more ancient, I refuse not to relate it, as being the due and proper subject of story. The principal author of these disputed facts is well known to be Geoffrey of Monmouth. What he was, and whence his authority, who in his age or before him have delivered the same matter, and such like general discourses, will better stand in a treatise by themselves. All of them agree in this, that Brutus was the son of Silvius, he of Ascanius, whose father was Aeneas, a Trojan prince, who at the burning of that city, with his son Ascanius and a collected number of his countrymen that escaped from that destruction, took refuge on board a small fleet of ships, and abandoned their native country in search of another settlement, and after long wandering on the sea arrived in Italy, where at length, by the assistance of Latinus, king of Latium, who had given him his daughter Lavinia in marriage, he prevailed against his enemies, and at length succeeded Latinus in that kingdom, and left it to his son Ascanius, whose son Silvius, though Roman historians deny Silvius to be son of Ascanius, had secretly married a niece of Lavinia without the consent or knowledge of Ascanius. But some time after this marriage, the wife of Silvius becoming pregnant, the matter became known to Ascanius, and he then commanded his magicians to inquire by their art of what sex the offspring now conceived by the maid would prove at its birth to be, to which inquiry the magicians made answer that it was such a child as should be the cause of the death of both its parents, and further, that after he should, for so doing, have been banished from his country, he should in a far country obtain the highest honor. And this prediction failed not to be accomplished, for its mother died in childbed, and the child, who was a boy and named Brutus, when he was 15 years of age, attending his father to the chase, with an arrow unfortunately killed him. In consequence of this unhappy event, this young man was banished by his kindred from his native country, and retired into Greece, in that part of it which had formerly been subject to Peleus, the father of the celebrated warrior Achilles, but was then governed by a king named Pandrasus, and there took up his abode, where he met with a great number of persons who, like himself, were descended from Trojan ancestors. For after the taking of Troy by the Grecian army, Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles, who was present at that great event, in revenge for his father's death, who had been slain there a little before, took prisoner Helenus, one of King Priam's sons, together with other Trojans of distinction, and carried them and their families away with him to Greece in a state of servitude, from whom there was descended a numerous posterity, when young Brutus took refuge among them. And amongst these descendants, from the same common ancestors with himself, the young man soon distinguished himself so much by his valor and activity and capacity for military undertakings, that he became an object of the respect and admiration of the kings and great captains of the age, above all the youth of that country. Whereby the Trojans not only begin to hope, but secretly to move him that he would lead them the way to liberty. They allege their numbers, and the promised help of Assaracus, a noble Greekish youth, who was by the mother's side a Trojan, and whom for that cause his brother went about to dispossess of certain castles bequeathed to him by his father. Brutus, considering both the forces offered him and the strength of those holds or castles, not unwillingly consents. First, therefore, having fortified those castles, he with Assaracus and the whole multitude betake them to the woods and hills, as the safest place from whence to expostulate. And in the name of all he sends to Pandrasus this message, that the Trojans, holding it to be acting in a manner unworthy of their ancestors for them to continue in a state of servitude in a foreign kingdom, had retreated to the woods, choosing rather a savage life than a slavish. If that displeased him, they desire that then, with his leave, they might depart to some other soil. As this may pass with good allowance that the Trojans might be many in these parts, for Helenus was by Pyrrhus made king of the Chaonians, and the sons of Pyrrhus by Andromache, Hector's wife, could not but be powerful through all Epirus. So much the more it may be doubted how these Trojans could be thus in bondage, where they had friends and countrymen so potent. But to examine these things with diligence were but to confute the fables of Britain with the fables of Greece or Italy. For of this age what we have to say as well concerning most other countries as this island is equally liable to doubt. Be how it will, Pandrasus, not expecting so bold a message from the sons of captives, gathers an army, and marching toward the woods, Brutus, who had notice of his approach nigh to a town called Sparatinum, I know not what town, but certainly of no Greek name, overnight planting himself there with good part of his men, suddenly sets upon him, and with slaughter of the Greeks pursues him to the passage of a river, which mine author names Achelon, meaning perhaps Achelous or Acheron, where at the ford he overlays them afresh. This victory obtained, and a sufficient strength left in Sparatinum, Brutus, with Antigonus, the king's brother, and his friend Anacletus, whom he had taken in the fight, returns to the residue of his friends in the thick woods, while Pandrasus, with all speed recollecting his scattered troops, besieges the town. Brutus, to relieve his men besieged who earnestly called him, distrusting the sufficiency of his force, bethinks himself of this policy. He calls to him Anacletus, and, threatening instant death else, both to him and his friend Antigonus, enjoins him that he should go at the second hour of night to the Greekish Lagra, and tell the guards he had brought Antigonus by stealth out of prison to a certain woody vale, unable through the weight of his fetters to move him further, entreating them to come speedily and fetch him in. Anacletus, to save both himself and his friend Antigonus, swears this, and at a fit hour sets on alone toward the camp, is met, examined, and at last unquestionably known. To whom great profession of fidelity first made, he frames his tale, as had been taught him, and they now, fully assured, with a credulous rashness leaving their stations, fared accordingly by the ambush that there awaited them. Forthwith Brutus, dividing his men into 3 parts, leads on in silence to the camp, commanding first each part at a several place to enter and forbear execution, till he, with his squadron, possessed of the king's tent, gave signal to them by trumpet. The sound whereof is no sooner heard, but huge havoc begins upon the sleeping and unguarded enemy, whom the besieged, also now sallying forth, on the other side assail. Brutus the while had special care to seize and secure the king's person, whose life, he being still within his custody, he knew was the surest pledge to obtain what he should demand. Day appearing, he enters the town, there distributes the king's treasury, and, leaving the place better fortified, returns with the king his prisoner to the woods. Straight the ancient and grave men he summons to council, to consider what they should now demand of the king. After long debate, Mempricius, one of the gravest, utterly dissuading them from thought of longer stay in Greece, unless they meant to be deluded with a subtle peace and the awaited revenge of those whose friends they had slain, advises them to demand first the king's eldest daughter, Inogen, in marriage to their leader, Brutus, with a rich dowry, next shipping, money, and fit provision for them all to depart the land. This resolution pleasing best, the king, now brought in and placed in a high seat, is briefly told that on these conditions granted he might be free, not granted he must prepare to die. Pressed with the fear of death, the king readily yields, especially to bestow his daughter, on whom he confessed so noble and so valiant. Offers them also the third part of his kingdom, if they like to stay, if not, to be their hostage himself, till he had made good his word. The marriage therefore solemnized, and shipping from all parts got together, the Trojans in a fleet, no less written than 324 sail, betake them to the wide sea, where with a prosperous course 2 days and a night bring them on a certain island long before dispeopled and left waste by sea rovers, the name whereof was then Boadicea, now unknown. They who were sent out to discover came at length to a ruined city, where was a temple and image of Diana that gave oracles. But not meeting, first or last, with any creatures save wild beasts, they returned with this notice to their ships, wishing their general would inquire of that oracle what voyage to pursue. Consultation had, Brutus, taking with him Geryon his diviner and 12 of the ancientest, with wonted ceremonies before the inward shrine of the goddess, in verse, as it seems the manner was, utters his request, Diva potens, nemoren, etc. Goddess of shades and huntress, who at will walk'st on the rolling sphere and through the deep, on thy third reign, the earth, look now, and tell what land, what seat of rest thou bidst me seek, what certain seat where I may worship thee for aye, with temples vowed and virgin choirs. To whom, sleeping before the altar, Diana in a vision that night thus answered, Brute sub ocassum solis, etc. Brutus, far to the west, in th'ocean wide, beyond the realm of Gaul, a land there lies. Sea-girt it lies where giants dwelt of old. Now void, it fits thy people. Thither bend thy course. There shalt thou find a lasting seat. There to thy sons another Troy shall rise, and kings be born of thee, whose dreaded might shall awe the world and conquer nations bold. These verses were originally Greek, and were put into Latin saith Virunius by Gildas, a British poet, whom he supposes to have lived under the Roman Emperor Claudius, which, if granted true, adds much to the antiquity of this fable, and indeed the Latin verses are much better than for the age of Geoffrey ap Arthur, unless perhaps Joseph of Exeter, who was the only smooth poet of those times, befriended him. In this answer, Diana overshot her oracle, thus ending, Ipsis totius terrae subditis orbis erit, that to the race of brute, kings of this island, the whole earth shall be subject. But Brutus, guided now as he thought by divine conduct, speeds him towards the west, and after some encounters on the Afric side, arrives at a place on the Tyrrhene Sea, where he happens to find the race of those Trojans who with Antenor came into Italy, and Quirinius, a man much famed, was their chief, though by surer authors it be reported that those Trojans with Antenor were seated on the other side of Italy, on the Adriatic, not on the Tyrrhene shore. But these, joining company, and past the Herculean pillars at the mouth of Ligeris in Aquitania, cast anchor, where, after some discovery made of the place, Quirinius, hunting nigh the shore with his men, is by messengers of the king Gopharius Pictus met, and questioned about his errand there. Who not answering to their mind, Imbertus, one of them, lets fly an arrow at Quirinius, which he avoiding slays him, and the Pictavian himself, hereupon levying his whole force, is overthrown by Brutus and Quirinius, the latter of whom, with the battle-axe which he was wont to manage against the Tyrrhen giants, is said to have done marvels. But Gopharius, having drawn to his aid the whole country of Gaul, at that time governed by 12 kings, puts his fortune to a second trial, wherein the Trojans, overborne by multitude, are driven back, and besieged in their own camp, which by good foresight was strongly situate. Whence Brutus unexpectedly issuing out, and Quirinius, in the meanwhile, whose device it was, assaulting them behind from a wood, where he had conveyed his men the night before, the Trojans are again victors, but with the loss of Turon, a valiant nephew of Brutus, whose ashes left in that place gave name to the city of Tours, built there by the Trojans. Brutus, finding now his powers much lessened, and thinking this yet not the place foretold him, leaves Aquitaine, and with an easy course arriving at Totnes in Devonshire, quickly perceives here to be the promised end of his labours. The island, not yet called Britain, but Albion, was in a manner desert and inhospitable, kept only by a remnant of giants, whose excessive force and tyranny had consumed the rest of the people. These giants Brutus destroys, but to his people divides the land, which with some reference to his own name he thenceforth calls Britain. To Quirinius, Cornwall, as he now call it, fell by lot, the rather by him liked, for that the hugest giants in rocks and caves were said to lurk still there, which kind of monsters to deal with was his old exercise. And here, with leave bespoken to recite a grand fable, though dignified by our best poets, while Brutus on a certain festival day solemnly kept on that shore where he first landed, was with the people in great jollity and mirth, a crew of these savages breaking in upon them began on the sudden another sort of game than at such a meeting was expected. But at length, by many hands overcome, Goemagog, the hugest, in height 12 cubits, is reserved alive, that with him Quirinius, who desired nothing more, might try his strength, whom in a wrestle the giant, catching aloft, with a terrible hug broke 3 of his ribs. Nevertheless, Quirinius, enraged, heaving him up by main force, and on his shoulders bearing him to the next high rock, threw him headlong all shattered into the sea, and left his name on the cliff, called ever since Langoemagog, which is to say, the giant's leap. After this, Brutus in a chosen place builds Troia Nova, changed in time to Trinovantum, now London, and began to enact laws, Heli being then high priest in Judea. And having governed the whole isle 24 years, died, and was buried in his new Troy. His 3 sons, Locrine, Albinact, and Camber, divide the land by consent. Locrine has the middle part, Loegria. Camber possessed Cambria, or Wales. Albinact, Albania, now Scotland. But he, in the end, by Humber, king of the Huns, who with the fleet invaded that land, was slain in fight, and his people drove back into Loegria. Locrine and his brother go out against Humber, who, now marching onward, was by them defeated, and in a river drowned, which to this day retains his name. Among the spoils of his camp and navy were found certain young maids, and Estrildis, above the rest passing fair, the daughter of a king in Germany, from whence Humber, as he went wasting the sea-coast, had led her captive, whom Locrine, though before contracted to the daughter of Quirinius, resolves to marry. But being forced and threatened by Quirinius, whose authority and power he feared, he yields to marry Gwendolen, his daughter, but in secret loves the other, and oftentimes retiring as to some private sacrifice through vaults and passages made underground, and 7 years thus enjoying her, had by her a daughter equally fair, whose name was Sabra. But when once his fear was off by the death of Quirinius, not content with secret enjoyment, Divorcing Gwendolen, he makes Estrildus now his queen. Gwendolen, all in a rage, departs into Cornwall, where Madam, the son she had by Locrine, was hitherto brought up by Corineus his grandfather, and gathering an army of her father's friends and subjects, gives battle to her husband by the river Stour, wherein Locrine, shot with an arrow, ends his life. But not so ends the fury of Gwendolen, for Estrildus and her daughter Sapra she throws into a river, and, to leave a monument of revenge, proclaims that the stream be thenceforth called after the damsel's name, which, by length of time, is changed now to Sabrina, or Severn. 15 years she governs in behalf of her son, then, resigning to him at age, retires to her father's dominion. This, saith my author, was in the days of Samuel. Madden hath the praise to have well and peacefully ruled the space of 40 years, leaving behind him 2 sons, Mempricius and Malin. Mempricius had first to do with the ambition of his brother, aspiring to share with him in the kingdom, whom therefore at a meeting to compose matters, with a treachery which his cause needed not, he slew. Nor was he better in the sole possession thereof, so ill could he endure a partner, for he afterwards killed his nobles, and those especially next to succeed him, till at last, being given over to unnatural lust, in the 20th year of his reign, hunting in a forest, he was devoured by wolves. His son Ebronc, a man of mighty strength and stature, reigned 40 years. He first, after Brutus, invaded Gaul, and laid it waste, and returning rich and prosperous, built Caribranc, now York in Albania, and Alclud, Mount Agned, or the Castle of Maidens, now Edinburgh. He had 20 sons and 30 daughters by 20 wives. His daughters he sent to Silvius Alba into Italy, who bestowed them on his peers of the Trojan line. His sons, under the leading of Assaracus, their brother, won them lands and seigneuries in Germany, which country has been thought by some persons to have been thence called Germania, or the land of brothers, the word Germanus in the Latin language being often used for a brother. But this derivation of the word Germany as the name of the country, now so called, seems to have been too hastily adopted, as the time of these conquests of Ebronc and his sons of Germany seems to have been prior to the use of the word Germanus in the Latin tongue in the sense of the word brother, or even to the existence of the Latin language itself, such as we now have it, in Plautus and Terence, and all posterior authors in it. Some writers, who have described the country of Hainault, as Jacobus Bergamas and Lasabius, are cited to affirm that Ebronc in his war there was by Brunchildus, lord of Hainault, put to the worse. Brutus, therefore, surnamed Greenshield, succeeding, to repair his father's losses, as the same Lasabius reports, fought a second battle in Hainault with Brunchildus at the mouth of Scaldus, and encamped on the river Hania, of which our Spenser also thus sings: Let Scaldus tell, and let tell Hania, and let the marsh of Esthambruges tell what colour were their waters that same day, and all the moor twixt Elversham and Dell, with blood of Henalois which therein fell. How oft that day did sad Brunchildus see the Greenshield died in dolorous vermeil, etc. But Hainault and Brunchild and Greenshield seem newer names than for a story pretended thus ancient. Him succeeded Leo, a maintainer of peace and equity, but slackened in his latter end, whence arose some civil discord. He built in the north Caerleo, and in the days of Solomon. Rudhudebras, or Hudibras, appeasing the commotions which his father could not, founded Caercaint, or Canterbury, Caergwent, or Winchester, and Mount Paladur, now Septonia, or Shaftesbury. But this by others is contradicted. Bledud, his son, built Caerbadus, or Bath, and those medicinal waters he dedicated to Minerva, in whose temple there he kept fire continually burning. He was a man of great invention, and taught necromancy, till having made him wings to fly, he fell down upon the temple of Apollo in Trinavant, and so died after 20 years' reign. Hitherto, from father to son, the direct line hath run on. But Lear, who next reigned, had only 3 daughters, and no male issue, governed laudably, and built Caerlear, now Leicester, on the bank of Sora. But at last, failing through age, he determines to bestow his daughters, and so among them to divide his kingdom. Yet first to try which of them loved him best, a trial that might have made him, had he known as wisely how to try as he seemed to know how much the trying behooved him. He resolves a simple resolution to ask them solemnly in order, and which of them should profess largest, her to believe. Goneril, the eldest, apprehending too well her father's weakness, makes answer, invoking heaven, that she loved him above her soul. Therefore, quoth the old man, overjoyed, since thou so honourest my declining age, to thee and the husband whom thou shalt choose, I give the 3rd part of my realm. So fair a speeding, for a few words soon uttered, was to Regan the 2nd ample instruction what to say. She, on the same demand, spares no protesting, and the gods must witness that otherwise to express her thoughts she knew not, but that she loved him above all creatures, and so receives an equal reward with her sister. But Cordelia, the youngest, though hitherto she had been the best beloved, and had now before her eyes the rich and present hire of a little easy soothing, and the danger also, and the loss likely to betide plain dealing, yet moves not from the solid purpose of a sincere and virtuous answer. Father, saith she, my love towards you is as my duty bids. What should a father seek? What can a child promise more? They who pretend beyond this flatter. When the old man, sorry to hear this, and wishing her to recall those words, persisted asking, with a loyal sadness at her father's infirmity, but something on the sudden, harsh, and glancing rather at her sisters than speaking her own mind, 2 ways only, saith she, I have to answer what you require me. The former, your command, is I should recant. Accept then this other which is left me. Look how much you have. So much is your value, and so much I love you. Then hear thou, quoth Lear, now all in passion, what thy ingratitude hath gained thee. Because thou hast not reverenced thy aged father equal to thy sisters, part in my kingdom, or what else is mine, reckon to have none. And without delay gives in marriage his other daughters, Goneril to Maglaunus, Duke of Albania, Regan to Heninus, Duke of Cornwall. With them, in present, half his kingdom, the rest to follow at his death. In the meanwhile, fame was not sparing to divulge the wisdom and other graces of Cordelia, insomuch that Agenippus, a great king in Gaul, however he came by his Greek name, not found in any register of French kings, seeks her to wife, and, nothing altered at the loss of her dowry, receives her gladly, in such manner as she was sent him. After this, King Lear, more and more drooping with years, became an easy prey to his daughters and their husbands, who now, by daily encroachment, had seized the whole kingdom into their hands, and the old king is put to sojourn with his eldest daughter, attended only by 60 knights. But they, in a short while grudged at as too numerous and disorderly for continual guests, are reduced to 30. Not brooking that affront, the old king betakes him to his second daughter. But there also discord soon arising between the servants of different masters in one family, 5 only are suffered to attend him. Then back again he returns to the other, hoping that she, his eldest, could not but have more pity on his grey hairs. But she now refuses to admit him, unless he be content with 1 only of his followers. At last the remembrance of his youngest, Cordelia, comes to his thoughts, and now acknowledging how true her words had been, though with little hope of a kind reception from one whom he had so much injured, and that he might be able to pay her the last recompense she can have from him, by making to her his confession of her wise forewarning, that so perhaps his misery, the proof and experiment of her wisdom, might something soften her, he takes his journey into France. Now might be seen a difference between the silent or downright spoken affection of some children to their parents, and the talkative obsequiousness of others. While the hope of inheritance overacts them, and on the tongue's end enlarges their duty. Cordelia, out of mere love, without the suspicion of expected reward, at the message only of her father in distress, pours forth true filial tears, and not enduring either that her own or any other eye should see him in such forlorn condition as his messenger declared, discreetly appoints one of her trusted servants first to convey him privately toward some good sea town, there to array him, bathe him, cherish him, and furnish him with such attendance and state as beseemed his dignity, that then, as from his first landing, he might send word of his arrival to her husband Agenippus. Which done with all mature and requisite contrivance, Cordelia, with the king her husband, and all the barony of his realm, who then first had news of his passing the sea, go out to meet him. And after all honourable and joyful entertainment, Agenippus, as to his wife's father and his royal guests, surrenders to him during his abode there the power and disposal of his whole dominion, permitting his wife Cordelia to go with an army and set her father upon his throne, wherein her piety so prospered as that she vanquished her impious sisters with those dukes, and Lear again, as saith the story, 3 years obtained the crown. To whom, dying, Cordelia with all regal solemnities gave burial in the town of Leicester, and then, as right heir succeeding him, and her husband Agenippus being dead, ruled the land 5 years in peace, until Morganus and Cunedagius, her 2 sisters' sons, not bearing that a kingdom should be governed by a woman, in the unseasonablest time to raise that quarrel against a woman so worthy, make war against her, depose her, and imprison her, of which being impatient, and now long unexercised to suffer, she there, as is related, killed herself. The victors between them part the land. But Morganus, the eldest sister's son, who held by agreement from the north side of Humber to Caithness, incited by those about him to invade all as his own right, wars on Cunedagius, who soon met him, overcame, and overtook him in a town of Wales, where he left his life, and ever since his name, to the place. Cunedagius was now sole king, and governed with much praise many years, about the time when Rome was built. Him succeeded Rivallo, his son, wise also, and fortunate, save what they tell us of 3 days' raining blood, and swarms of stinging flies, whereof men died. In order then, Gergustius, Jago or Lago, his nephew, Cecilius, Kinmarcus, then Gorbodego, whom others name Gorbodego, and Gorbodion, who had 2 sons, Ferex and Porrex. They, in the old age of their father, falling to contend who should succeed, Porrex, attempting by treachery his brother's life, drives him into France, and in his return, though aided with the force of that country, defeats and slays him. But by his mother Videna, who less loved him, is himself, with the assistance of her women, soon after slain in his bed, with whom ended, as is thought, the line of Brutus. Whereupon the whole land with civil broils was rent into 5 kingdoms, long time waging war each on other, and some say 50 years. At length Dunwallo Molmutius, the son of Cloten, king of Cornwall, one of the foresaid 5, excelling in valour and goodliness of person, after his father's decease found means to reduce again the whole island into a monarchy, subduing the rest at opportunities. First Imner, king of Luegria, whom he slew, then Rudaucus of Cambria, Statarius of Albania, confederate together. In which fight Dunwallo is reported, while the victory hung doubtful, to have used this art. He takes with him 600 stout men, bids them put on the armor of their slain enemies, and so, unexpectedly approaching the squadron where those two kings had placed themselves in fight from that part which they thought securest, assaults and dispatches them. Then, displaying his own ensigns, which before he had concealed, and sending notice to the other part of his army what was done, adds to them new courage, and gains a final victory. This Dunwallow was the first in Britain that wore a crown of gold, and therefore by some reputed the first king. He established the Mulmutine laws, famous among the English to this day, written long after in Latin by Gildas, and in Saxon by King Alfred, so saith Geoffrey. But Gildas denies to have known aught of the Britons before Caesar, much less knew Alfred. These laws, whoever made them, bestowed on temples the privilege of sanctuary, to cities also, and the ways thither leading. Yea, to ploughs granted a kind of like refuge, and made such riddance of thieves and robbers that all passages were safe. 40 years he governed alone, and was buried nigh to the temple of Concord, which he, to the memory of peace restored, had built in Trinivant. His two sons, Belenus and Brennus, contending about the crown, by decision of friends came at length to an accord. Brennus to have the north of Humber, Belenus the sovereignty of all. But the younger, not so contented that he, as they whispered to him, whose valour had so oft repelled the invasion of Culfus the Maurine Duke, should now be subject to his brother, upon new design sails into Norway, enters into a league with Elsing the king of Norway, and proposes to marry his daughter, which Belenus perceiving, in his absence dispossesses him of all the north. Brennus, with a fleet of Norwegians, makes towards Britain, but, being encountered by Gwythlak the Danish king, who laying claim to his bride pursued him on the sea, his haste was retarded, and he bereft of his spouse, who, from the fight, by a sudden tempest was, with the Danish king, driven on the coast of Northumberland, and brought to Belenus. Brennus, nevertheless, finding means to recollect his navy, lands in Albania, and gives battle to his brother in the wood Calaterium, but losing the day, escapes with one single ship into Gaul. Meanwhile, the Dane, upon his own offer to become tributary to Belinus, being sent home with his new prize, the daughter of the king of Norway, Belinus again turns his thoughts to the administering of justice and the perfecting of his father's law, and to explain what highways might enjoy the foresaid privileges, he caused to be drawn out and paved 4 main roads to the utmost length and breadth of the island, and 2 others athwart, which are since attributed to the Romans. Brennus, on the other side, soliciting to his aid the kings of Gaul, happens at last on Sejanus, Duke of the Allobroges, where his worth and comeliness of person won him the duke's daughter and heir, in whose right he shortly after, by the death of Sejanus succeeding to his dukedom, and by obtained leave passing with a great host through the length of Gaul, gets footing once again in Britain. Now was Belenus unprepared, and now, the armies of the 2 brothers being ready to meet each other in battle, Conuvena, the mother of them both, all in a fright, throws herself between them, and calling earnestly to Brennus, her son, whose absence had so long deprived her of his sight, after embracements and tears, assails him with such a motherly power, and the mention of things so dear and reverend, as irresistibly wrung from him all his enmity against Belenus. Then our hands joined, reconciliation made firm, and council held, to turn their united preparations on foreign parts. Thence, that by these 2 brothers all Gallia was overrun, the story tells, and what they did in Italy and at Rome, if these be they and not Gauls, who took that city, the Roman authors can best relate. So far from home I undertake not for the Monmouth Chronicle, which here, against the stream of history, carries up and down these 2 brethren, now into Germany, then again to Rome, pursuing Gabius and Porsenna to unheard of consuls. Thus much is more generally believed, that both this Brennus and another famous captain, Britomarus, whom the epitomist Florus and others mention, were not Gauls but Britons. The name of the first in that tongue signifying a king, and of the other a Great Britain. However, Belenus, after a while returning home, the rest of his days ruled in peace, wealth, and honor above all his predecessors, building some cities, of which one was Keros upon Osca, since Kerigen, beautifying others, as Trinavant, with a gate, a haven, and a tower on the Thames, retaining yet his name, on the top whereof his ashes are said to have been laid up in a golden urn. After him Gerguntius Barbarus was king, mild and just, but yet, inheriting his father's courage, he subdued the Dacian, or Dane, who refused to pay the tribute covenanted to Belenus for his enlargement. In his return, finding about the Orkneys 30 ships of Spain or Biscay fraught with men and women for a plantation, whose captain also, Bartolinus, wrongfully banished as he pleaded, besought him that some part of his territory might be assigned them to dwell in, he sent with them certain of his own men to Ireland, which then lay unpeopled, and gave them that island to hold of him as in homage. He was buried in Caerleon, a city which he had walled about. Gwythelin, his son, is also remembered as a just and good prince, and his wife Marcia to have excelled so much in wisdom as to venture upon a new institution of laws, which King Alfred translating called Martian League, but more truly thereby is meant the Mercian law, not translated by Alfred, but digested and incorporated with the West Saxon. In the minority of her son she had the rule, and then, as may be supposed, brought forth these laws, not herself, for laws are masculine births, but by the advice of her sagest counselors, and therein she might do virtuously, since it befell her to supply the knowledge of her son. Else nothing is more awry from the law of God and nature than that a woman should give laws to men. Her son Cecilius, coming to years, received the rule. Then in order Chimerus, then Danius or Alanius his brother, then Morindus, his son by Tanquistella, a concubine, who is recorded a man of excessive strength, valiant, liberal, and fair of aspect, but immainly cruel, not sparing in his anger enemy or friend, if any weapon were in his hand. A certain king of the Morines or Picards invaded Northumberland, whose army this king, though not wanting sufficient numbers, chiefly by his own prowess overcame, but dishonored his victory by the cruel usage of his prisoners, whom his own hands or others in his presence put all to several deaths. Well fitted to such a bestial cruelty was his end, for, hearing of a huge monster that from the Irish Sea infested the coast, and, in the pride of his strength, foolishly attempting to set manly valour against a brute vastness, when his weapons were all in vain, by that horrible mouth he was catched up and devoured. Corbonian, the eldest of his 5 sons, than whom a juster man lived not in his age, was a great builder of temples, and gave to all persons what was their due, to his gods devout worship, to men of desert honour and preferment, to the commons encouragement in their labours and trades, defence and protection from injuries and oppressions, so that the land flourished above her neighbours. Violence and wrong seldom was heard of. His death was a general loss. He was buried in Trinavant. Archigallo, the second brother, followed not his example, but depressed the ancient nobility, and by peeling the wealthier sort, stuffed his treasury, and took the right way to be deposed, which afterwards befell him. Elidure, the next brother, surnamed the Pious, was set up in his place, a mind so noble and so moderate as almost is incredible to have been ever found. For, having held the sceptre 5 years, hunting one day in the forest of Calater, he chanced to meet his deposed brother, wandering in a mean condition, who had been long in vain beyond the seas importuning foreign aids to his restorement, and was now, in a poor habit, with only 10 followers, privately returned to find subsistence among his secret friends. At the unexpected sight of him, Elidure, himself also then but thinly accompanied, runs to him with open arms, and after many dear and sincere welcomings conveys him to the city Alclud. There hides him in his own bedchamber. Afterwards, feigning himself sick, he summons all his peers, as about greatest affairs, where, admitting them one by one, as if his weakness endured not the disturbance of more at once, he causes them, willing or unwilling, once more to swear allegiance to Archigalo, whom, after reconciliation made on all sides, he leads to York, and from his own head places the crown on the head of his brother, who thenceforth, vice itself dissolving in him, and forgetting her firmest hold, with the admiration of a deed so heroic, became a true converted man, ruled worthily 10 years, died, and was buried in Caerlear. Thus was a brother saved by a brother, to whom the love of a crown, the thing that so often dazzles and vitiates mortal men, and for which thousands of persons of nearest blood have destroyed each other, was, in respect of brotherly dearness, a contemptible thing. Elidure now in his own behalf reassumes the government, and did as was worthy such a man to do. When Providence, that so great a virtue might want no sort of trial to make it more illustrious, stirs up Ingenious and Peredur, his youngest brethren, against him, who had deserved so nobly of that relation of brotherhood, as least of all men to have deserved to be injured by a brother. Yet him they defeat, him they imprison in the tower of Trinavant, and divide his kingdom, the north to Peredur, the south to Ingenious. After whose death, Peredur, obtaining all, so much the better used his power, by how much the worse he got it, so that Elidure now is hardly missed, but yet in all right, owing to his elder the due place whereof he had deprived him. Fate would that he should die first, and Elidure, after many years' imprisonment, is now the 3rd time seated on the throne, which at last he enjoyed long in peace, finishing the interrupted course of his mild and just reign, as full of virtuous deeds as days to his end. After these 5 sons of Merindus succeeded also their sons in order: Regin of Gorbonian, Morganus of Archigalo, both good kings, but Ennianus, his brother, taking other courses, was after 6 years deposed. Then Idwallo, taught by a near example, governed soberly. Then Runo, then Gerontius, he of Peredur, this last the son of Elidure, from whose loins, for that likely is the durable and surviving race that springs of just progenitors, issued a long descent of kings, whose names only for many successions, without other memory, stand thus registered: Catellus, Coillus, Porrex, Carin, and his 3 sons, Fulgentius, Eldatus, and Adragus, his son Urianus, Eliud, Eludacus, Cotenus, Greguntius, Marianus, Bladuno, Capis, Huinus, Cecilius, 20 kings in a continued row, that either did nothing or lived in ages that wrote nothing. At least a foul pretermission in the author of this, whether story or fable, himself weary as seems of his own tedious tale. But to make amends for this silence, Blegabrdus next succeeding is recorded to have excelled all before him in the art of music. Opportunely, had he but left us one song of the actions of his 20 predecessors. Yet after him 9 more succeeded in name: his brother Archimilus, Eldal, Redion, Redercius, Samulius, Penicel, Pier, Comporus, but Cliguelius, with the addition of modest, wise, and just. His son Heli reigned 40 years, and had 3 sons: Lud, Cassibelan, and Ninius. This Heli seems to be the same whom Ninius in his fragment calls Minocon. For him he writes to be the father of Cassibelan. Lud was he who enlarged and walled about Trinavant. There kept his court, made it the prime city, and called it from his own name Caerlud, or Lud's town, now London. which, as is alleged out of Gildas, became matter of great dissension betwixt him and his brother Nidius, who took it heinously that the name of Troy, their ancient country, should be abolished for any new one. Lud was hardy and bold in war, in peace a jolly feaster. He conquered many islands of the sea, saith Huntingdon, and was buried by the gate, which from thence we call Ludgate. His two sons, Androgeus and Tenuantius, were left to the tuition of Cassibelan, whose bounty and high demeanour, so wrought with the common people, has got him easily the kingdom transferred upon himself. He nevertheless, continuing to favour and support his nephews, confers freely upon Androgeus London with Kent, upon Tenuantius Cornwall, reserving a superiority over both of them, and all the other princes to himself, till the Romans for a while circumscribed his power. Thus far, though leaning only on the credit of Geoffrey Monmouth and his assertors, I yet, for the specified causes, have thought it not beneath my purpose to relate what I found, whereto I neither oblige the belief of other persons, nor over hastily subscribe mine own. Nor have I stood with others computing or collating years and chronologies, lest I should be vainly curious about the times and circumstances of things whereof the substance is so much in doubt. By this time, like one who had set out on his way by night, and travelled through a region of smooth or idle dreams, our history now arrives on the confines where daylight and truth meet us with a clear dawn, representing to our view, though at a far distance, true colours and shapes. For albeit Caesar, whose authority we are now first to follow, wanted not some critics who taxed him of misrepresenting facts in his commentaries, and even in his history of the civil war against Pompey, and therefore much more may we suppose that he has taken the same liberties in treating of the British affairs, in which, from the little skill of the British in writing, he could not apprehend that he should be contradicted, yet now in such a variety of good authors as have treated of the next following part of our history, we hardly can fail from one hand or other to be sufficiently informed of the events that happened in it, as far as can well be expected concerning things that passed so long ago. But this will better be referred to a second discourse. End of Book 1. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 2 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The History of Britain, the second book. I am now to write of what befell the Britons from 53 years before the birth of our Saviour, when first the Romans came in, till the decay and ceasing of that empire, a story of much truth, and, for the first 100 years, and somewhat more, collected without much labour. So many and so prudent were the writers, which those two, the civilest and the wisest of European nations, both Italy and Greece, afforded to the actions of that puissant city. For worthy deeds are not often destitute of worthy relators, as by a certain fate, great acts and great eloquence have most commonly gone hand in hand, equalling and honouring each other in the same ages. It is true that in obscurest times, by shallow and unskilful writers, the indistinct noise of many battles and devastations of many kingdoms, overrun and lost, hath come to our ears. For what wonder, if in all ages ambition and the love of rapine hath stirred up greedy and violent men to bold attempts in wasting and ruinous wars, which to posterity have left the work of wild beasts and destroyers, rather than the deeds and monuments of men and conquerors. But he whose just and true valour uses the necessity of war and dominion, not to destroy, but to prevent destruction, to bring in liberty against tyrants, law and civility among barbarous nations, knowing that when he conquers all things else, he cannot conquer time or detraction. Wisely conscious of this his want, as well as of his worth not to be forgotten or concealed, honours and hath recourse to the aid of eloquence, his friendliest and best supply, by whose immortal record his noble deeds, which else were transitory, become fixed and durable against the force of years and generations. Note: in this description of the durability of a high reputation acquired by great and virtuous actions, In this and the following line, which is almost poetical, there is a considerable resemblance to the following passage of Virgil in the beginning of the third book of the Georgics, to wit, Tentanda via est qua me quoquem possim tolera humo, victorque, virum volitare per ora. I too must strive to raise my name sublime upon the wings of fame, and victor over time and death, live in my applauding country's breath. Return to text. He fails not to continue through all posterity over envy, death, and time also victorious. Therefore, when the esteem of science and liberal study waxes low in the commonwealth, we may presume that also there all civil virtue and worthy action is grown as low to a decline. And then eloquence, as it were consorted in the same destiny with the decrease and fall of virtue, corrupts also and fades, at least resigns her office of relating public actions to illiterate and frivolous historians, such as the persons themselves both deserve and are best pleased with, whilst they want either the understanding to choose better, or the innocence to dare invite the examining and searching style of an intelligent and faithful writer to the survey of their unsound exploits, which are better befriended by obscurity than by fame. As for these, the only authors we have of British matters, while the power of Rome reached hither, for Gildas affirms that of the Roman times no British writer was in his days extant, or if any were, either burnt by enemies, or transported with such as fled the Pictish and Saxon invasions. These, therefore, only Roman authors there be, who in the English tongue have laid together as much, and perhaps more, than was requisite to a history of Britain, so that, were it not for leaving an unsightly gap so near the beginning, I should have judged this labour, wherein so little seems to be required above transcription, almost superfluous. Notwithstanding, since I must go through with it, if aught by diligence may be added or omitted, or by other disposing may be more explained or more expressed, I shall essay. Julius Caesar, of whom and of the Roman Free State more than what appertains to the history of Britain is not here to be discoursed, having subdued most part of Gallia or Gaul, which by a potent faction at Rome he had obtained of the Senate as his province for many years, stirred up with a desire of adding still more glory to his name and the whole Roman Empire to his ambition, or, as some say, with a far meaner and ignobler motive, to wit, the desire of acquiring a quantity of British pearls, whose bigness he delighted to balance in his hand, determines, and that upon no unjust pretended occasion, to try his force in the conquest also of Britain. For he understood that the Britons, in most of his Gallican wars, had sent supplies against him, had received fugitives of the Bellovaci, his enemies, and were called over to aid the cities of Armorica, which had the year before conspired all in a new rebellion. Therefore Caesar, though the summer was well nigh ending, and the season unagreeable to transport a war, yet judged that it would be of great advantage only to get an entrance into the isle, and a knowledge of the men, the places, the ports, and the access to it, which then, it seems, were even to the Gauls our neighbours almost unknown. For except merchants and traders, it is not oft, saith he, that any persons used to travel thither, and to those that do, besides the sea coast and the ports next to Gallia, no thing else is known. But here I must complain, as Pollio did, that I do not meet with the accuracy and fullness of description, or the fidelity of memory that usually appears in Caesar's writings. For, if it was true, as the people of Rheims told him, that Diviciacus, who had not long before been a powerful king of the people of Soissons in Gaul, had also had Britain under his command, and that many colonies of the northern part of Gaul, called Belgium, had gone over to Britain and made settlements there, to which they had given their own names, and which had contributed to the peopling of many provinces in that island, and if also the Britons had so frequently given the Gauls aid in all their wars, and lastly, if the learning of the Druids, which was honoured so much amongst the Gauls, was first taught them out of Britain, and those persons in Gaul who were most desirous of attaining that learning were usually sent to Britain to learn it, it does not appear how Britain at that time should be so utterly unknown in Gaul, or only known to merchants, and even to them be so little known, that when they were called together from all parts, none could be found to inform Caesar of what bigness the island was, what nations its inhabitants consisted of, how great or numerous, what use of war they had, what laws, or even so much as what commodious harbours for vessels somewhat greater than the common size, as Caesar in this passage informs us. Of all which things, as it were then first to make discovery, he sends Caius Volusinus in a long galley, with command to return as soon as this could be effected. He, in the meantime, with his whole power, draws nigh to the Maurine coast, whence the shortest passage was into Britain. Hither his navy, which he had used against the Armoricans, and what else of shipping can be provided, he draws together. This being known in Britain, ambassadors are sent from many of the states there, who promise hostages and obedience to the Roman Empire. Them, after audience given, Caesar, as largely promising and exhorting them to continue in that mind, sends home, and with them Commius of Arras, whom he had made king of that country, and now secretly employed to gain a Roman party among the Britons in as many cities as he found inclinable, and to tell them that he himself was speeding thither. Volusinus, with what discovery of the island he could make from aboard his ship, not daring to venture on the shore, within 5 days returns to Caesar, who soon after, with 2 legions, ordinarily amounting of Romans and their allies to about 25,000 foot and 4,500 horse, the foot in 80 ships of burden, the horse in 18, besides what galleys were appointed for his chief commanders, sets off about the 3rd watch of night with a good gale to sea, leaving behind him Sulpicius Rufus to make good the port with a sufficient strength. But the horse, whose appointed shipping lay windbound 8 miles upward in another haven, had much trouble to embark. Caesar, now within sight of Britain, beholds on every hill multitudes of armed men ready to forbid his landing. And Cicero writes to his friend Atticus that the accesses of the island were wonderfully fortified with strong works or moles. Here, from the 4th to the 9th hour of day, he awaits at anchor the coming up of his whole fleet. Meanwhile, with his legates and tribunes consulting and giving order to fit all things for what might happen in such a various and floating water fight as was to be expected. This place, which was a narrow bay, close environed with hills, appearing no way commodious, he removes to a plain and open shore 8 miles distant, commonly supposed to be about Deal in Kent, which, when the Britons perceived, their horse and chariots, as then they used to do in fight, scouring before, their main power speeding after, some thick upon the shore, others not tarrying to be assailed, ride in among the waves to encounter and assault the Romans even under their ships, with such a bold and free hardihood that Caesar himself, between confessing and excusing that his soldiers were to come down from their ships, to stand in water heavy armed, and to fight at once, denies not but that the terror of such new and resolute opposition made them forget their wonted valour. To succour which, he commands his galleys, a sight unusual to the Britons, and more apt for motion, drawn from the bigger vessels, to row against the open side of the enemy, and thence, with slings, engines, and darts, to beat them back. But neither yet, though amazed at the strangeness of those new sea castles, bearing up so near and so swiftly as almost to overwhelm them, and the hurtling of oars and the battering of fierce engines against their bodies barely exposed, did the Britons give much ground, or the Romans gain, till he who bore the eagle of the 10th legion, yet in the galleys, first beseeching his gods, said thus aloud, "Leap down, soldiers, unless you mean to betray your ensign. I, for my part, will perform what I owe to the commonwealth and my general." This uttered, overboard he leaps, and, with his eagle fiercely advanced, runs upon the enemy. The rest, heartening one another not to admit the dishonour of so nigh losing their chief standard, follow him resolutely. Now was fought eagerly on both sides. Ours, who well knew their own advantages and expertly used them, now in the shallows, now on the sand, still as the Romans went trooping to their ensigns, received them, dispatched them, and with the help of their horse put them everywhere to great disorder. But Caesar, causing all his boats and shallops to be filled with soldiers, commanded them to ply up and down continually with relief where they saw need, whereby at length all the foot now disembarked, and got together in some order on firm ground, with a more steady charge put the Britons to flight. But wanting all their horse, whom the winds yet withheld from sailing, they were not able to make pursuit. In this confused fight, Siva, a Roman soldier, having pressed too far among the Britons, and being beset round, after incredible valour shown, single against a multitude, swam back safe to his general, and in the place that rung with his praises, earnestly besought pardon for his rash adventure against discipline, which modest confessing, after no bad event, for such a deed, wherein valour and ingenuity so much outweighed transgression, easily made amends, and preferred him to be a centurion. Caesar is also brought in by Julian as attributing to himself the honour, if it were at all an honour to that person which he sustained, of being the first that left his ship and took land. But this were to make Caesar less understand what became him than Siva. The Britons, finding themselves mastered in fight, forthwith send ambassadors to treat of peace, promising to give hostages and to be at command. With them Commius of Arras also returned, whom hitherto, since his first coming from Caesar, they had detained in prison as a spy. The blame whereof they lay on the common people, for whose violence and their own imprudence they crave pardon. Caesar, complaining that they had first sought peace, and then without cause had begun war, yet is content to pardon them, and commands hostages, whereof part they bring in straight, others, far up in the country to be sent for, they promise in a few days. Meanwhile, the people being disbanded and sent home, many princes and chief men from all parts of the isle submit themselves and their cities to the disposal of Caesar, who lay then encamped, as is thought, on Barham Down. Thus had the Britons made their peace, when suddenly an accident unlooked for put new counsels into their minds. 4 days after the coming of Caesar, those 18 ships of burden which from the upper haven had taken in all the Roman horse, borne with a soft wind to the very coast, in sight of the Roman camp, were by a sudden tempest scattered and driven back, some to the port from whence they loosed, others down into the west country, who, finding there no safety either to land or to cast anchor, chose rather to commit themselves again to the troubled sea, and, as Orosius reports, were most of them cast away. The same night, it being full moon, the galleys left upon dry land were unaware to the Romans covered with a spring tide, and the greater ships that lay off at anchor, torn and beaten with waves, to the great perplexity of Caesar and his whole army, who now had neither shipping left to convey them back, nor any provision made to stay here, intending to have wintered in Gallia. All this the Britons well perceiving, and by the compass of his camp, which without baggage appeared the smaller, guessing at his numbers, consult together, and one by one slyly withdrawing from the camp where they were waiting the conclusion of a peace, resolved to stop all provisions, and to draw out the business till winter. Caesar, though ignorant of what they intended, yet from the condition wherein he was, and their other hostages not being sent, suspecting what was likely, begins to provide apace all that might be against what might happen, lays in corn, and, with materials fetched from the continent, and what was left of those ships which were past help, he repairs the rest. So that now, by the incessant labour of his soldiers, all but 12 were again made serviceable. While these things were doing, one of the legions, being sent out to forage, as was accustomed, and no suspicion of war, while some of the Britons were remaining in the country about, others also going and coming freely to the Roman quarters, they who were in station at the camp gates sent speedily word to Caesar that from that part of the country to which the legion went, a greater dust than usual was seen to rise. Caesar, guessing the matter, commands the cohorts of guard to follow him thither, 2 others to succeed in their stead, the rest all to arm and follow. They had not marched long when Caesar discerns his legions sore overcharged, for the Britons, not doubting but that their enemies on the morrow would be in that place which only they had left unreaped of all their harvest, had placed an ambush, and while they were dispersed and busiest at their labour, set upon them, killed some, and routed the rest. The manner of their fight was from a kind of chariots, wherein, riding about and throwing darts, with the clutter of their horse and of their wheels, they ofttimes broke the rank of their enemies. Then, retreating among the horse, and quitting their chariots, they fought on foot. The charioteers, in the meanwhile, somewhat aside from the battle, set themselves in such order that their masters, at any time oppressed with odds, might retire safely thither, having performed with one person both the nimble service of a horseman and the steadfast duty of a foot soldier. So much they could with their chariots by use and exercise, as, riding on the speed down a steep hill to stop suddenly, and with a short rein turn swiftly, now running on the beam, now in the yoke, then in the seat. With this sort of new skirmishing, the Romans, being now overmatched and terrified, Caesar, with opportune aid, appears. For then the Britons make a stand. But he, considering that now was not a fit time to offer battle, while his men were scarce recovered of so late a fear, only keeps his ground, and soon after leads back his legions to the camp. Further action for many days following was hindered on both sides by foul weather, in which time the Britons, dispatching messengers round about, learned to how small a number the Romans were reduced, and from that derive hope that they might gain both glory and booty, and free themselves from the fear of the like invasions hereafter, by making an example of this Roman army, if they could but now uncamp their enemies. At this intimation, multitudes of horse and foot, coming down from all parts, make towards the Romans. Caesar, foreseeing that the Britons, though beaten and put to flight, would easily evade his foot, yet with no more than 30 horse, which Commius had brought over, draws out his men to battle, puts again the Britons to flight, pursues them with slaughter, and returning, burns and lays waste the country all about. Whereupon, ambassadors, on the same day being sent from the Britons to desire peace, Caesar, as his affairs at present stood, for so great a breach of faith, only imposes on them double the former number of hostages to be sent after him into Gallia. And because September was nigh half spent, a season not fit to tempt the sea with his weather-beaten fleet, the same night, with a fair wind, he departs towards Belgia, whither 2 only of the British cities sent hostages, as they promised, the rest neglected. But at Rome, when the news came of Caesar's acts here, whether it were esteemed a conquest or a fair escape, a supplication of 20 days is decreed by the Senate, as either for an exploit done or a discovery made, wherein both Caesar and the Romans gloried not a little, though it brought no benefit either to him or to the commonwealth. The winter following, Caesar, as his custom was, going into Italy, when, as he saw that most of the Britons neglected to send their hostages, appoints his legates, who he left in Belgia, to provide what possible shipping they could either build or repair. Low-built they were to be, as thereby easier both to freight and to hail ashore, nor needed they to be higher, because the tide, so often changing, was observed to make the billows less in our sea than those in the Mediterranean. Broader likewise they were made for the better transporting of horses, and all other freightage, being intended chiefly for that end. These, in all about 600, being in readiness, with 28 ships of burden, and what with adventurers and other hulks above 200, Cotta, one of the legates, wrote them, as Athenaeus affirms, in all 1,000, Caesar, from Port Ixius, a passage of some 30 miles over, leaving behind him Labienus to guard the haven and for other supply at need, with 5 legions, though but 2,000 horse, about sunset hoisting sail with a slack southwest wind, at midnight was becalmed, and finding when it was light that the whole navy, lying on the current, had fallen off from the isle, which now they could descry on their left hand, by the unwearied labor of his soldiers, who refused not to tug the oar, and kept course with ships under sail, he bore up, as near as might be, to the same place where he had landed the year before, where, about noon arriving, note, before the birth of Christ, 52 years, return to text, no enemy could be seen. For the Britons, who in great numbers, as was afterwards known, had been there, at sight of so huge a fleet durst not abide. Caesar forthwith landing his army and encamping to his best advantage, some notice being given him by those he took, where to find his enemy, with the whole power, save only 10 cohorts and 300 horse, left with Quintus Atrius for the guard of his ships, about the 3rd watch of the same night, marches up 12 miles into the country, and at length, by a river, commonly thought to be the Stour in Kent, espies and battled the British forces. They, with their horses and chariots advancing to the higher banks, oppose the Romans in their march, and begin the fight, but, being repulsed by the Roman cavalry, give back into the woods to a place notably made strong both by art and nature, which it seems had been a fort or hold of strength raised heretofore by the Britons in time of wars among themselves. For entrance and access on all sides by the felling of huge trees overthwart one another was quite barred up, and within these the Britons did their utmost to keep out the enemy. But the soldiers of the 7th Legion, locking all their shields together like a roof close overhead, and others raising a mount, without much loss of blood, took the place, and drove them all to forsake the woods. Pursuit they made not long, as being through ways unknown, and now evening came on, which they more wisely spent in choosing out where to pitch and fortify their camp that night. The next morning Caesar had but newly sent out his men in 3 bodies to pursue, and the last no further gone than yet in sight, when horsemen all in post from Quintus Atrius bring word to Caesar that almost all his ships in a tempest that night had suffered wreck, and lay broken upon the shore. Caesar at this news recalls his legions. Himself, in all haste riding back to the seaside, beheld with his eyes the ruinous prospect. About 40 vessels were sunk and lost, and the residue so torn and shaken as not to be new rigged without much labor. Straight he assembles what number of shipwrights, either in his own legions or from beyond the sea, could be summoned, sends orders to Labienus on the Belgian side to build more, and with a dreadful industry of 10 days, not respiting the soldiers day or night, drew up all his ships and entrenched them round within the circuit of his camp. This done, and leaving to their defence the same strength as before, he returns with his whole forces to the same wood where he had defeated the Britons, who, preventing him with greater powers than before, had now repossessed themselves of that place under Cassibelan, their chief leader, whose territory from the states bordering on the sea was divided by the river Thames about 80 miles inward. With him formerly other cities had continual war, but now, in the common danger, they had all made choice of him to be their general. Here the British horse and charioteers, meeting with the Roman cavalry, fought stoutly, and at first, being something overmatched, they retreat to the near advantage of their woods and hills, but being still followed by the Romans, make head again, cut off the forwardest among them, and after some pause, while Caesar, who thought the day's work had been done, was busied about the entrenching of his camp, march out again, give fierce assault to the very stations of his guards and sentries, and, while the main cohorts of 2 legions that were sent to the alarm stood within a small distance of each other, terrified at the newness and boldness of their fight, charged back again through the midst, without loss of a man. Of the Romans that day was slain Quintus Liberius Durus, a tribune, and the Britons, having fought their fill at the very entrance of Caesar's camp, and sustained the resistance of his whole army entrenched, gave over the assault. Caesar here acknowledges that the Roman way both of arming and of fighting was not so well fitted against this kind of enemy, for that the foot in heavy armour could not follow their cunning flight, and durst not by ancient discipline stir from their ensign, and the horse alone, disjoined from the legions against a foe that turned suddenly upon them with a mixed encounter both of horse and foot, were in equal danger both in following and in retiring. Besides, their fashion was not in great bodies and close order, but in small divisions and open distances to make their onset, appointing others at certain spaces, now to relieve and bring off the weary, now to succeed and renew the conflict, which argued no small experience and use of arms. Next day the Britons, afar off upon the hills, begin to show themselves here and there, and, though less boldly than before, to skirmish with the Roman horse. But at noon, Caesar, having sent out 3 legions and all his horse with Trebonius the legate to seek fodder, suddenly on all sides they set upon the foragers, and charge up after them to the very legions and their standards. The Romans with great courage beat them back, and in the chase, being well seconded by the legions, not giving them time either to rally or stand, or to descend from their chariots as they were wont, slew many. From this overthrow the Britons that dwelt farther off betook them home, and came no more after that time with so great a power against Caesar. Whereof advertised, he marches onward to the frontiers of Cassibelan, note, Camden, return to text, which on this side were bounded by the Thames, not passable except in one place, and that difficult, about Coestakes near Oatlands, as is conjectured. Hither coming, he descries on the other side great forces of the enemy placed in good array. The bank set all with sharp stakes, others in the bottom covered with water, whereof the marks in Beda's time were to be seen, as he relates. This having learned by such as were taken or had run to him, he first commands his horse to pass over, then his foot, who, wading up to the neck, went on so resolutely and so fast that they on the other side, not enduring the violence, retreated and fled. Cassibelan, no more now in hope to contend for victory, dismissing all but 4,000 of those charioteers, Through woods and intricate ways attends their motion. Where the Romans are to pass, drives all before him, and, with continual sallies upon the horse, where they least expected, cutting off some and terrifying others, compels them so close together as gave them no lead to fetch in prey or booty without ill success. Whereupon Caesar, strictly commanding all not to part from the legions, had nothing left him in his way but empty fields and houses, which he spoiled and burnt. Meanwhile, the Trinobantes, a state or kingdom, and perhaps the greatest then among the Britons, less favouring Cassibelan, sent ambassadors, and yield to Caesar upon this reason. Emmanuentius had been their king. Him Cassibelan had slain, and purposed the like to Mandubracius his son, whom Orosius calls Androgorius, Beda Androgus. But the youth, escaping by flight into Gallia, put himself under the protection of Caesar. These entreat that Mandubracius may still be defended and sent home to succeed in his father's right. Caesar sends him, demands 40 hostages and provision for his army, which they immediately bring in and have their confines protected from the soldiers. By their example, the Senemagni, Segontiaci, Ancalites, Riboci, Cassi, so I write them for the modern names of it guessed, on like terms make their peace. By them he learns that the town of Cassibelan, supposed to be Verulam, was not far distant, fenced about with woods and marshes, well stuffed with men and much cattle. For towns then in Britain were only woody places, ditched round and with a mud wall encompassed against the inroads of enemies. Thither goes Caesar with his legions, and, though a place of great strength, both by art and nature, assaults it in 2 places. The Britons, after some defence, fled out all at another end of the town. In the flight many were taken, many slain, and great store of cattle found there. Cassibelan, notwithstanding all these losses, yet does not desert himself, nor was yet his authority so much impaired, but that in Kent, though it was in a manner possessed by the enemy, his messengers and commands find obedience enough to raise all the people. By his direction, Cingetorix, Carvilius, Taximogulus, and Segonax, 4 kings reigning in those countries which lie upon the sea, lead them on to assault that camp wherein the Romans had entrenched their shipping. But they whom Caesar left there, issuing out, slew many, and took prisoner Cingetorix, a noted leader, without loss of their own. Cassibelan, after so many defeats, moved especially by the revolt of the cities from him, their inconstancy and falsehood one to another, uses the mediation of Commius of Arras to send ambassadors to him about treaty of yielding. Caesar, who had determined to winter in the continent, by reason that Gallia was unsettled and not much of the summer now behind, commands him only hostages and what yearly tribute the island should pay to Rome, forbids him to molest the Trinobantes or Mandubracius, and with his hostages and a great number of captives he puts to sea, having at twice embarked his whole army. At his return to Rome, as from a glorious enterprise, he offers to Venus, the patroness of his family, a corselet of British pearls. Howbeit other ancient writers have spoken more doubtfully of Caesar's victories here, and have said that in plain terms he fled from hence, for which the common verse in Lucan, with divers passages here and there in Tacitus, is alleged. Paulus Osorius, who took what he wrote from a history of Suetonius now lost, writes that Caesar in his first journey, entertained with a sharp fight, lost no small number of his foot, and by a tempest nigh all his horse. Dion affirms that once in the second expedition all his foot were routed, Osorius that another time all his horse. The British author, whom I use only then when others are all silent, hath many trivial discourses of Caesar's actions here which are best omitted. Nor have we more of Cassibelan than what the same story tells, how he warred soon after with Androgus about his nephew slain by Evelinus, nephew to the other, which business being at length composed, Cassibelan dies, and was buried in York, if the Monmouth book fable not. But at Caesar's coming hither, such likeliest were the Britons as the writers of those times and their own actions represent them. In courage and warlike readiness to take advantage by ambush or sudden onset, they were not inferior to the Romans, nor Cassibelan to Caesar. In weapons, arms, and the skill of encamping, embattling, fortifying, overmatched. Their weapons were a short spear and light target, a sword also by their side. Their fight, sometimes in chariots, fanged at the axle with iron sides. Their bodies were most part naked, only painted with woad in sundry figures to seem terrible, as they thought. But when pursued by enemies, they were not nice of their painting, but were used to run into bogs, worse than wild Irish, up to the neck, and there to stay many days, holding a certain morsel in their mouths no bigger than a bean, to suffice hunger. But that receipt, and the temperance it taught, is long since unknown among us. Their towns and strongholds were spaces of ground fenced about with a ditch, and great trees felled overthwart each other. Their buildings within were thatched houses for themselves and their cattle. In peace the upland inhabitants, besides hunting, tended their flocks and herds, but with little skill of country affairs. The making of cheese they commonly knew not, wool or flax they spun not. Gardening and planting many of them knew not. Clothing they had none, but what the skins of beasts afforded them, and that not always. Yet gallantry they had, painting their own skins with several portraitures of beast, bird, or flower, a vanity which hath not yet left us, removed only from the skin to the skirt, behung now with as many coloured ribbons and gewgaws. Towards the seaside they tilled the ground, and lived much after the manner of the Gauls, their neighbours, or first planters. Their money was brazen pieces or iron rings, their best merchandise tin, the rest trifles of glass, ivory, and such like. Yet gems and pearls they had, saith Mila, in some rivers. Their ships were made of light timber, wickered with osier between, and covered over with leather, and served not therefore to transport them far, and their commodities were fetched away by foreign merchants. Their dealing, saith Theodorus, was plain and simple, without fraud. Their civil government is as under many princes and states, not confederate or consulting in common, but mistrustful, and ofttimes warring one with the other, which gave them up one by one an easy conquest to the Romans. Their religion was governed by a sort of priests or magicians called Druids, from the Greek name of an oak, which tree they had in great reverence, and the mistletoe especially growing thereon. Pliny writes them skilled in magic no less than those of Persia. By their abstaining from a hen, a hare, and a goose, from fish also, saith Dion, and their opinion of the souls passing after death into other bodies, they may be thought to have studied Pythagoras. Yet philosophers I cannot call them, as they were reported to be men factious and ambitious, contending sometimes about the arch-priesthood, not without civil war and slaughter. Nor did they restrain the people under them from a lewd, adulterous, and incestuous life, 10 or 12 men, absurdly against nature, possessing one woman as their common wife, though of nearest kin, mother, daughter, or sister, progenitors not to be gloried in. But the gospel, not long after preached here, abolished such impurities, and of the Romans we have cause not to say much worse than that they beat us into some civility, who were likely else to have continued longer in a barbarous and savage manner of life. After Julius, for Julius, before his death, tyrannously had made himself emperor of the Roman Commonwealth, and was slain in the Senate for so doing, he who next obtained the empire, Octavianus Caesar Augustus, either contemning the island, as Strabo would have us think, whose friendship was not worth the having, or enmity worth the fearing, or, as some say, out of a wholesome state maxim to moderate and bound the empire from growing too extensive and unwieldy, made no attempt against the Britons. But the truer cause was partly a civil war among the Romans, and partly other affairs more urging. For about 20 years after, all which time the Britons had lived at their own disposal, Augustus, in imitation of his uncle Julius, either intending or seeming to intend an expedition hither, was come into Gallia, when the news of a revolt in Pannonia diverted him from undertaking it. Note: year before the birth of Christ, 25. Return to text. And about 7 years after, in the same resolution, what with the unsettledness of Gallia, and what with ambassadors from Britain which met him there, he proceeded not. The next year, some difference arising between him and the Britons about covenants, he was again prevented by other new commotions in Spain. Nevertheless, some of the British potentates omitted not to seek his friendship by gifts offered in the capital, and other obsequious addresses, insomuch that the whole island, became even in those days well known to the Romans, too well, perhaps, for them who, from the knowledge of us, were so like to prove enemies. But as for tribute, the Britons paid none to Augustus, except what easy customs were levied on the slight commodities wherewith they traded into Gallia. After Caesibelan, Tenantius, the younger son of Lud, according to the Monmouth story, was made king. For Androgeus the elder, conceiving himself generally hated for siding with the Romans, forsook his claim here, and followed Caesar's fortune. This king is recorded just and warlike. His son Cymbeline, or Cunobeline, succeeding, was brought up, as is said, in the court of Augustus, and with him held friendly correspondences to the end, was a warlike prince. His chief seat, Camalodunum, or Malden, as by certain of his coins yet to be seen appears. Tiberius, the next emperor, adhering always to the advice of Augustus, and of himself caring less to extend the bounds of his empire, sought not the Britons, and they, as little to incite him, sent home courteously the soldiers of Germanicus, that by shipwreck had been cast on the British shore. But Caligula, his successor, a wild and dissolute tyrant, having passed the Alps with intent to rob and spoil those provinces, and stirred up by Adminius, the son of Cunobeline, who by his father banished, with a small number fled thither to him, made semblance of marching toward Britain. But being come to the ocean, and there behaving himself madly and ridiculously, went back the same way, yet sent before him boasting letters to the Senate, as if all Britain had been yielded to him. Cunobeline being now dead, and Adminius, the eldest of his sons, having by his father been banished from his country, and by his own practice against it from the crown, though by an old coin seeming to have also reigned, Togodumnus and Caractacus, the two younger, uncertain whether unequal or subordinate in power, were advanced into his place. But through civil discord, Bericus, what he was further is not known, with others of his party flying to Rome, persuaded Claudius, the emperor, to an invasion. Claudius, now consul for the third time, and desirous to do something whence he might gain the honor of a triumph, at the persuasion of these fugitives, whom the Britons demanding he had denied to render, and they for that cause had denied further amity with Rome, makes choice of this island for his province, and sends before him Aulus Plautius, the praetor, with this command, if the business grew difficult, to give him notice. Plautius, with much ado, persuaded the legions to move out of Gallia, who murmured that now they must be put to make war beyond the world's end, for so they counted Britain, and what welcome Julius the dictator had found there, doubtless they had heard. At last, being prevailed with to obey the commands of their general, and hoisting sail from 3 several ports, lest their landing should in any one place be resisted, meeting cross winds, they were cast back and disheartened, till in the night a meteor shooting flames from the east, and as they fancied directing their course, they took heart again to try the sea, and without opposition landed. For the Britons, having heard of their unwillingness to come, had been negligent to provide against them, and retiring to the woods and moors, intended to frustrate and wear them out with delays, as they had served Caesar before. Plautius, after much trouble to find them out, encountering first with Caractacus, then with Togodumnus, overthrew them, and, receiving into conditions part of the Boduni, who then were subject to the Catuellani, and leaving there a garrison, went on toward a river, where the Britons, not imagining that Plautius without a bridge could pass, lay on the further side careless and secure. But he, sending first the Germans, whose custom was, armed as they were, to swim with ease the strongest current, commands them to strike especially at the horses, whereby the chariots, wherein consisted their chief art of fight, became unserviceable. To second them he sent Vespasian, who in his latter days obtained the empire, and Sabinus his brother, who, unexpectedly assailing those who were least aware, did much execution. Yet not for this were the Britons dismayed, but reuniting the next day, fought with such a courage as made it hard to decide which way hung the victory, till Caius Sidius Geta, at point to have been taken, recovered himself so valiantly as brought the day on his side, for which at Rome he received high honours. After this the Britons drew back toward the mouth of the river Thames, and being acquainted with those places, crossed over, where the Romans, following them through bogs and dangerous flats, hazarded the loss of all. Yet the Germans, getting over, and others by a bridge at some place above, fell on them again with sundry alarms and great slaughter. But in the heat of pursuit, running themselves again into bogs and mires, lost as many of their own. Upon which ill success, and seeing the Britons more enraged at the death of Togodumnus, who in one of these battles had been slain, Plautius, fearing the worst, and glad that he could hold what he held, as was enjoined him, sends to Claudius. He, who waited ready with a huge preparation, as if not safe enough amidst the flower of all his Romans, like a great eastern king with armed elephants, marches through Gallia. So full of peril was this enterprise esteemed, as not without all this equipage and stranger terrors than Roman armies, to meet the native and the naked British valour defending their country. Joined with Plautius, who, encamping on the bank of the Thames, attended him, he passes the river. The Britons, who had the courage, but not the wise conduct of old Cassibelan, laying all stratagem aside, in downright manhood scruple not to affront in open field almost the whole power of the Roman Empire. But overcome and vanquished, part by force, others by treaty, come in and yield. Claudius, therefore, who took Camalodunum, the royal seat of Cunobeline, was often by the army saluted Imperator, a military title which usually they gave their general after any notable exploit, but to others not above once in the same war, as if Claudius by these acts had deserved more than the laws of Rome had provided honour to reward. Having therefore disarmed the Britons, but remitted the confiscation of their goods, for which they worshipped him with sacrifice and temple as a god, leaving Plautius to subdue what remained, he returns to Rome, from whence he had been absent only 6 months, and in Britain but 16 days, sending the news before him of his victories, though in a small part of the island, by which is manifestly refuted that which Eutropius and Orosius write of his conquering at that time also the Orcades Islands, lying to the north of Scotland, and not conquered by the Romans, for aught found in any good author, till about 40 years after, as shall appear. To Claudius the Senate, as for achievements of highest merit, decreed excessive honours, arches, triumphs, annual solemnities, and the surname of Britannicus, both to him and his son. Suetonius writes that Claudius found here no resistance, and that all was done without a stroke. But this seems not probable. The Monmouth writer names these 2 sons of Cunobeline, Guiderius and Arviragus, that Guiderius being slain in fight, Arviragus to conceal it put on his brother's habiliments, and in his person upheld the battle to a victory. The rest, as of Hanno, the Roman captain, Genuisa, the emperor's daughter, and such like stuff, is too palpably untrue to be worth rehearsing in the midst of truth. Plautius, after this, employing his fresh forces to conquer on and quiet the rebelling countries, found work enough to deserve at his return a kind of triumphant riding into the capital side by side with the emperor. Vespasian also, under Plautius, had 30 conflicts with the enemy, in one of which, encompassed and in great danger, he was valiantly and piously rescued by his son Titus. 2 powerful nations he subdued here, above 20 towns, and the Isle of Wight, for which he received at Rome triumphal ornaments and other great dignities. For that city, in reward of virtue, was ever magnificent, and long after, when true merit was ceased among them, lest anything resembling virtue should want honour, the same rewards were yet allowed to the very shadow and ostentation of merit. Ostorius, in the room of Plautius, vice-praetor, met with turbulent affairs, the Britons not ceasing to vex with inroads all those countries that were yielded to the Romans, and now the more eagerly from their supposing that the new general, being unacquainted with his army, and on the edge of winter, would not hastily oppose them. But he, weighing that first events were most available to breed fear or contempt, resolves to begin by acting with vigour against them, and with such cohorts as were next at hand sets out against them, whom having routed, so close he follows, as one who meant not to be every day molested with the cavils of a slight peace or an emboldened enemy. Lest they should make head again, he disarms those whom he suspects, and, to surround them, places many garrisons upon the rivers of Antona and Sabrina. But the Icenians, a stout people, untouched yet by these wars, as having before sought alliance with the Romans, were the first that brooked not this. By their example others rise, and in a chosen place, fenced with high banks of earth and narrow lanes to prevent the horse from acting, warily encamp. Ostorius, though yet not strengthened with his legions, causes the auxiliar bands, his troops also alighting, to assault the rampart. They within, though pestered with their own number, stood to it like men resolved, and in a narrow compass did remarkable deeds. But overpowered at last, and others by their success quieted, who till then wavered, Ostorius next bends his force upon the Cangians, wasting all the country, even to the sea of Ireland, without foe in his way, or them who durst ill-handled. When the Brigantes, attempting new matters, drew him back to settle first what was unsecure behind him, they, of whom the chief were punished, the rest forgiven, soon gave over. But the Silures, no way tractable, were not to be repressed without a set war. To further this, Camalodunum was planted with a colony of veteran soldiers, to be a firm and ready aid against revolts, and a means to teach the natives Roman law and civility. Cogininus also, a British king, their fast friend, had to the same intent certain cities given him, a haughty craft which the Romans used to make kings also the servile agents of enslaving others. But the Silures, hardy of themselves, relied more on the valor of Caractacus, whom many doubtful, many prosperous successes had made eminent above all that ruled in Britain. He, adding to his courage policy, and knowing himself to be of strength inferior, in other advantages the better, makes the seat of his war among the Ordovices, a country wherein all the odds were to his own party, all the difficulties to his enemy. The hills and every access he fortified with heaps of stones and guards of men, to come at whom a river of unsafe passage must first be waded. The place, as Camden conjectures, had thence the name of Cair Caradoc, on the west edge of Shropshire. He himself continually went up and down, animating his officers and leaders that this was the day, this the field, either to defend their liberty or to die free, calling to mind the names of his glorious ancestors, who drove Caesar the dictator out of Britain, and whose valor hitherto had preserved them from bondage, and their wives and children from dishonor. Inflamed with these words, they all vow their utmost with such undaunted resolution as amazed the Roman general. But the soldiers, less weighing because less knowing, clamored to be led on against any danger. Ostorius, after wary circumspection, bids them pass the river. The Britons no sooner had them within reach of their arrows, darts, and stones, but slew and wounded largely of the Romans. They, on the other side, closing their ranks, and overhead closing their targets, threw down the loose rampires of the Britons, and pursued them up the hills, both light and armed legions, till, what with galling darts and heavy strokes, the Britons, who wore neither helmet nor cuirass to defend them, were at last overcome. This the Romans thought a famous victory, wherein the wife and daughters of Caractacus were taken, his brothers also reduced to obedience. Himself, escaping to Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes, against faith given was to the victors delivered bound, having held out against the Romans 9 years, saith Tacitus, but by truer computation 7, whereby his name was up through all the adjoining provinces, even to Italy and Rome, many desiring to see who he was that could withstand so many years the Roman puissance. And Caesar, to extol his own victory, extolled the man whom he had vanquished. Being brought to Rome, the people, as to a solemn spectacle, were called together. The emperor's guard stood in arms. In order came first the king's servants, bearing his trophies won in other wars, next his brothers, wife, and daughter, last himself. The behavior of others through fear was low and degenerate. He only, neither in countenance, word, or action, submissive, standing at the tribunal of Claudius, briefly spake to this purpose: If my mind, Caesar, had been as moderate in the height of fortune as my birth and dignity was eminent, I might have come a friend rather than a captive into this city. Nor couldst thou have disliked him for a confederate, so noble of descent, and ruling so many nations. My present estate, to me disgraceful, to thee is glorious. I had riches, horses, arms, and men. No wonder then if I contended not to lose them. But if by fate yours only must be empire, then of necessity ours among the rest must be subjection. If I sooner had been brought to yield, my misfortune had been less notorious, your conquest had been less renowned, and in your severest determining of me, both will be soon forgotten. But if you grant that I shall live, by me will live to you for ever that praise which is so near divine, the clemency of a conqueror. Caesar, moved at such a spectacle of fortune, but especially at the nobleness of his bearing it, gave him pardon, and to all the rest. They all unbound submissively thank him, and did like reverence to Agrippina, the emperor's wife, who sat by in state, a new and disdained sight to the manly eyes of Romans, a woman sitting publicly in her female pride among ensigns and armed cohorts. To Ostorius a triumph is decreed, and his military services are extolled as being equal to those of former great Roman commanders who had brought the most famous kings to Rome in chains as their prisoners of war. But the same prosperity attended not his later actions here, for the Silures, whether to revenge the loss of Caractacus, or that they saw Ostorius, as if now all were done, to have become less earnest to restrain them, beset the prefect of his camp, who was left there with legionary bands to appoint garrisons, and had not speedy aid come in from the neighboring holds and castles, would have cut them all off, notwithstanding which the prefect with 8 centurions and many of their stoutest men were slain. And upon the neck of this, meeting first with Roman foragers, then with other troops hasting to their relief, utterly foiled and broke them also. Ostorius, sending more troops after, could hardly stay their flight, till the weighty legions coming on at first poised the battle, and at length turned the scale to the Britons, without much loss, for by that time it grew night. Then was the war shivered, as it were, into small frays and bickerings, not unlike sometimes to so many robberies in woods, at waters, as chance or valour, advice or rashness led them on, commanded or without command. That which most exasperated the Silures was the report of certain words cast out by the emperor that he would root them out to the very name. Therefore 2 cohorts more of auxiliaries, who by the avarice of their leaders were too securely pillaging, they quite intercepted, and bestowing liberally on the neighbouring Britons the spoils and captives, whereof they took plenty, drew other countries to join with them. These losses falling so thick upon the Romans, Ostorius, with the thought and anguish thereof, ended his days. The Britons rejoicing, although no battle, that yet adverse war had worn out so great a soldier. Caesar, in his place, ordains Aulus Didius. But ere his coming, though much hastened that the province might not want a governor, the Silures had given an overthrow to Manlius Valens with his legion, which was rumoured on both sides to be greater than was true, by the Silures to animate the new general, by him in a double respect, of the more praise if he quelled them, or the more excuse if he failed. Meantime the Silures forgot not to infest the Roman Pale with wide excursions, till Didius, marching out, kept them somewhat more within bounds. Nor were they long to seek who after Caractacus should lead them, for next to him in worth and skill of war, Venutius, a prince of the Brigantes, merited to be their chief. He, at first faithful to the Romans, and by them protected, was the husband of Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes, himself perhaps reigning elsewhere. She, who had betrayed Caractacus and her country to adorn the triumph of Claudius, thereby grown powerful and gracious with the Romans, presuming on the hire of her treason, deserted her husband, and marrying Velocatus, one of his squires, confers on him the kingdom also. This deed, so odious and full of infamy, disturbed the whole state. Venutius, with other forces and the help of her own subjects, who detested the example of so foul a fact, and with all the uncomeliness of their subjection to the monarchy of a woman, a piece of manhood not every day to be found among Britons, though she had got by subtle train his brother with many of his kindred into her hands, brought her soon below the confidence of being able to resist longer. when, imploring the Roman aid, with much ado and after many a hard encounter, she escaped the punishment which was ready to have seized her. Venutius, thus debarred the authority of ruling his own household, justly turns his anger against the Romans themselves, whose magnanimity, not one to undertake dishonorable causes, had arrogantly intermeddled in his domestic affairs to uphold the rebellion of an adulteress against her husband. And the kingdom he retained against their utmost opposition, and of war gave them their fill, first in a sharp conflict of uncertain event, then against the legion of Caesius Nasica, insomuch that Didius, growing old and managing the war by deputies, had work enough to stand on his defence, with the gaining now and then of a small castle. And Nero, for in that part of the isle things continued in the same plight to the reign of Vespasian, was minded, but for shame, to have withdrawn the Roman forces out of Britain, in other parts whereof about the same time other things befell. Veranius, whom Nero sent hither to succeed Didius, dying in his first year, saving a few inroads upon the Silures, left only a great boast behind him, that in 2 years, had he lived, he would have conquered all. But Suetonius Paulinus, who next was sent hither, esteemed a soldier equal to the best in that age, for 2 years together went on prosperously, both confirming what was got and subduing onward. At last, overconfident of his present actions, and emulating others of whose deeds he heard from abroad, he marches up as far as Mona, the Isle of Anglesey, a populous place. For they, it seems, had both entertained fugitives and given good assistance to the rest that withstood him. He makes him boats with flat bottoms, fitted to the shallows which he expected in that narrow frith. His foot so passed over, his horse waded or swam. Thick upon the shore stood several gross bands of men, well weaponed. Many women, like furies, running to and fro in dismal habit, with their hair loose about their shoulders, held torches in their hands. The Druids, those were their priests, of whom more in another place, with hands lifted up to heaven, uttering direful prayers, astonished the Romans, who at so strange a sight stood in amaze, though wounded, but at length, awakened and encouraged by their general not to fear a barbarous and lunatic rout, fall on and beat them down, scorched and rolling in their own fire. Then were they yoked with garrisons, and the places consecrated to their bloody superstitions destroyed. For whom they took in war they held it lawful to sacrifice, and by the entrails of men used divination. While thus Paulinus had his thought still fixed before to go on winning, his back lay broad open to occasion of losing more behind. For the Britons, urged and oppressed with many unsufferable injuries, had all banded themselves to a general revolt. The particular causes are not all written by one author. Tacitus, who lived nearest those times of any to us extant, writes that Prasutagus, king of the Icenians, abounding in wealth, had left Caesar co-heir with his 2 daughters, thereby hoping to have secured from all wrong both his kingdom and his house, which fell out far otherwise. For, under colour to oversee and take possession of the emperor's new inheritance, his kingdom became a prey to centurions, his house to ravening officers, his wife Boadicea violated with stripes, his daughters with rape, the wealthiest of his subjects, as it were by the will and testament of their king, thrown out of their estates, his kindred made little better than slaves. The new colony also of Camalodunum took house or land from whom they pleased, terming them slaves and vassals, the soldiers complying with the colony out of hope hereafter to use the same license themselves. Moreover, the temple erected to Claudius as a badge of their eternal slavery stood a great eyesore, the priests whereof, under the pretext of what was due to the religious service, wasted and embezzled each man's substance upon themselves. And Catus Decianius, the procurator, endeavored to bring all their goods within the compass of new confiscation by disavowing the remitment of Claudius. Lastly, Seneca, in his books a philosopher, having drawn the Britons unwillingly to borrow of him vast sums upon fair promises of easy loan, and for repayment to take their own time, on a sudden compels them to pay in all at once with great extortion, Thus provoked by heaviest sufferings, and thus invited by opportunities in the absence of Paulinus, the Icenians, and by their examples, the Trinobantes, and as many else as hated servitude, rise up in arms. Of these ensuing troubles many foregoing signs appeared. The image of victory at Camalodunum fell down of itself, with her face turned, as it were, to the Britons. Certain women, in a kind of ecstasy, foretold of calamities to come. In the council house were heard by night barbarous noises, in the theatre hideous howlings, in the creek horrid sights betokening the destruction of that colony. Here too the ocean, seeming of a bloody hue, and human shapes at low ebb left imprinted on the sand, wrought in the Britons new courage, in the Romans unwonted fears. Camalodunum, where the Romans had seated themselves to dwell pleasantly rather than defensively, was not fortified. Against that, therefore, the Britons make their first assault. The soldiers within were not very manly. Decianus, the procurator, could send then but 200, and those ill-armed. And through the treachery of some among them who secretly favoured the insurrection, they had deferred both to entrench themselves and to send out of the place such of the inhabitants as did not bear arms. Such as did, flying to the temple, which on the second day was forcibly taken, were all put to the sword, the temple made a heap, and the rest of the town rifled and burnt. Petilius Gerealus, coming to his succour, is in his way met and overthrown, his whole legion cut to pieces, he with his horse hardly escaping to the Roman camp. Decianus, whose rapine was the cause of all this, fled into Gallia. But Suetonius, at these tidings not dismayed, through the midst of his enemy's country marches to London, which, though not termed a colony, yet was full of Roman inhabitants, and, for the frequency of trade and other commodities, a town even then of principal note, with purpose to have made there the seat of war. But considering the smallness of his numbers and the late rashness of Petilius, he chooses rather with the loss of one town to save the rest. Nor was he flexible to any prayers or weeping of them that besought him to tarry there, but taking with him such as were willing, gave signal to depart. They who through weakness of sex or age or love of the place went not along with him perished by the enemy. So did Verulam, a Roman free town. For the Britons, omitting forts and castles, flew thither first to a richest booty, and the hope of pillaging told them on. In this massacre about 70,000 Romans and their associates in the places above mentioned of certain lost their lives. None might be spared, none ransomed, but tasted all either a present or a lingering death. No cruelty that either outrage or the insolence of success put into their heads was left unacted. The Roman wives and virgins were hanged up all naked, and had their breasts cut off and sewed to their mouths, that in the grimness of death they might seem to eat their own flesh, while the Britons fell to feasting and carousing in the temple of Andate, their goddess of victory. Suetonius, adding to his legion other old officers and soldiers thereabout, which, gathered to him, were near upon 10,000, and purposing with these not to defer battle, had chosen a place narrow and not to be overwinged, on his rear a wood, being well informed that his enemy were all in front on a plain, unapt for ambush. The legionaries stood thick in order, impaled with light arm, the horse on either wing. The Britons in companies and squadrons were everywhere shouting and swarming, such a multitude as at other time was never seen assembled. No less reckoned than 230,000, so fierce and confident of victory that their wives also came in wagons to sit and behold the sport, as they made full account, of killing Romans, a folly, doubtless, for the serious Romans to smile at, as a sure token of prospering that day. A woman also was their commander-in-chief, for Boadicea and her daughters ride about in a chariot, telling the tall champions, as a great encouragement, that with the Britons it was usual for women to be their leaders. A deal of other fondness they put into her mouth, not worth recital. How she was lashed, how her daughters were handled, things worthier silence, retirement, and a veil, than for a woman to repeat, as done to her own person, or to hear repeated before an host of men. The Greek historian sets her in a field on a high heap of turves, in a loose-bodied gown declaiming, a spear in her hand, a hare in her bosom, which, after a long circumlocution, she was to let slip among them for luck's sake, then praying to Andate, the British goddess, to talk again fondly as before. And this they do out of a vanity, hoping to embellish and set out their history with the strangeness of our manners, not caring in the meanwhile to brand us with the rankest note of barbarism, as if in Britain women were men, and men women. End of the first part of Chapter 2 of the History of Britain. Book 2 continued of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. I affect not set speeches in a history, unless known for certain to have been spoken in effect as they are written, nor then unless they are worth rehearsal, and to invent such, though eloquently, as some historians have done, is an abuse of posterity, raising in them that read other conceptions of those times and persons than were true. Much less, therefore, do I purpose here or elsewhere to copy out tedious orations without decorum, though in their authors composed ready to my hand. Hitherto, what we have heard of Cassibelan, Togodumnus, Venusius, and Caractacus hath been full of magnanimity, soberness, and martial skill. But the truth is, that in this battle and whole business, the Britons never more plainly manifested themselves to be right barbarians. No rule, no foresight, no forecast, experience, or estimation, either of themselves or of their enemies. Such confusion, such impotence, as seemed likest not to a war, but to the wild hurry of a distracted woman with as mad a crew at her heels. Therefore Suetonius, contemning their unruly noises and fierce looks, heartens his men but to stand close a while, and strike manfully this headless rabble that stood nearest. The rest would be a purchase rather than a toil. And so it fell out, for the legion, when they saw their time, bursting out like a violent wedge, quickly broke and dissipated what opposed them. All else held only out their necks to the slayer. For their own carts and wagons were so placed by themselves as left them but little room to escape between. The Romans slew all, men, women, and the very drawing horses lay heaped along the field in a gory mixture of slaughter. About 80,000 Britons are said to have been slain on the place. The enemy, scarce 400, and not many more wounded. Boadicea poisoned herself, or, as others say, sickened and died. She was of stature big and tall, of visage grim and stern, harsh of voice, her hair of a bright colour flowing down to her hips. She wore a plighted garment of divers colours, with a great golden chain, buttoned over all a thick robe. Gildas calls her the crafty lioness, and leaves an ill fame upon her doings. Dion sets down otherwise the order of this fight, and that the field was not won without much difficulty, nor without intention of the Britons to give another battle, had not the death of Boadicea come between. Howbeit, Suetonius, to preserve discipline and to dispatch the relics of war, lodged with all the army in the open field, which was supplied out of Germany with 1,000 horse and 10,000 foot. Thence dispersed to winter, and with incursions to waste those countries that stood out. But to the Britons famine was a worse affliction, having left off during this uproar to till the ground, and made reckoning to serve themselves on the provisions of their enemy. Nevertheless, those nations that were yet untamed, hearing of some discord risen between Suetonius and the new procurator, Classicianus, were brought but slowly to terms of peace, and the rigour used by Suetonius on them that yielded taught them the better course, to stand on their defence. For it is certain that Suetonius, though else a worthy man, overproud of his victory, gave too much way to his anger against the Britons. Classician, therefore, sending such word to Rome, that these severe proceedings would beget an endless war, Polycletus, no Roman but a courtier, was sent by Nero to examine how things went. He, admonishing Suetonius to use more mildness, awed the army, and to the Britons gave matter of laughter, who so much even till then were nursed up in their native liberty as to wonder that so great a general with his whole army should be at the rebuke and ordering of a court servitor. But Suetonius, a while after, having lost a few galleys on the shore, was bid resign his command to Petronius Turpilianus, who, not provoking the Britons, nor by them provoked, was thought to have pretended the love of peace, to what indeed was his love of ease and sloth. Trebellius Maximus followed his steps, usurping the name of gentle government to any remissness or neglect of discipline, which brought in first license, next disobedience into his camp, incensed against him partly for his covetousness, partly by the incitement of Roscius Caelius, legate of a legion, with whom formerly disagreeing, now that civil war began in the empire, he fell to open discord, charging him with disorder and sedition, and him, Caelius, with peeling and defrauding the legions of their pay, insomuch that Trebellius, hated and deserted of the soldiers, was content a while to govern with base entreaty, and forced at length to fly the land, which, notwithstanding, remained in good quiet, governed by Caelius and the other legate of the legion, both faithful to Vitellius, then emperor, who sent hither Vectius Bolanus, under whose lenity, though not tainted with other fault, against the Britons nothing was done, nor in their own discipline reformed. Petilius Carreolus, by appointment of Vespasian, succeeding, had to do with the populus brigantes in many battles, and some of those not unbloody. For, as we heard before, it was Venusius who even to these times held them tack, both himself remaining to the end unvanquished, and some part of his country not so much as reached. It appears also by several passages in the history of Tacitus that no small matter of British forces were commanded oversea the year before, to serve in those bloody wars between Otho and Vitellius, Vitellius and Vespasian contending for the empire. To Carreolus succeeded Julius Frontinus in the government of Britain, note, post-Christ 79, return to text, who, by taming the Silures, a people warlike and strongly inhabiting, augmented much his reputation. But Julius Agricola, whom Vespasian in his last year sent hither, trained up from his youth in the British wars, extended with victories the Roman limit beyond all his predecessors. His coming was in the midst of summer, and the Ordovices, to welcome the new general, had hewn in pieces a whole squadron of horse, which lay upon their bounds, few escaping. Agricola, who perceived that the noise of this defeat had also in the province, desirous of novelty, stirred up new expectations, resolves to be beforehand with the danger, and drawing together the choice of his legions with a competent number of German auxiliaries, not being met by the Ordovices, who kept the hills, himself in the head of his men hunts them up and down through difficult places, almost to the final extirpation of that whole nation. With the same current of success, what Paulinus had left unfinished, he conquers in the Isle of Mona, for the islanders, altogether fearless of his approach, whom they knew to have no shipping, when they saw themselves invaded on a sudden by the auxiliaries, whose country use had taught them to swim over with horse and arms, were compelled to yield. This gained Agricola much opinion, who, at his very entrance, a time which others bestowed of course in hearing compliments and gratulations, had made such early progress into laborious and hardest enterprises. But by far not so famous was Agricola in bringing war to a speedy end, as in cutting off the causes from whence war arises. For he, knowing that the end of war was not to make way for injuries in peace, began reformation from his own house, permitted not his attendants and followers to sway or have to do at all in public affairs, lays on with equality the proportions of corn and tribute that were imposed, takes off exactions and the fees of encroaching officers heavier than the tribute itself. For the countries had been compelled before to sit and wait the opening of the public granaries, and both to sell and to buy their corn at what rate the publicans thought fit, the purveyors also commanding when they pleased to bring it in, not to the nearest, but still to the remotest places, either by the compounding of such as would be excused, or by causing a dearth where none was, made a particular gain. These grievances and the like he in the time of peace removing, brought peace into some credit, which before, since the Romans' coming, had as ill name as war. The summer following, Titus being then emperor, he so continually with inroads disquieted the enemy over all the isle, and after terror so allured them with his gentle demeanour, that many cities, which till that time would not bend, gave hostages, admitted garrisons, and came in voluntarily. The winter he spent all in worthy actions, teaching and promoting like a public father the institutes and customs of civil life. The inhabitants, rude and scattered, and by that the proner to war, he so persuaded to build houses, temples, and seats of justice, and, by praising the forward, quickening the slow, assisting all, turned the name of necessity into an emulation. He caused, moreover, the noblemen's sons to be bred up in liberal arts, and, by preferring the wits of Britain before the studies of Gallia, brought them to affect the Latin eloquence, who before hated the language. Then were the Roman fashions imitated, and the gown. After a while, the incitements also and materials of vice, and voluptuous life, proud buildings, baths, and the elegance of banqueting, which the foolisher sort called civility, but was indeed a secret art to prepare them for bondage. Spring appearing, he took the field, and with a prosperous expedition wasted as far northward as the Frith of Taus the countries of all that obeyed not, with such a terror as he went, that the Roman army, though much hindered by tempestuous weather, had the leisure to build forts and castles where they pleased, none daring to oppose them. Besides, Agricola had this excellence in him, so providently to choose his places where to fortify, as not another general then alive. No sconce or fortress of his raising was ever known either to have been forced, or yielded up, or quitted. Out of these, impregnable by siege, or in that case duly relieved, with continual eruptions he so prevailed that the enemy, whose manner was in winter to regain what in summer he had lost, was now alike in both seasons kept short and straitened. For these exploits, then esteemed so great and honourable, Titus, in whose reign they were achieved, was for the 15th time saluted imperator, and of him Agricola received triumphal honours. The 4th summer, Domitian then ruling the empire, he spent in settling and confirming what the year before he had travelled over with a running conquest, and had the valour of his soldiers been answerable, he would have reached that year, as was thought, the utmost bounds of Britain. For Glota and Boadicea, now Dunbritain and the Frith of Edinburgh, two opposite arms of the sea, divided only by a neck of land, and all the creeks and inlets on this side, were held by the Romans, and the enemy was driven, as it were, into another island. In his 5th year, note, post Christ 83, return to text, he passed over into the Orcades, as we may probably guess, and other Scotch isles, discovering and subduing nations till then unknown. He gained also with his forces that part of Britain which faces Ireland, as aiming also to conquer that island, where one of the Irish kings, driven out by civil wars, coming to him, he both gladly received and retained him as against a fit time. The summer ensuing, on a mistrust that the nations beyond Boadicea would generally rise and follay the passages by land, he caused his fleet, making a great show, to bear along the coast and up the friths and harbours, joining most commonly at night on the same shore both land and sea forces, with mutual shouts and loud greetings, at sight whereof the Britons, not one to see their sea so ridden, were much daunted. Howbeit the Caledonians, note, post Christ 84, return to text, with great preparation, and by rumour, as of things unknown much greater, taking arms, and of their own accord beginning war by the assault of sundry castles, sent back some of their fear to the Romans themselves. And there were of the commanders who, cloaking their fear under show of sage advice, counselled the general to retreat back on this side Boadicea. He, in the meanwhile, having intelligence that the enemy would fall on him in many bodies, divided also his army into 3 parts, which advantage the Britons quickly spying, and on a sudden uniting what before they had disjoined, assailed by night with all their forces that part of the Roman army which they knew to be the weakest, and breaking in upon the camp, surprised between sleep and fear, had begun some execution. When Agricola, who had learnt what way the enemies took, and followed them with all speed, sending before him the lightest of his horse and foot to charge them behind, the rest, as they came on to affright them with clamour, so plied them without respite that by the approach of day the Roman ensign, glittering all about, had encompassed the Britons, who now, after a sharp fight in the very ports of the camp, betook them to their wonted refuge, the woods and fens, pursued a while by the Romans. That day else, in all appearance, had ended the war. The legions, re-encouraged by this event, they also now boasting, who but lately trembled, cry all to be led on as far as there was British ground. The Britons also, not acknowledging the loss of that day to have been due to the Roman valour, but to the policy of their captain, abated nothing of their stoutness, but arming their youth, conveying their wives and children to places of safety, in frequent assemblies and by solemn covenants, bound themselves to mutual assistance against the common enemy. About the same time, a cohort of Germans, having slain their centurion with other Roman officers in a mutiny, and for fear of punishment fled on shipboard, launched forth in 3 light galleys without pilot, and by tide or weather carried round about the coast, using piracy where they landed, while their ships held out, and as their skill served them, with various fortune, were the first discoverers to the Romans that Britain was an island. Note, post-Christ 85. Return to text. The following summer, Agricola, having before sent his navy to hover on the coast, and with sundry and uncertain landings to divert and disunite the Britons, himself, with a power best appointed for expedition, wherein also were many Britons whom he had long tried, both valiant and faithful, marches onward to the mountain Grampius, where the Britons, to the number of about 30,000, were now lodged, and still increasing, for neither would their old men, so many as were yet vigorous and lusty, be left at home, long practised in war, and every one adorned with some badge or cognizance of his warlike deeds long ago, of whom Galgacus, both by birth and merit the prime leader of their courage, though of itself hot and violent, is, by his rough oratory and detestation of servitude and the Roman yoke, said to have added much more eagerness of fight, testified by their shouts and barbarous applauses. As much did on the other side Agricola exhort his soldiers to victory and glory. As much the soldiers, by his firm and well-grounded exhortations, were all on a fire to the onset. But first he orders them on this sort. Of 8,000 auxiliary foot he makes his middle ward. On the wings 3,000 horse, the legions as a reserve, stood in array before the camp, either to seize the victory won without their own hazard, or to keep up the battle if it should need. The British powers on the hillside, as might best serve for show and terror, stood in their battalions, the first on even ground, the next rising behind as the hill ascended. The field between rung with the noise of horsemen and chariots ranging up and down. Agricola, doubting to be overwinged, stretches out his front, though somewhat with the thinnest, inasmuch that many advised to bring up the legions. Yet he, not altering, alights from his horse, and stands on foot before the ensigns. The fight began aloof, and the Britons had a certain skill with their broad swashing swords and short bucklers, either to strike aside or to bear off the darts of their enemies, and withal to send back showers of their own, until Agricola, discerning that those little targets and unwieldy glaives, ill-pointed, would soon become ridiculous against the thrust and close, commanded 3 Batavian cohorts and 2 of the Tungrians, exercised and armed for close fight, to draw up and come to handy strokes. The Batavians, as they were commanded, running in upon them, now with their long tucks thrusting at the face, now with their piked targets bearing them down, had made good riddance of them that stood below, and, for haste omitting further execution, began apace to advance uphill, seconded now by all the other cohorts. Meanwhile the horsemen fly, the charioteers mix themselves to fight among the foot, where many of their horse also fallen in disorderly, were now more a mischief to their own than before a terror to their enemies. The battle was a confused heap, the ground unequal, men, horses, chariots crowded pell-mell, sometimes in little room, by and by in large, fighting, rushing, felling, overbearing, overturning. They on the hill, which were not yet come to blows, perceiving the fewness of their enemies, came down amain, and had enclosed the Romans unawares behind, but that Agricola, with a strong body of horse, which he reserved for such a purpose, repelled them back as fast. And others, drawn off the front, were commanded to wheel about, and charge them on the backs. Then were the Romans clearly masters. They follow, they wound, they take, and, to take more, kill whom they take. The Britons, in whole troops with weapons in their hands, one while fleeing the pursuer, anon without weapons, desperately running upon the slayer. But all of them, when once they get the woods to their shelter, with fresh boldness made head again, and the forwardest on a sudden they turned and slew, the rest so hampered, as had not Agricola, who was everywhere at hand, sent out his readiest cohorts, with a part of his horse, to alight and scour the woods, they had received a foil in the midst of victory. But following with a close and orderly pursuit, the Britons fled again, and were totally scattered, till night and weariness ended the chase. And of them that day 10,000 fell, of the Romans 340, among whom Aulus Atticus, the leader of a cohort, carried with heat of youth and the fierceness of his horse too far on. The Romans, jocund of this victory and the spoil they got, spent the night, the vanquished wandering about the field, both men and women, some lamenting, some calling their lost friends or carrying off their wounded, others forsaking, some burning their own houses. And it was certain enough that there were who, with a stern compassion, laid violent hands on their wives and children, to prevent the more violent hands of hostile injury. Next day appearing, manifested more plainly the greatness of their loss received. Everywhere silence, desolation, houses burning afar off, not a man seen, all fled, and doubtful whither. Such words the scouts bringing in from all parts, and the summer now spent, no fit season to disperse a war, the Roman general leads his army among the Horestians, by whom hostages being given, he commands his admiral, with a sufficient navy, to sail round the coast of Britain. Himself, with slow marches, that his delay in passing might serve to awe those new conquered nations, bestows his army in their winter quarters. The fleet also, having fetched a prosperous and speedy compass about the isle, put in at the haven Tritolensis, now Richburg near Sandwich, from whence it first set out. And now likeliest, if not 2 years before, as was mentioned, the Romans might discover and subdue the isles of Orkney, which others, with less reason, following Eusebius and Orosius, attribute to the deeds of Claudius. These perpetual exploits abroad won him wide fame. With Domitian, under whom great virtue was as punishable as open crime, won him hatred, for he, maligning the renown of these his acts, in show decreed him honours, in secret devised his ruin. Note, post-Christ 86. Return to text. Agricola therefore commanded home for doing too much of what he was sent to do, left the province to his successor quiet and secure. Whether he, as is conjecture, were Sallustius Lucullus, or before him some other, for Suetonius only names him legate of Britain under Domitian, but further of him or aught else done here until the time of Hadrian is nowhere plainly to be found. Some gather by a preface in Tacitus to the book of his histories that what Agricola won here was soon after by Domitian, either through want of valour lost, or through envy neglected. And Juvenal the poet speaks of Arviragus in these days, and not before, king of Britain, who stood so well in his resistance as not only to be talked of at Rome, but to be held matter of a glorious triumph, if Domitian could take him captive or overcome him. Then also Claudia Rufina, the daughter of a Briton, and wife of Pudens, a Roman senator, lived at Rome, famous by the verse of Martial for beauty, wit, and learning. The next we hear of Britain is that when Trajan was emperor, it revolted and was subdued. But Hadrian next entering on the empire, they soon unsubdued themselves. Julius Severus, saith Dion, then governed the island, a prime soldier of that age. He, being called away to suppress the Jews then in tumult, left things at such a pass as caused the emperor in person to take a journey hither. Note, post Christ 122, return to text. Where many things he reformed, and as Augustus and Tiberius counselled to confine the empire within moderate bounds, he raised a wall with great stakes driven in deep, and fastened together in manner of a strong mound, 80 miles in length, to divide what was Roman from what was barbarian, as his manner was to do in other frontiers of his empire, where great rivers divided not the limits. No ancient author names the situation of this wall, but old inscriptions, and the ruin itself, yet testifies where it went along between Solway Frith by Carlisle and the mouth of the river Tyne. Hadrian, having quieted the island, took it for honour to be titled on his coin the Restorer of Britain. In his time also Priscus Licinius, as appears by an old inscription, was lieutenant here. Antoninus Pius reigning, the Brigantes, ever least patient of foreign domination, breaking in upon Genunia, which Camden guesses to be Gwynethia or North Wales, part of the Roman province, were, with the loss of much territory, driven back by Lollius Urbicus, who drew another wall of turves, in likelihood much beyond the former, and, as Camden proves, between the Frith of Dunbritton and of Edinburgh, to hedge out incursions from the north. And Seius Saturnius, as is collected from the digests, note, post Christ 144, return to text, had charge here of the Roman navy. With like success did Marcus Aurelius, note post Christ 162, return to text, the next emperor, by his legate Calphurnius Agricola, finish here a new war, Commodus after him obtaining the empire. In his time, as among so many different accounts may seem most probable, Lucius, a supposed king in some part of Britain, was the first of any king in Europe that we read of that received the Christian faith, and this nation the first that by public authority professed it. A high and singular grace from above, if sincerity and perseverance went along; otherwise an empty boast, and to be feared the verifying of that true sentence, the first shall be last. And indeed, the praise of this action is more proper to King Lucius than common to the nation, whose first professing by public authority was no real commendation of their true faith, which had appeared more sincere and praiseworthy, whether in this or any other nation, if it had been first professed without public authority, or against it, as it might else have been but outward conformity. Lucius, in our Monmouth story, is made the second by descent from Marius. Marius, the son of Arviragus, is there said to have overthrown the Picts, then first coming out of Scythia, and to have slain Roderick their king, and in sign of victory to have set up a monument of stone in the country since called Westmeria. But these things have no foundation. Coilus, the son of Marius, all his reign, which was just and peaceable, holding great amity with the Romans, left it hereditary to Lucius. He, if Bede or not, living near 500 years after, yet our ancientest author of this report, sent to Eleutherius, then Bishop of Rome, note, post Christ 181, return to text, an improbable letter, as some of the contents discover, desiring that by his appointment he and his people might receive Christianity, from whom 2 religious doctors, named in our chronicles Faganus and Deruvianus, being forthwith sent, are said to have converted and baptized well nigh the whole nation. Thence Lucius to have had the surname of Levermauer, that is to say, great light. Nor yet then first was the Christian faith here known, but even from the latter days of Tiberius, as Gildas confidently affirms, had been taught and propagated, and that, as some say, by Simon Zelotius, as others say, by Joseph of Arimathea, Barnabas, Paul, Peter, and their prime disciples. But of these matters, variously written and believed, ecclesiastical historians can best determine, as the best of them do, with little credit given to the particulars of such uncertain relations. As for Lucius, they write that after a long reign he was buried in Gloucester, but dying without issue, left the kingdom in great commotion. By truer testimony, we find that the greatest war which in those days busied Commodus was in this island. For the nations northward, notwithstanding the wall raised to keep them out, breaking in upon the Roman province, wasted wide, and both the army and the leader that came against them wholly routed and destroyed, which put the emperor in such a fear as to dispatch hither one of his best commanders, Ulpius Marcellus. Note, post-Christ 183. Return to text. He, a man endowed with all nobleness of mind, frugal and temperate, mild and magnanimous, in war bold and watchful, invincible against lucre and the assault of bribes, what with his valour and these his other virtues, quickly ended this war that looked so dangerous, and had himself like to have been ended by the peace which he brought home, for presuming to be so worthy and so good, and the envy of so worthless and so bad an emperor. After whose departure the Roman legions fell to sedition among themselves. 1,500 of them went to Rome in the name of the rest, and were so terrible to Commodus himself, as that to please them he delivered up to their care Herennius, the captain of his guard, for having in the British war removed their leaders, who were senators, and in their places put those of the equestrian order. Notwithstanding which compliance, they endeavoured here to set up another emperor against him, and Helvius Pertinax, note, post-Christ 186, return to text, who succeeded as governor, found it a work so difficult to appease them, that once, in a mutiny, he was left for dead among many slain, and though afterwards he severely punished the tumulters, was fain at length to seek a dismission from his charge. After him Claudius Albinus took the government, but he, for having to the soldiers made an oration against monarchy, by the appointment of Commodus was bid to resign to Junius Severus. Note, post-Christ 193, return to text. But Albinus, in those troublesome times ensuing under the short reign of Pertinax and Didius Julianus, found means to keep in his hands the government of Britain. Although Septimius Severus, who next held the empire, sent hither Heraclitus to displace him, but in vain, for Albinus, with all the British powers and those of Gallia, met Severus about Lyons in France, and fought a bloody battle with him for the empire, though he was at last vanquished and slain. The government of Britain Severus divided between two deputies. Till then one legate was thought sufficient. The north he committed to Virius Lupus, where the Metai, rising in arms, and the Caledonians, though they had promised the contrary to Lupus, preparing to defend them, he was so hard beset that he was compelled to buy his peace and a few prisoners with great sums of money. But hearing that Severus had now brought to an end his other wars, he writes him plainly the state of things here, quote, that the Britons of the north made war upon him, broke into the province, and harassed all the countries nigh them, so that there needed suddenly either more aid or the authority of Severus himself in person. Unquote. Severus, though now much weakened with age and the gout, yet desirous to leave some memorial of his warlike achievements here, as he had done in other places, and hoping also to withdraw by this means his two sons from the pleasures of Rome, and his soldiers from idleness, sets out with a mighty power, and far sooner than could be expected arrives in Britain. Note, post-Christ 203, return to text. The northern people, much daunted with the report of so great forces brought over with him, and yet more preparing, send ambassadors to treat of peace, and to excuse their former doings. The emperor, now loath to return home without some memorable thing done, whereby he might assume to his other titles the addition of Britannicus, delays his answer and quickens his preparations, till in the end, when all things were in readiness to follow them, they are dismissed without effect. His principal care was to have many bridges laid over bogs and rotten moors, that his soldiers might have to fight on sure footing. For it seems, through lack of tillage, the northern parts were then, as Ireland is at this day, and the inhabitants in like manner wanted to retire and defend themselves in such watery places, half naked. He also, being past Adrian's wall, note, post-Christ 209, return to text, cut down woods, made ways through hills, fastened and filled up unsound and plashy fens. Notwithstanding all this industry used, the enemy kept himself so cunningly within his best advantages, and seldom appearing, so opportunely found his times to make irruptions upon the Romans when they were most in straits and difficulties, sometimes training them on with a few cattle turned out, and when drawn within ambush, cruelly handling them, so that many a time, when they were enclosed in the midst of sloughs and quagmires, they chose rather themselves to kill such as were faint and could not shift away, than to leave them there a prey to the Caledonians. Thus lost Severus, and by sickness in those noisome places, no less than 50,000 men, and yet desisted not, though for weakness carried in a litter, till he had marched through with his army to the utmost northern verge of the isle, and the Britons, offering peace, were compelled to lose much of their country which had not before been subject to the Romans. Note, post-Christ 210, return to text. Severus, on the frontiers of what he had firmly conquered, builds a wall across the island from sea to sea, which one author judges the most magnificent of all his other deeds, and that he thence received the style of Britannicus, in length 132 miles. Orosius adds it fortified, with a deep trench, and between certain spaces many towers or battlements. The place whereof some will have to be in Scotland, the same which Lollius Urbicus had walled before. Others affirm it only Hadrian's work re-edified. Both plead authorities, and the ancient track yet visible. But this I leave among the studious of these antiquities to be discussed more at large. While peace held, the Empress Julia, meeting on a time certain British ladies, and discoursing with the wife of Argenticoxus, a Caledonian, cast out a scoff against the looseness of our island women, whose manner then was to use promiscuously the company of divers men, whom straight the British women boldly thus answered: Much better do we Britons fulfill the work of nature than you Romans. We with the best men accustom openly, you with the basest commit private adulteries. Whether she thought this answer might serve to justify the practice of her country, as when vices are compared, the greater seems to justify the less, or whether the law and custom wherein she was bred had whipped out of her conscience the better dictate of nature, and not convinced her of the shame, certain it is that, whereas other nations used a liberty not unnatural for one man to have many wives, the Britons, altogether as licentious, but more absurd and preposterous in their license, had one or many wives in common among 10 or 12 husbands, and those for the most part incestuously. But no sooner was Severus returned into the province than the Britons take arms again, against whom Severus, worn out with labours and infirmity, sends Antoninus, his eldest son, expressly commanding him to spare neither sex nor age. But Antoninus, who had his wicked thoughts taken up with the contriving of his father's death, a safer enemy than a son, did the Britons not much detriment, whereat Severus, more overcome with grief than any other malady, ended his life at York. Note, post-Christ 211, return to text. After whose decease, Antoninus Caracalla, his impious son, concluding peace with the Britons, took hostages and departed to Rome. The conductor of all this northern war Scottish writers name Donaldus, he of Monmouth Fulgentius, in the rest of his relation nothing worth. From hence, the Roman Empire declining apace, good historians growing scarce or lost, have left us little else but fragments for many years ensuing. Under Gordian the Emperor, we find by the inscription of an altar stone, note, post-Christ 259, return to text, that Nonius Philippus governed here. Under Gallienus, we read that there was a strong and general revolt from the Roman legate. Of the 30 tyrants which not long after took upon them the style of emperors, note post-Christ 259, return to text, by many coins found among us, Lollianus Victorinus, Postumus, the Tetrarchy, and Marius are conjectured to have risen or borne great sway in this island. Note post-Christ 267, return to text. Whence Porphyrius, a philosopher then living, said that Britain was a soil fruitful of tyrants, and is noted to be the first author that makes mention of the Scottish nation. While Probus was emperor, Boniface, the son of a rhetorician, bred up a Spaniard, though by descent a Briton, and a matchless drinker, nor much to be blamed, if, as they write, he were still wisest in his cups, having attained in warfare to high honours, and lastly in his charge over the German shipping, willingly as was thought miscarried, trusting on his power with the western armies, and joined with Proculus, bore himself a while for emperor. But after a long and bloody fight at Cullen, vanquished by Probus, he hanged himself, and gave occasion of a ready jest made on him for his much drinking. Here hangs a tankard, not a man. After this, Probus, with much wisdom, prevented a new rising here in Britain by the severe loyalty of Victorinus, a Moor, at whose entreaty he had placed here that governor which rebelled. For, the emperor upbraiding him with the disloyalty of the man whom he had commended, Victorinus, undertaking to set all right again, hastes thither, and, finding indeed the governor to intend sedition, by some contrivance not mentioned in the story, slew him, whose name some imagine to be Cornelius Lelianus. They write also that Probus gave leave to the Spaniards, Gauls, and Britons to plant vines, and to make wine, and, having subdued the Vandals and Burgundians in a great battle, sent over many of them hither to inhabit, where they did good service to the Romans when any insurrection happened in the isle. After whom Carus, emperor, going against the Persians, left Carinus, note post-Christ 280, return to text, one of his sons, to govern, among other western provinces, this island, with imperial authority. But him Diocletian, saluted emperor by the eastern armies, overcame and slew. About which time Carausius, note post-Christ 284, return to text, a man of low parentage, born in Menapia, about the parts of Cleves and Juliers, who, passing through all military degrees, was made at length admiral of the Belgic and Armoric seas, then much infested by the Franks and Saxons. What he took from the pirates he neither restored to the owners nor accounted for it to the public, but enriched himself therewith, and yet not scouring the seas, but conniving rather at those sea robbers, he was grown at length too great a delinquent to be less than an emperor. Note post-Christ 285, return to text. For fear and guiltiness in those days made emperors oftener than merit, and understanding that Maximilianus Herculeus, Diocletian's adopted son, was come against him into Gallia, passed over with the navy which he had made his own into Britain, and possessed the island. There, note post-Christ 286, return to text, he built a new fleet after the Roman fashion, got into his power the legion that was left there in garrison, and detained there other outlandish cohorts, and listed the very merchants and factors of Gallia, and with the allurements of spoil invited great numbers of other barbarous nations to his part, and trained them to the sea service, wherein the Romans at that time were grown so out of skill that Carausius with his navy did at sea what he listed, robbing on every coast, whereby Maximilian, being able to come no nearer than the shore of Boulogne, was forced to conclude a peace with Carausius, and yield him Britain, as one fittest to guard the province there against inroads from the north. But not long after, note post-Christ 291, return to text, Maximilian, having assumed Constantius Chlorus to the dignity of Caesar, sent him against Carausius, who, in the meanwhile, had made himself strong both within the land and without. Galfred of Monmouth writes that he made the Picts his confederates, to whom, lately come out of Scythia, he gave Albany to dwell in. And it is observed that before his time the Picts are not known to have been anywhere mentioned, and then first by Eumenius, a rhetorician. He repaired and fortified the wall of Severus with 7 castles, and a roundhouse of smooth stone on the bank of Carron, which river Sethninius was of his name so called. He built also a triumphal arch in remembrance of some victory there obtained. In France he held Gesseroricum, or Bologna, and all the Franks, which had by his permission seated themselves in Belgia, were at his devotion. But Constantius, hasting into Gallia, besieges Boulogne, and with stones and timber obstructing the port, keeps out all relief that could be sent in by Carausius, who, ere Constantius with the great fleet which he had prepared could arrive thither, was slain treacherously, note, post Christ 292, return to text, by Electus, one of his friends, who longed to step into his place, when he during 7 years, and worthily as some say, as others tyrannically, had ruled the island. So much the more did Constantius prosecute that opportunity before Electus could well strengthen his affairs, and, though in ill weather, putting to sea with all urgency from several havens to spread the terror of his landing and the doubt where to expect him, in a mist passing the British fleet unseen that lay scouting near the Isle of Wight, no sooner got ashore but he fires his own ships to leave no hope of refuge but in victory. Electus also, though now much dismayed, transfers his fortune to a battle on the shore, but encountered by Asclepiodotus, captain of the Praetorian bands, and desperately rushing on, unmindful of ordering his men or bringing them all to fight, save the accessories of his treason and his outlandish hirelings, is overthrown and slain with little or no loss to the Romans, but great execution on the Franks. His body was found almost naked in the field, for the purple robe he had thrown aside, lest it should descry him, unwilling to be found. The rest, taking flight to London, and purposing with the pillage of that city to escape by sea, are met by another part of the Roman army, whom the mist at sea disjoining had by chance brought thither, and with a new slaughter chased through all the streets. The Britons, their wives also and children, with great joy went out to meet Constantius, as one whom they acknowledged to be their deliverer from bondage and insolence. All this seems, by the account given of it by Ingenious, who was living at that time and was of Constantius's household, to have been done in the course of one continued action. So also thinks Sigonius, a learned writer, though all others allow 3 years to the tyranny of Electus. In these days were great store of workmen and excellent builders in this island, whom, after the alteration of things here, the Aeduans in Burgundy entertained to build their temples and public edifices. Diocletian, having hitherto successfully used his valor against the enemies of his empire, uses now his rage in a bloody persecution against his obedient and harmless Christian subjects, from the feeling whereof neither was this island, though most remote, far enough removed. Among them here who suffered gloriously, Aaron and Julius of Caerleon upon Usk, but chiefly Alban of Verulam, were most renowned, the story of whose martyrdom, soiled and worse martyred with the fabling zeal of some idle fanciers more fond of miracles than apprehensive of truth, deserves not longer digression. Constantius, after Diocletian, dividing the empire with Galerius, had Britain among his other provinces, where, either preparing for or returning with a victory from an expedition against the Caledonians, he died at York. Note, post Christ 306. Return to text. His son Constantine, who happily came post from Rome to Bologna, just about the time, saith Eumenius, that his father was setting sail his last time hither, and not long before his death, was by him on his deathbed named, and after his funeral by the whole army saluted, emperor. There goes a fame, and that seconded by most of our own historians, though not those the ancientest, that Constantine was born in this island, and that his mother Helena was the daughter of Coilus, a British prince. But this Prince Coilus could not surely be Coilus the father of King Lucius, whose sister she must then be, for that would make her be too old by 100 years to be the mother of Constantine. But to salve this incoherence, another Coilus is feigned to be then Earl of Colchester. To this, therefore, the Roman authors gave no testimony, except a passage or two in the panegyrics, about the sense whereof much is argued. Other writers, who lived nearest to those times, clear the doubt, and write him certainly born of a mean woman, Helena, the concubine of Constantius, at Nisus in Dardania. Note, post Christ 307. Return to text. Howbeit, ere his departure hence, he seems to have had some bickerings in the north, which, by reason of more urgent affairs, being amicably composed, he passes into Gallia, and after 4 years returns either to settle or to alter the state of things here, until a new war against Maxentius called him back, leaving Papetianus his vice-regent. He deceasing, Constantine, his eldest son, enjoyed for his part of the empire, with all the provinces that lay on this side the Alps, this island also. Note, post-Christ, 340, return to text. But falling to civil war with Constans, his brother, was by him slain, who with his third brother Constantius, coming into Britain, seized it as victor. Against him rose Magnentius, one of his chief commanders, by some affirmed the son of a Briton, he having gained on his side great forces, contested with Constantius in many battles for the sole empire, but vanquished, in the end slew himself. Note, post-Christ 350, return to text. Somewhat before this time, Gratianus Funarius, the father of Valentinian, afterwards emperor, had chief command of those armies which the Romans kept here, and the Arian doctrine, which then divided Christendom, wrought also in this island no small disturbance. A land saith Gildas, greedy of everything new, steadfast in nothing. At last, note, post-Christ 359, return to text. Constantius appointed a synod of more than 400 bishops to assemble at Arminium, at the emperor's charges, which the rest all refusing, 3 only of the British, poverty constraining them, accepted, though the other bishops among them offered to have borne their charges, esteeming it more honourable to live on the public than to be obnoxious to any private purse. Doubtless an ingenious mind, and far above the presbyters of our age, who like well to sit in assembly on the public stipend, but liked not the poverty that caused these to do so. After this, Martinus was deputed of the province, who being offended with the cruelty which Paulus, an inquisitor sent from Constantius, exercised in his inquiry after those military officers who had conspired with Magnentius, was himself laid hold on as an accessory, at which enraged he runs at Paulus with his drawn sword, but failing to kill him, turns it on himself. Next to whom, as may be guessed, Alypius was made deputy. In the meantime, Julian, whom Constantius had made Caesar, having recovered much territory about the Rhine, where the German inroads before had long insulted, to relieve those countries most ruined, causes 800 pinnaces to be built, and with them, by frequent voyages, plenty of corn to be fetched in from Britain, which even then was the usual bounty of this soil to those parts, as oft as French and Saxon pirates hindered not the transportation. While Constantius yet reigned, the Scots and Picts breaking upon the northern confines, Julian, being at Paris, sends over Lupicinus, a well-tried soldier, but a proud and covetous man, who, with the power of light-armed Herulians, Batavians, and Mysians, in the midst of winter, sailing from Bologna, arrives at Rutupii, seated on the opposite shore, and comes to London to consult there about the war, but soon after was recalled by Julian, then chosen emperor, under whom we read not of aught happening here, only that Palladius, one of his great officers, was hither banished. This year, Valentinian being emperor, the Atticots, Picts, and Scots roving up and down, and last the Saxons, with perpetual landings and invasions, harried the south coast of Britain, slew Nectaridius, who governed the sea borders, and Bulcobides with his forces by an ambush. With which news Valentinian, not a little perplexed, sends first Severus, high steward of his house, and soon recalls him, and then Juvenus, who, intimating the necessity of greatest supplies, he sent at length Theodosius, a man of tried valor and experience, father to the first emperor of that name. He, note, post-Christ 364, return to text, with selected numbers out of the legions and cohorts, crosses the sea from Bologna to Rutupii, from whence, with the Batavians, Herulians, and other legions that arrived soon after, he marches to London, and, dividing his forces into several bodies, sets upon the dispersed and plundering enemy, laden with spoil, from whom, recovering the booty which they led away, and were forced to leave there with their lives, he restores all to the right owners, save a small portion to his wearied soldiers, and enters London victoriously, which, after having been for some time involved in many straits and difficulties, was now revived as with a great deliverance. The numerous enemy with whom he had to deal was of different nations, and the war scattered, which Theodosius, getting daily some intelligence from fugitives and prisoners, resolves to carry on by sudden parties and surprisals rather than by set battles. Nor omits he to proclaim indemnity to such as would lay down their arms and accept a peace, which brought in many. Yet all this not ending the work, he requires that Civilis, a man of much uprightness, might be sent him, to be as deputy of the island, and Dulcitius a famous captain. Thus was Theodosius busied, besetting with ambushes the roving enemy, repressing his inroads, restoring cities and castles to their former safety and defence, laying everywhere the firm foundation of a long peace, when Valentinus, note, post Christ 368, return to text, a Pannonian, for some great offence banished into Britain, conspiring with certain exiles and soldiers against Theodosius, whose worth he dreaded as the only obstacle to his greater design of gaining the isle into his power, is discovered, and with his chief accomplices delivered over to condign punishment. Against the rest, Theodosius, with a wise lenity, suffered not inquisition to proceed too rigorously, lest the fear thereof appertaining to so many occasion might arise of new trouble in a time so unsettled. This done, he applies himself to reform things out of order, raises on the confines many strongholds, and in them appoints due and diligent watches, and so reduced all things out of danger that the province, which but lately was under the command of the enemy, became now wholly Roman, and received the new name of Valentia from Valentinian, and the city of London that of Augusta. Thus Theodosius, nobly acquitting himself in all affairs, with general applause of the whole province, accompanied to the seaside, returns to Valentinian, who about 5 years after sent hither Fraumarius, a king of the Almans, note, post Christ 373, return to text, with the authority of a tribune over his own country forces, which then, both for number and good service, were in high esteem. Against Gratian, who succeeded in the Western Empire, Maximus, a Spaniard, and one who had served in the British wars with the younger Theodosius, for he also, either with his father or not long after him, seems to have done something in this island, and now general of the Roman armies here, either discontented that Theodosius was preferred before him to the empire, or constrained by the soldiers who hated Gratian, assumes the imperial purple. Note, post Christ 383, return to text. And having attained victory against the Scots and Picts, with the flower and strength of Britain, passes into France, there slays Gratian, and without much difficulty, during the space of 5 years, note, post Christ 388, return to text, obtains his part of the empire, but is overthrown at length and slain by Theodosius, with whom perishing most of his followers, or not returning out of Armorica, which Maximus had given them to possess, the south of Britain, by this means exhausted of her youth and what there was of Roman soldiers on the confines drawn off, became a prey to savage invasions. Note, post Christ 388, return to text. Of Scots from the Irish seas, of Saxons from the German, of Picts from the north. Against them first Chrysanthus, the son of Marcian, a bishop, made deputy of Britain by Theodosius, demeaned himself worthily. Note, post Christ 389, return to text. Then Stilicho, a man of great power, whom Theodosius, dying, left protector of his son Honorius, either came in person, or sending over sufficient aid, repressed them, and, as it seems, new fortified the wall against them. But that legion being called away, when the Roman armies from all parts hastened to relieve Honorius, note, post Christ 402, return to text. Then besieged in Asta of Piedmont by Alaric the Goth, Britain was left exposed as before to those barbarous robbers. Lest any wonder how the Scots came to infest Britain from the Irish Sea, it must be understood that the Scots not many years before had been driven all out of Britain by Maximus, and their king Ingenious slain in fight, as their own annals report, whereby it seems that wandering up and down without any certain seat, they lived by scumming those seas and shores as pirates. But more authentic writers confirm us that the Scots, whoever they might be originally, came first into Ireland and dwelt there, and named it Scotia long before the north of Britain took that name. Orosius, who lived at this time, writes that Ireland was then inhabited by Scots. About this time, note, post-Christ, 405, return to text. Though troublesome, Pelagius in Britain found the church, and is largely writ against by St. Austin. But the Roman powers which were called into Italy when once the fear of Alaric was over, made return into several provinces, and perhaps Victorinus of Tolosa, whom Rutilius the poet much commends, might be then prefect of this island, if it were not he whom Stilicho sent hither. Buchanan writes that, endeavouring to reduce the Picts into a province, he gave the occasion of their calling back Fergusius and the Scots, whom Maximus, with their help, had quite driven out of the island. And indeed, the verses of that poet speak him to have been active in those parts. But the time which is assigned him later by Buchanan, after Gratianus Municeps, by Camden, after Constantine the tyrant, accords not with that which follows in the plain course of history. Note, post-Christ 407, return to text. For the Vandals, having broke in and wasted all Belgia, even to those places from whence easiest passage is into Britain, the Roman forces here, doubting to be suddenly invaded, were all in uproar, and in tumultuous manner set up Marcus, who, it may seem, was then deputy. But him, not found agreeable to their heady courses, they as hastily kill, for the giddy favour of a mutinying rout is as dangerous as their fury. The like they do by Gratian, a British Roman, in 4 months advanced, adored, and destroyed. There was among them a common soldier whose name was Constantine. With him, on a sudden, so taken they are, upon the conceit put in them of the luckiness in his name, as, without other visible merit, to create him emperor. It fortuned that the man had not his name for naught. So well he knew to lay hold and make good use of an unexpected offer. He, therefore, with a weakened spirit, to the extent of his fortune dilating his mind, which in his mean condition before lay contracted and shrunk up, orders with good advice his military affairs, and with the whole force of the province, and what of British was able to bear arms, he passed into France, aspiring at least to an equal share with Honorius in the empire, where by the valour of Eudobicus, a Frank, and Gerontius, a Briton, and partly by persuasion, gaining all in his way, he came to Arles. With like felicity by his son Constans, whom of a monk he had made a Caesar, and by the conduct of Gerontius, he reduces all Spain to his obedience. But Constans, after this, displacing Gerontius, the affairs of Constantine soon went to wreck. For he, by this means alienated, set up Maximus, one of his friends, against him in Spain. Note, post-Christ 409, return to text. And passing into France, took Vienna by assault, and having slain Constans in that city, calls on the Vandals against Constantine, who, by him incited breaking forward, overrun most part of France. But when Constantius Comes, the emperor's general, with a strong power came out of Italy, Gerontius, deserted by his own forces, retires into Spain, where also, growing into contempt with the soldiers after his flight out of France, by whom his house in the night was beset, having first with a few of his servants defended himself valiantly, and slain above 300, though when his darts and other weapons were spent he might have escaped at a private door, as all his servants did, not enduring to leave his wife Naunicia, whom he loved, to the violence of an enraged crew, he first cuts off the head of his friend Alanus, as was agreed. Next, his wife, though loath and delaying, yet by her entreated and importuned, refusing to outlive her husband, he dispatches. For which her resolution, so Zominus, an ecclesiastic writer, gives her high praise, both as a wife and as a Christian. Last of all, against himself he turns his sword, but missing the mortal place, with his poniard, finishes the work. Thus far is pursued the story of a famous Briton, related negligently by our other historians. As for Constantine, his ending was not answerable to his setting out, for he, with his other son Julian, being besieged by Constantius in Arles, and mistrusting the change of his wonted success, to save his head poorly turns priest, but that not availing him, is carried into Italy, and there put to death, having 4 years acted the emperor. While these things were doing, the Britons at home, destitute of Roman aid, and the chief strength of their own youth, that went first with Maximus, then with Constantine, not returning home, vexed and harassed by their wonted enemies, had sent messages to Honorius. But he, at that time not being able to defend Rome itself, which in the same year was taken by Alaric, advises them by his letter to consult how best they might provide for their own safety, and acquits them of the Roman jurisdiction. They, therefore, thus relinquished, and by all right the government relapsing into their own hands, thenceforth betook themselves to live after their own laws, defending their bounds as well as they were able. And the Armoricans, who not long after were called the Britons of France, followed their example. Thus expired this great empire of the Romans, first in Britain, and soon after in Italy itself, having borne chief sway in this island, though never thoroughly subdued, or all at once in subjection, if we reckon from the coming in of Julius Caesar to the taking of Rome by Alaric, in which year Honorius wrote those letters of discharge into Britain, for the space of 462 years. And with the empire fell also what before in this western world was chiefly Roman: learning, valor, eloquence, history, civility, and even language itself. All these together, as it were, with equal pace, diminishing and decaying. Henceforth we are to steer by another sort of authors, near enough in situation to the things they write of as they happened in their own country, if that would serve, and in time not much belated, some of them being of equal age, but in expression barbarous, and, to say how judicious, I suspend a while. This we must expect, in civil matters to find them dubious relators, and still to the best advantage of what they term Holy Church, meaning indeed themselves, in most other matters of religion, blind, astonished, and struck with superstition, as with a planet, in one word, monks. Yet these guides, where can be had no better, must be followed. In gross it may be true enough. In circumstances, every reader, as his judgment guides him, may reserve his faith or bestow it. But so different a state of things requires a several relation. End of the second book of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The third book of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The third book. This third book, having to tell of accidents as various and exemplary as the intermission or change of a government hath anywhere brought forth, may deserve attention more than common, and repay it with like benefit to them who can judiciously read, considering especially that the late civil broils here in England had cast us into a condition not much unlike to what the Britons then were in when the imperial jurisdiction, departing hence, left them to the sway of their own councils, which times, by comparing seriously with these latter, and that confused anarchy with this interreign, we may be able, from such two remarkable turns of state, producing like effects among us, to raise a knowledge of ourselves both great and weighty, by judging hence what kind of men the Britons generally are in matters of so high enterprise, how by nature, industry, or custom fitted to attempt or undergo matters of so main consequence. For if it be a high point of wisdom in every private man, much more is it in a nation to know itself, rather than, puffed up with vulgar flatteries and encomiums for want of self-knowledge, to enterprise rashly and come off miserably in great undertakings. Note: the following paragraphs, marked with inverted commas, have been omitted in all the former editions of our author's History of Britain, except that published in the collection of his works 1738, second volume folio, and the subsequent edition in quarto. Return to text. Of those who swayed most in the late troubles, few words as to this point may suffice. They had arms, leaders, and successes to their wish, but to make use of so great an advantage was not their skill. To other causes, therefore, and not to the want of force or warlike manhood in the Britons, both those and these lately, we must impute to the ill husbanding of those fair opportunities, which might seem to have put liberty, so long desired, like a bride into their hands. Of which other causes, equally belonging to ruler, priest, and people, above hath been related, which, as they brought those ancient natives to misery and ruin, by liberty, which rightly used might have made them happy, so brought they these of late, after many labours, much bloodshed, and vast expense, to ridiculous frustration, in whom the like defects, the like miscarriages notoriously appeared, with vices not less hateful or inexcusable. For a parliament being called to redress many things, as it was thought, the people, with great courage and expectation to be eased of what discontented them, chose to their behoof in Parliament such as they thought to be best effective to the public good, and some, indeed, men of wisdom and integrity. The rest, to be sure the greater part, whom wealth or ample possessions, or bold and active ambition, rather than merit, had commended to the same place. But when once the superficial zeal and popular fumes that actuated their new magistracy were cooled and spent in them, straight every one betook himself, setting the commonwealth behind and his private ends before, to do as his own profit or ambition led him. Then was justice delayed, and soon after denied. Spite and favour determined all. Hence faction, thence treachery, both at home and in the field. Everywhere wrong and oppression, foul and horrid deeds committed daily, or maintained in secret or in open. Some who had been called from shops and warehouses, without other merit, to sit in supreme councils and committees, as their breeding was, fell to huckster the commonwealth. Others did thereafter as men could soothe and humour them best. So he who would give most, or under cover of hypocritical zeal insinuate basest, enjoyed unworthily the rewards of learning and fidelity, or escaped the punishment of his crimes and misdeeds. Their votes and ordinances, which men looked should have contained the repealing of bad laws and the immediate constitution of better, resounded with nothing else but new impositions, taxes, excises, yearly, monthly, weekly, not to reckon the offices, gifts, and preferments bestowed and shared among themselves. They, in the meanwhile, who were ever faithfulest to this cause, and freely aided them in person or with their substance, when they durst not compel either, were slighted and bereaved after of their just debts by greedy sequestrations, and were tossed up and down after miserable attendance from one committee to another with petitions in their hands, yet either missed the obtaining of their suit, or, though it were at length granted, mere shame and reason ofttimes extorting from them at least a show of justice, yet by their sequestrators and subcommittees abroad, men for the most part of insatiable hands and notable disloyalty, those orders were commonly disobeyed, which for certain durst not have been without secret compliance, if not compact, with some superiors able to bear them out. Thus were their friends confiscate in their enemies, while they forfeited their debtors to the state, as they called it, but indeed to the ravening seizure of innumerable thieves in office, yet were withal no less burdened in all extraordinary assessments and oppressions than those whom they took to be disaffected. Nor were we happier creditors to what we called the state than to them who were sequestered as the state's enemies. For that faith which ought to have been kept as sacred and inviolable as anything holy, namely the public faith, after infinite sums received, and all the wealth of the church, not better employed, but swallowed up into a private gulf, was not ere long ashamed to confess bankrupt. And now besides the sweetness of bribery and other gain, with the love of rule, their own guiltiness, and the dreaded name of just account, which the people had long called for, discovered plainly that there were of their own number who secretly contrived and fomented those troubles and combustions in the land which openly they sat to remedy, and would continually find such work as should keep them from being ever brought to that terrible stand of laying down their authority for lack of new business, or not drawing it out to any length of time, though upon the ruin of a whole nation. And if the state were in this plight, religion was not in much better, to reform which a certain number of divines were called, who were neither chosen by any rule or custom ecclesiastical, nor eminent for either piety or knowledge above others who were left out, only as each member of Parliament in his private fancy thought fit, so were they elected one by one. The most part of them were such as had preached and cried down with great show of zeal the avarice and pluralities of bishops and prelates, declaring that one cure of souls was a full employment for one spiritual pastor, how able soever, if not a charge rather above human strength. Yet these conscientious men, ere any part of the work was done for which they came together, and that on the public salary, wanted not boldness, to the ignominy and scandal of their pastor-like profession, and especially of their boasted reformation, to seize into their hands, or not unwillingly to accept, besides one, sometimes two or more of the best livings, collegiate masterships in the universities, and rich lectures in the city, setting sail to all winds that might blow gain into their covetous bosoms. By which means these great rebukers of non-residence, among so many distant cures, were not ashamed to be seen so quickly pluralists and non-residents themselves, to a fearful condemnation doubtless by their own mouths. And yet the main doctrine for which they took such pay, and insisted upon with more vehemence than gospel, was but to tell us in effect that their doctrine was worth nothing, and the spiritual power of their ministry less available than bodily compulsion, persuading the magistrate to use it as a stronger means to subdue and bring in conscience than evangelical persuasion, distrusting the virtue of their own spiritual weapons, which were given them, if they be rightly called, with full warrant of sufficiency, to pull down all thoughts and imaginations that exalt themselves against God. But while they taught compulsion without convincement, which not long before they complained of, as executed unchristianly against themselves, these intents are clear to have been no better than anti-Christian, setting up a spiritual tyranny by a secular power to the advancing of their own authority above the magistrate, whom they would have made their executioner, to punish church delinquencies, whereof civil laws have no cognizance. And well did their disciples manifest themselves to be no better principled than their teachers, trusted with committeeships and other gainful offices upon their commendations for zealous, and as they stick not to term them, godly men, but executing their places like children of the devil, unfaithfully, unjustly, unmercifully, and where not corruptly, stupidly. So that between them, the teachers, and these, the disciples, there hath not been a more ignominious and mortal wound to faith, to piety, to the work of reformation, nor more cause of blaspheming given to the enemies of God and truth, since the first preaching of reformation. The people, therefore, looking one while on the statists, whom they beheld without constancy or firmness, labouring doubtfully beneath the weight of their own too high undertakings, busiest in petty things, trifling in the main, deluded and quite alienated, expressed in divers ways their disaffection, some despising those persons whom before they had honoured, some deserting, some inveighing, some conspiring against them. Then, looking on the churchmen, whom they saw under subtle hypocrisy to have preached their own follies, most of them, not the gospel, and to be time-servers, covetous, illiterate, persecutors, not lovers of the truth, and to be like their predecessors in most of the vices whereof they had accused them. Looking on all this, the people, which had been kept warm a while in the counterfeit zeal of their pulpits, after a false heat became more cold and obdurate than before, some turning to lewdness, some to flat atheism, put beside their old religion, and foully scandalized in what they expected should be the new. Thus they who of late were extolled as our greatest deliverers, and had the people wholly at their devotion, by so discharging their trust as we see, did not only weaken and unfit themselves to be dispensers of what liberty they pretended, but unfitted also the people, now grown worse and more disordinate, to receive or to digest any liberty at all. For stories teach us that liberty sought out of season in a corrupt and degenerate age brought Rome itself to a farther slavery. For liberty hath a sharp and double edge, fit only to be handled by just and virtuous men. To the bad and dissolute it becomes a mischief, unwieldy in their own hands. Neither is it completely given but by them who have the happy skill to know what is grievance and unjust to a people, and how to remove it wisely, what good laws are wanting, and how to frame them substantially, that good men may enjoy the freedom which they merit, and the bad feel the curb which they need. But to do this, and to know these exquisite proportions, the heroic wisdom which is required surmounted far the principles of these narrow politicians. What wonder then was it if they sunk, as these unfortunate Britons had done before them, entangled and oppressed with things too hard and generous, above their strain and temper? For Britain, to speak a truth not often spoken, as it is a land fruitful enough of men stout and courageous in war, so it is naturally not over fertile of men able to govern justly and prudently in peace, trusting only in their own mother wit, who consider not justly that civility, prudence, love of the public good, more than of money or vain honour, are to this soil in a manner outlandish, grow not here, but in minds well implanted with solid and elaborate breeding, too impolitic else and rude, if not headstrong and intractable to the industry and virtue either of executing or understanding true civil government, valiant indeed and prosperous to win a field, but to know the end and reason of winning, unjudicious and unwise, in good or bad success alike unteachable. For the sun which we want ripens wits as well as fruits, and as wine and oil are imported to us from abroad, so must ripe understanding and many civil virtues be imported into our minds from foreign writings and examples of best ages. We shall else miscarry still, and come short in the attempts of any great enterprise. Hence did their victories prove as fruitless as their losses dangerous, and left them, though still conquering, under the same grievances that men suffer when they are conquered, which was indeed unlikely to go otherwise, unless men, more than vulgar, read up, as few of them were, in the knowledge of ancient and illustrious deeds, invincible against many and vain titles, and free from partiality to friendships and relations, had conducted their affairs. But in the late times, from the chapman to the retailer, many whose ignorance was more audacious than the rest were admitted with all their sordid rudiments to bear no mean sway among them, both in church and state. From the confluence of all their errors, mischiefs, and misdemeanors, what, in the eyes of man, could be expected but what befell those ancient inhabitants, whom they so much resembled? Confusion in the end. But on these things, and this parallel having enough insisted, I return to the story which gave us the matter of this digression. The Britons thus, as we heard, being left without protection from the empire, and the land in a manner emptied of all her youth, consumed in wars abroad, or not caring to return home, and those who remained in the island, being through long subjection grown servile in mind, slothful of body, and with the use of arms unacquainted, sustained but ill for many years the violence of those barbarous invaders who now daily grew upon them. For although at first greedy of change, and to be thought the leading nation to freedom from the Roman Empire, they seemed a while to bestir themselves with a show of diligence in their new affairs, some secretly aspiring to rule, others adoring the name of liberty. Yet, so soon as they felt by proof the weight of what it was to govern well themselves, and what was wanting within them, not stomach or the love of license, but the wisdom, the virtue, the labour, to use and maintain true liberty, they soon remitted their heat, and shrunk more wretchedly under the burden of their own liberty than before under a foreign yoke. Insomuch that the residue of those Romans which had planted themselves here, despairing of their ill deportment at home, and weak resistance in the field by those few who had the courage or the strength to bear arms, 9 years after the sacking of Rome, removed out of Britain into France. Note, post-Christ 418, return to text. Hiding for haste great part of their treasure, which was never after found. And now again the Britons, no longer able to support themselves against the prevailing enemy, solicit Honorius to their aid. Note, post-Christ 422, return to text. With mournful letters, embassies, and vows of perpetual subjection to Rome, if the northern foe were but repulsed. He, at their request, spares them 1 legion, which, with great slaughter of the Scots and Picts, drove them beyond the borders, rescued the Britons, and advised them to build a wall across the island between sea and sea, from the place where Edinburgh now stands to the frith of Dunbritain, by the city of Alcluith. But the material, being only turf, and by the rude multitude unartificially built up without better direction, availed them little. Note, post-Christ 423, return to text. For no sooner was the legion departed, but greedy spoilers, returning, land in great numbers from their boats and pinnaces, wasting, slaying, and treading down all before them. Then our messengers again posted to Rome in lamentable sort, beseeching that they would not suffer a whole province to be destroyed, and the Roman name, so honourable yet among them, to become the subject of barbarian scorn and insolence. The emperor, at their sad complaint, with what speed was possible, sent to their succour, who, coming suddenly on those ravenous multitudes that minded only spoil, surprised them with terrible slaughter. They who escaped fled back to those seas from whence yearly they were wont to arrive, and returned laden with booties. But the Romans, who came not now to rule, but charitably to aid, declaring that it stood not longer with the ease of their affairs to make such laborious voyages in pursuit of so base and vagabond robbers, of whom neither glory was to be got nor gain, exhorted them to manage their own warfare, and to defend, like men, their country, their wives, their children, and what was to be dearer than life, their liberty, against an enemy not stronger than themselves, if their own sloth and cowardice had not made them so, if they would but only find hands to grasp defensive arms, rather than basely stretch them out to receive bonds. They gave them also their help to build a new wall, not of earth as the former, but of stone, both at the public cost and by particular contributions, traversing the isle in a direct line from east to west, between certain cities placed there as frontiers to bear off the enemy, where Severus had walled once before. They raised it 12 foot high and 8 broad. Along the south shore, because from thence also like hostility was feared, they placed towers by the seaside at certain distances for safety of the coast. Withal, they instruct them in the art of war, leaving patterns of the arms and weapons behind them, and with animating words and many lessons of valor to a faint-hearted audience, bid them finally farewell, without purpose to return. And these 2 friendly expeditions, the last of any hither by the Romans, were performed, as may be gathered out of Beda and Diaconus, the 2 last years of Honorius. Their leader, as some modernly write, was Gallio of Ravenna. Buchanan, who departs not much from the fables of his predecessor Boadicea, names him Maximianus, and brings against him to this battle Fergus, King of Scots, after their second supposed coming into Scotland, Durstus, King of Picts, both there slain, and Dionath, an imaginary king of Britain, or Duke of Cornwall, who improbably sided with them against his own country, hardly escaping. With no less exactness of particular circumstances, he takes upon him to relate all those tumultuary inroads of the Scots and Picts into Britain, as if they had but yesterday happened, their order of battle, manner of fight, number of slain, articles of peace, things whereof Gildas and Beda are utterly silent, authors to whom the Scotch writers have none to cite comparable in antiquity, no more therefore to be believed for bare assertions, however quaintly dressed, than our Geoffrey of Monmouth, when he varies most from authentic story. But either the inbred vanity of some, in that respect unworthily called historians, or the fond zeal of praising their nations above truth, hath so far transported them, that where they find nothing faithfully to relate, they fall confidently to invent what they think may either best set off their history, or magnify their country. The Scots and Picts, in manners differing somewhat from each other, but still unanimous to rob and spoil, hearing that the Romans intended not to return from their gorochs or leathern frigates, pour out themselves in swarms upon the land, more confident than ever, and from the north end of the isle to the very wall's side, then first took possession as inhabitants, while the Britons, with idle weapons in their hands, stand trembling on the battlements, till the half-naked barbarians, with their long and formidable iron hooks, pull them down headlong. The rest, not only quitting the wall, but towns and cities, leave them to the bloody pursuer, who follows, killing, wasting, and destroying all in his way. From these confusions arose a famine, and from thence discord and civil commotion among the Britons, each man living by what he robbed or took violently from his neighbour. When all stores were consumed and spent where men inhabited, they betook them to the woods, and lived by hunting, which was their only sustainment. To the heaps of these evils from without were added new divisions within the church. For Agricola, the son of Severianus, a Pelagian bishop, had spread his doctrine wide among the Britons, not uninfected before. The sounder part, neither willing to embrace his opinion to the overthrow of divine grace, nor able to refute him, crave assistance from the churches of France, who send them Germanus, bishop of Auxerre, and Lupus, bishop of Troyes. They, by continual preaching in churches, note post-Christ 426, return to text, in streets, in fields, and not without miracles, as is written, confirmed some, regained others, and at Verulam, in a public disputation, put to silence their chief adversaries. This reformation in the church was believed to be the cause of their success a while after in the field. For the Saxons and Picts, with joint force, note post-Christ 430, return to text, which was no new thing before the Saxons at least had any dwelling in this island, during the abode of Germanus here had made a strong impression from the north. The Britons, marching out against them, and mistrusting their own power, sent to Germanus and his colleague, reposing more in the spiritual strength of those two men than of their own thousands armed. They came, and their presence in the camp was not less than if a whole army had come to second them. It was then the time of Lent, and the people, instructed by the daily sermons of these two pastors, came flocking to receive baptism. There was a place in the camp set apart as a church, and tricked up with boughs upon Easter Day. The enemy, understanding this, and that the Britons were taken up with religious ceremonies more than with feats of arms, advances after the Paschal feast as to a certain victory. German, who also had intelligence of their approach, undertakes to be captain that day, and riding out with selected troops to discover what advantages the place might offer, lights on a valley compassed about with hills, by which the enemy was to pass, and placing there his ambush, warns them that what word they heard him pronounce aloud, the same they should repeat with universal shout. The enemy passes on securely, and German thrice aloud cries, "Hallelujah!" which, answered by the soldiers with a sudden burst of clamour, is from the hills and valleys redoubled. The Saxons and Picts on a sudden, supposing it the noise of a huge host, throw themselves into flight, casting down their arms, and great numbers of them are drowned in the river which they had newly passed. This victory, thus won without hands, left to the Britons plenty of spoil, and the person and the preaching of German greater authority and reverence than before. And the exploit might pass for current if Constantius, the writer of his life in the next age, had resolved us how the British army came to want baptizing. For of any paganism at that time, or long before, in the land, we read not, or that Pelagianism was rebaptized. The place of this victory, as is reported, was in Flintshire, by a town called Guidkirk and the river Allen, where a field retains the name of Mace German to this day. But so soon as German was returned home, note post-Christ 431, return to text. The Scots and Picts, though now so many of them Christians that Palladius, a deacon, was ordained and sent by Celestine the Pope to be a bishop over them, were not so well reclaimed, or not so many of them, as to cease from doing mischief to their neighbours, where they found no impediment to their falling in yearly as they were wont. They therefore, of the Britons who perhaps were not yet wholly ruined in the strongest and southwest parts of the isle, note post-Christ 446, return to text, send letters to Aetius, then for the third time consul of Rome, with this superscription: to Aetius, thrice consul, the groans of the Britons. And after a few words, thus: the barbarians drive us to the sea drives us back to the barbarians. Thus, bandied up and down between two deaths, we perish either by the sword or by the sea. But the empire, at that time overspread with Huns and Vandals, was not in a condition to lend them aid. Thus, rejected and wearied out with continual flying from place to place, but more afflicted with famine, which then grew outrageous among them, many for hunger yielded to the enemy. Others, either more resolute or less exposed to wants, keeping within woods and mountainous places, not only defended themselves, but, sallying out, at length gave a stop to the insulting foe, with many seasonable defeats, led by some eminent person, as may be thought, who exhorted them not to trust in their own strength, but in divine assistance. And perhaps no other assistance is here meant than the foresaid deliverance by German, if computation would permit, which Gildas either not much regarded or might mistake. But that he tarried so long here, the writers of his life assent not. End of Part 1 of the third book of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 2 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Finding therefore such opposition, the Scots and Irish robbers, for so they are indifferently termed, without delay get them home. The Picts, as before was mentioned, then first began to settle in the utmost parts of the island, using now and then to make inroads upon the Britons. But they, in the meanwhile, thus rid of their enemies, begin afresh to till the ground, which, after cessation, yields her fruit in such abundance as had not formerly been known for many ages. But wantonness and luxury, the wonted companions of plenty, grow up as fast, and with them, if Gildas deserve belief, all other vices incident to human corruption. That which he notes especially to be the chief of perverting of all good in the land, and so continued in his days, was the hatred of truth, and all such as durst appear to vindicate and maintain it. Against them, as against the only disturbers, all the malice of the land was bent. Lies and falsities, and such as could best invent them, were only in request. Evil was embraced for good, wickedness honoured and esteemed as virtue, and this quality their valour had, against a foreign enemy to be ever backward and heartless, to civil broils eager and prompt, in matters of government and the search of truth weak and shallow, in falsehood and wicked deeds pregnant and industrious. Pleasing to God or not pleasing with them weighed alike, and the worst, most and end, was the weightier. All things were done contrary to public welfare and safety, nor only by secular men, for the clergy also, whose example should have guided others, were as vicious and corrupt. Many of them besotted with continual drunkenness, or swollen with pride and wilfulness, full of contention, full of envy, indiscreet, incompetent judges to determine what in the practice of life is good or evil, what lawful or unlawful. Thus furnished with judgment, and for manners thus qualified, both priests and laymen, they agree to choose them several kings of their own, as near as might be like as themselves. And the words of my author import as much. Kings were anointed, saith he, not of God's anointing, but such as were cruelest, and soon after, as inconsiderately, without examining the truth, put to death by their anointers, to set up others more fierce and proud. As for the election of their kings, and that they had not all one monarch, appears both in ages past and by the sequel. It began, as nigh as may be guessed, either this year, note, post-Christ 447, return to text, or the following, when they saw the Romans had quite deserted their claim. About which time also Pelagianism again prevailing by means of some few, the British clergy, too weak it seems at dispute, entreat the second time Germanus to their assistance, who, coming with Severus, a disciple of Lupus, that was his former associate, stands not now to argue, for the people generally continue right, but inquiring those authors of new disturbance, adjudges them to banishment. They, therefore, by consent of all, were delivered to Germanus, who, carrying them over with him, note, post-Christ 448, return to text, disposed of them in such place where neither they could infect others, and were themselves under cure of better instruction. But Germanus the same year died in Italy, and the Britons not long after found themselves again in much perplexity, with no slight rumour that their old troublers, the Scots and Picts, had prepared a strong invasion, purposing to kill all, and dwell themselves in the land from end to end. But ere their coming in, as if the instruments of divine justice had been at strife, which of them first should destroy a wicked nation, the pestilence, forestalling the sword, left scarce enough of them alive to bury the dead, and for that time, as one extremity keeps off another, preserved the land from a worse encumbrance of those barbarous dispossessors whom the contagion gave not leave now to enter far. And yet the Britons, nothing bettered by these heavy judgments, the one threatened, the other felt, instead of acknowledging the hand of heaven, run to the palace of their king Vortigern with complaints and cries of what they suddenly feared from the Pictish invasion. Vortigern, who at that time was chief rather than sole king, unless the rest had perhaps left their dominions to the common enemy, is said by him of Monmouth to have procured the death first of Constantine, then of Constans his son, who of a monk was made king, and by that means to have usurped the crown. But they who can remember how Constantine, with his son Constans the monk, the one made emperor, the other Caesar, perished in France, may discern the simple fraud of this fable. But Vortigern, however he may have come to reign, is deciphered by truer stories as a proud, unfortunate tyrant, and yet is said to have been much beloved of the people, because his vices sorted so well with theirs. For neither was he skilled in war, nor wise in counsel, but covetous, lustful, luxurious, and prone to all vice, wasting the public treasure in gluttony and riot, careless of the common danger, and, through a haughty ignorance, unapprehensive of his own. Nevertheless, importuned and awakened at length by unusual clamours of the people, He summons a general council to provide some better means than heretofore had been used against these continual annoyances from the north, wherein, by advice of all, it was determined that the Saxons should be invited into Britain against the Scots and Picts, whose breaking in they either shortly expected or already found they had not strength enough to oppose. The Saxons were a barbarous and heathen nation, famous for nothing else but robberies and cruelties done to all their neighbours, both by sea and land, in particular to this island. Witness that military force which the Roman emperors maintained here purposely against them, under a special commander whose title, as is found on good record, was Count of the Saxon Shore in Britain, and the many mischiefs done by their landing here, both alone and with the Picts, as above hath been related, witness as much. They were a people thought by good writers to be descended of the Sacae, a kind of Scythians in the north of Asia, and to have been thence called Sacassans, or sons of the Sacae, who, with a flood of other northern nations, came into Europe toward the declining of the Roman Empire, and using piracy from Denmark all along these seas, possessed at length by intrusion all that coast of Germany and the Netherlands, which took thence the name of Old Saxony, lying between the Rhine and Elbe, and from thence north as far as Edora, the river bounding Holsatia. Though not so firmly or so largely, but that their multitude wandered yet uncertain of an habitation. Such guests as these the Britons resolve now to send for, and entreat into their houses and possessions, at whose very name heretofore they trembled afar off. So much do men through impatience count ever that the heaviest which they bear at present, and to remove the evil which they suffer, care not though they act in such a manner as to pull on a greater, as if variety and change in evil also were acceptable. Or whether it be that men, in the despair of better, imagine fondly a kind of refuge in a change from one misery to another. The Britons, therefore, with Vortigern, who was then accounted king over them all, resolve in full council to send ambassadors of their choicest men with great gifts, and saith a Saxon writer in these words, desiring their aid. Quote, "Worthy Saxons, hearing the fame of your prowess, the distressed Britons, wearied out and overpressed by a continual invading enemy, have sent us to beseech your aid. They have a land fertile and spacious, which to your commands they bid us surrender. Heretofore we have lived with freedom under the obedience and protection of the Roman Empire. Next to them we know none worthier than yourselves, and therefore we come suppliants to your valor. Leave us not below our present enemies, and to aught by you imposed willingly we shall submit." Unquote. Yet Ethelbert writes not that they promised subjection, but only amity and league. They, therefore, who had chief rule among them, hearing themselves entreated by the Britons, to that which gladly they would have wished to obtain of them by entreating, to the British embassy returned this answer, quote, "Be assured henceforth of the Saxons as of faithful friends to the Britons, no less ready to stand by them in their need than in their best of fortune." Unquote. The ambassadors returned joyful, and with news as welcome to their country, whose sinister fate had now blinded them for destruction. The Saxons, consulting first their gods, for they had answer that the land whereto they went, they should hold 300 years, half that time conquering and half quietly possessing, furnish out 3 long galleys or keels, with a chosen company of warlike youth, under the conduct of 2 brothers, Hengist and Horsa, descended in the 4th degree from Woden, from whom, deified for the fame of his acts, most kings of those nations derived their pedigree. These, and either mixed with these, or soon after by themselves, 2 other tribes or neighboring people called Jutes and Angles, the one from Jutland, the other from Anglen, by the city of Slesvig, both provinces of Denmark, arrive in the 1st year of Martin the Greek emperor, from the birth of Christ 450 years, received with much goodwill of the people first, than of the king, who, after some assurances given and taken, bestows on them the island of Thanet, where they first landed, hoping they might be made hereby more eager against the Picts, when they fought as for their own country, and more loyal to the Britons, from whom they had received a place to dwell in, which before they wanted. The British Nennius writes that these brethren were driven into exile out of Germany, and to Vortigern, who reigned in much fear, one while of the Picts, then of the Romans and Ambrosius, came opportunely into the haven. For it was the custom in old Saxony, when their numerous offspring overflowed the narrowness of their bounds, to send them out by lot into new dwellings, wherever they found room, either vacant or to be forced. But whether sought or unsought, they dwelt not here long without employment. For the Scots and Picts were now come down, some say, as far as Stamford in Lincolnshire, whom perhaps, not imagining to meet new opposition, the Saxons, though not till after a sharp encounter, put to flight, and that more than once, slaying in fight, as some Scotch writers affirm, their king Eugenius, the son of Fergus. Hengist, perceiving the island to be rich and fruitful, but her princes and other inhabitants to be given to vicious ease, sends word home, inviting others to a share of his good success, who, returning with 17 ships, were grown up now to a sufficient army, and entertained without suspicion on these terms, that they, quote, should bear the brunt of war against the Picts, receiving a stipend and some place to inhabit, unquote. With these was brought over the daughter of Hengist, a virgin wondrous fair, as is reported. Rowan, the British called her. She, by commandment of her father, who had invited the king to a banquet, coming in presence with a bowl of wine to welcome him, and to attend on his cup till the feast ended, won so much upon his fancy, though already wived, as to induce him to demand her in marriage upon any conditions. Hengist at first, though it fell out perhaps according to his drift, held off, excusing his meanness, then obscurely intimating a desire, and almost a necessity, by reason of his augmented numbers, to have his narrow bounds of Thanet enlarged to the circuit of Kent, had it straight by donation, though Gorongoras till then was king of that place, and so, as it were, overcome by the great munificence of Vortigern, gave him his daughter, and, still encroaching on the king's favour, got further leave to call over Octa and Ebissa, his own and his brother's son, pretending that they, if the north were given them, would sit there as a continual defence against the Scots, while himself guarded the east. They therefore, sailing with 40 ships, even to the Orcades, and every way curbing the Scots and Picts, possessed that part of the isle which is now Northumberland. Notwithstanding this, they complained that their monthly pay was grown much into arrear, which, when the Britons found means to satisfy, though alleging withal that they to whom promise was made of wages were nothing so many in number, quieted with this a while, but still seeking occasion to fall off, they find fault next that their pay is too small for the danger they undergo, threatening open war unless it be augmented. Mortimer, the king's son, perceiving his father and the kingdom thus betrayed, from that time bends his utmost endeavour to drive them out. They, on the other side, making league with the Picts and Scots, and issuing out of Kent, wasted without resistance almost the whole land, even to the western sea, with such a horrid devastation that towns and colonies overturned, priests and people slain, temples and palaces, what with white fire and sword, lay altogether heaped in one mixed ruin. Of all which multitude, so great was the sinfulness that brought this upon them, Gildas adds, that few or none were likely to be other than lewd and wicked persons. The residue of these, part overtaken in the mountains, were slain. Others, subdued with hunger, preferred slavery before instant death. Some, getting to rocks, hills, and woods inaccessible, preferred the fear and danger of any death before the shame of a secure slavery. Many fled oversea into other countries, some into Holland, where yet remains the ruins of Brittenberg, an old castle on the sea, to be seen at low water not far from Leyden, either built as writers of their own affirm, or seized on by those Britons in their escape from Hengist. Others into Armorica, peopled as something with Britons long before, either by gift of Constantine the Great, or else of Maximus to those British forces which had served them in foreign wars, to whom those also that miscarried not with the latter Constantine at Arles. And lastly, these exiles driven out by Saxons, fled for refuge. But the ancient chronicles of those provinces attest their coming thither to be then first when they fled from the Saxons, and indeed the name of Britain in France is not read till after that time. Yet how a sort of fugitives, who had quitted without stroke their own country, should so soon win another, appears not, unless joined to some party of their own settled there before. Vortigern, nothing bettered by these calamities, grew at last so obdurate as to commit incest with his daughter, tempting him out of an ambition to the crown, for which being censured and condemned in a great synod of clerks and laics, partly for fear of the Saxons, according to the counsel of his peers, he retired into Wales, and built him there a strong castle in Radnorshire, by the advice of Ambrosius, a young prophet, whom others call Merlin. Nevertheless, Faustus, who was the son thus incestuously begotten, under the instructions of German, or some of his disciples, for German was dead before, proved a religious man, and lived in devotion by the river Remnus in Glamorganshire. But the Saxons, though finding it so easy to subdue the isle, with most of their forces, uncertain for what cause, returned home, whereas the easiness of their conquest might seem rather likely to have called in more, which makes more probable that which the British write of Mortimer. For he, coming to reign instead of his father, deposed for incest, is said to have thrice driven and besieged the Saxons in the Isle of Thanet, and when they issued out with powerful supplies sent from Saxony, to have fought with them 4 other battles, whereof 3 are named. The first on the river Darwent, the second at Eppisford, wherein Horsa, the brother of Hengist, fell, and on the British part, Catigern, the other son of Vortigern. The third in a field by Stonor, then called Lapis Tituli, in Thanet, where he beat them into their ships, that bore them home glad to have so escaped, and not venturing to land again for 5 years after. In the space whereof Mortimer, dying, commanded that they should bury him in the port of Stonor, persuaded that his bones lying there would be terror enough to keep the Saxons from ever landing in that place. But they, Sethnenius, neglecting his command, buried him in Lincoln. But concerning these times, the ancientest annals of the Saxons relate in this manner. In the year 455, Hengist and Horsa fought against Vortigern in a place called Egilstrip, now Aysford in Kent, where Horsa lost his life, of whom Horsted, the place of his burial, took its name. After this first battle and the death of his brother, Hengist with his son Eske took on him kingly title, and peopled Kent with Jutes, who also then, or not long after, possessed the Isle of Wight and part of Hampshire lying opposite. 2 years after, in a fight at Craiginsford or Crawford, note post Christ 457, return to text, Hengist and his son slew of the Britons 4 chief commanders, and as many thousand men, the rest in great disorder flying to London, with the total loss of Kent. And 8 years passing between, note post Christ 465, return to text, he made new war on the Britons, of whom in a battle at Whippetsfleot 12 princes were slain, and Whippet the Saxon earl, who left his name to that place, though not sufficient to direct us where it now stands. His last encounter was at a place not mentioned, note post Christ 473, return to text, where he gave them such an overthrow that, flying in great fear, they left the spoil of all to their enemies. And these perhaps are the 4 battles, according to Nennius, fought by Mortimer, though by these writers far differently related, and happening, besides many other bickerings, in the space of 20 years, as Malmesbury reckons. Nevertheless, it plainly appears that the Saxons, by whomsoever, were put to hard shifts, being all this while fought withal in Kent, their own allotted dwelling, and sometimes on the very edge of the sea, which the word whippets flout seems to intimate. But Vortimer being now dead, and none of courage left to defend the land, Vortigern, either by the power of his faction or by consent of all, reassumes the government. And Hengist, thus rid of his grand opposer, hearing gladly the restorement of his old favourite, returns again with great forces. But to Vortigern, whom he well knew how to handle without warring, as to his son-in-law, now that Vortimer, the only author of dissension between them, was removed by death, offers nothing but all terms of new league and amity. The king, both for his wife's sake and his own sottishness, consulting also with his peers, not unlike himself, readily yields, and the place of parley is agreed on, to which either side was to repair without weapons. Hengist, whose meaning was not peace but treachery, appointed his men to be secretly armed, and acquainted them to what intent. The watchword was nemet eosaxes, that is, draw your daggers, which they observing, when the Britons were thoroughly heated with wine, for the treaty it seems was not without cups, and provoked, as was plotted, by some affront, dispatched with those poniards every one his next man, to the number of 300, the chief of those that could do aught against him, either in council or in the field. Vortigern they only bound and kept in custody, until he granted them for his ransom 3 provinces, which were called afterward Essex, Sussex, and Middlesex. Who thus dismissed, retiring again to his solitary abode in the country of Gwerthiginion, so called from his name, from thence to the castle of his own building in North Wales by the river Teby, and living there obscurely among his wives, was at length burnt in his tower by fire from heaven, at the prayer, as some say, of German, but that coheres not. As others, by Ambrosius Aurelian, of whom, as we have heard, at first he stood in great fear, and partly for that cause invited in the Saxons, who, whether by constraint or of their own accord, after much mischief done, most of them returning back into their own country, left a fair opportunity to the Britons of avenging themselves easier on those who stayed behind. Repenting, therefore, and with earnest supplication imploring divine help to prevent their final rooting out, they gather from all parts, and under the leading of Ambrosius Aurelianus, a virtuous and modest man, the last tier of the Roman stock, advancing now onward against the late victors, defeat them in a memorable battle. Common opinion, but grounded chiefly on the British fables, makes this Ambrosius to be a younger son of that Constantine, whose eldest, as we heard, was Constans the monk, who both lost their lives abroad, usurping the empire. But the express words, both of Gildas and Bede, assure us that the parents of this Ambrosius, having here borne regal dignity, were slain in these Pictish wars and commotions in the island. And if the fear of Ambrose induced Vortigern to call in the Saxons, it seems Vortigern usurped his right. I perceive not that Nennius makes any difference between him and Merlin. For that child without father that prophesied to Vortigern, he names not Merlin but Ambrose, makes him the son of a Roman consul, but concealed by his mother as fearing that the king therefore sought his life. Yet the youth no sooner confessed his parentage, but Vortigern, either in reward of his predictions or as his right, bestowed upon him all the west of Britain, himself retiring to a solitary life. Whosoever son he was the first, according to surest authors, that led against the Saxons and overthrew them. But whether before this time or after, none have written. This is certain, that in a time when most of the Saxon forces were departed home, the Britons gathered strength, and either against those who were left remaining, or against their whole of powers, the second time returning, obtained this victory. Thus Ambrose, as chief monarch of the isle, succeeded Vortigern. to whose third son, Pescentius, he permitted the rule of 2 regions in Wales, Builth and Borthignion. In his days, saith Nennius, the Saxons prevailed not much, against whom Arthur, as being then chief general for the British kings, made great war, but more renowned in songs and romances than in true stories. And the sequel itself declares as much. For in the year 477, Ella the Saxon, with his 3 sons, Cimon, Pletting, and Kissa, at a place in Sussex called Cymonshire, arrive in 3 ships, kill many of the Britons, chasing those that remained into the wood Andred's League. Another battle was fought at Mercred's Burnhamstead. Note, post Christ 485, return to text, where Ella had by far the victory. But Huntingdon makes it so doubtful that the Saxons were constrained to send home for supplies. 4 years after died Hengist, the first Saxon king of Kent, noted to have attained that dignity by craft as much as valor, and for giving scope to his own cruel nature, rather than proceeding by mildness or civility. His son Oric, surnamed Oisc, of whom the Kentish kings were called Oiskings, succeeded him, and sate content with his father's winnings, more desirous to settle and defend than to enlarge his bounds. He reigned 24 years. By this time, note, post Christ 492, return to text. Ella and his son Kissa, besieging Andrechester, supposed now to be Newenden in Kent, take it by force, and all within it put to the sword. Thus Ella, 3 years after the death of Hengist, began his kingdom of the South Saxons, peopling it with new inhabitants from the country which was then called Old Saxony, at this day Holstein and Denmark, and had besides at his command all those provinces which the Saxons had won on this side Humber. Animated with these good successes, as if Britain were become now the field of fortune, Cerdic, another Saxon prince, the 10th by lineage from Odin, an old and practised soldier who in many prosperous conflicts against the enemy in those parts had nursed up a spirit too big to live at home with equals, coming to a certain place which from thence took the name of Cerdicshire, note, post Christ 495, return to text, with 5 ships and Kenric his son, the very same day overthrew the Britons that opposed him, and so effectually that smaller skirmishes after that day were sufficient to drive them still further off, leaving him a large territory. Note, post Christ 501, return to text. After him, Porta, another Saxon, with his 2 sons, Beda and Megla, in 2 ships arrive at Portsmouth, thence called, and at their landing slew a young British nobleman, with many others who unadvisedly set upon them. The Britons, to recover what they had lost, note, post Christ 508, return to text, draw together all their forces, led by Natanlaud or Nazalaud, a certain king in Britain, and the greatest, saith one. But with him 5,000 of his men Cerdic puts to rout and slays. From whence the place in Hampshire, as far as Cerdic's Ford, now Chardford, was called Old Nazalaud. End of the second part of Book 3 of The History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Part 3 of Book 3 of The History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 3, Part 3. Who this king should be hath bred much question. Some think it to be the British name of Ambrose, others to be the right name of his brother, who, for the terror of his eagerness in fight, became more known by the surname of Uther, which in the Welsh tongue signifies dreadful. And if ever such a king in Britain there was as Uther Pendragon, for so also the Monmouth book surnames him, this in all likelihood must be he. Cerdic, by so great a blow given to the Britons, had made large room about him, not only for the men he brought with him, but for such also of his friends as he desired to make great. For which cause, and with all the more to strengthen himself, his two nephews, Stuff and Withgar, in 3 vessels, bring him new levies to Cerdic shore. Note, post Christ 514, return to text. Who, that they might not come sluggishly to possess what others had won for them, either by their own seeking or by appointment, are set in a place where they could not but at their first coming give proof of themselves upon the enemy. And so well they did it, that the Britons, after a hard encounter, left them masters of the field. About the same time Ella, the first South Saxon king, died, whom Kissa, his youngest son, succeeded, the other 2 failing before him. Nor can it be much more or less than about this time, for it was before the West Saxon kingdom, that Offa, the 8th from Woden, made himself king of the East Angles, who by their name testify the country above mentioned, from whence they came in such multitudes that their native soil is said to have remained in the days of Beda uninhabited. Huntingdon defers the time of their coming in to the 9th year of Cerdic's reign. For, saith he, at first many of them strove for principality, seizing every one his province, and for some while so continued, making petty wars among themselves, till in the end Uffa, of whom these kings were called Uffings, overtopped them all in the year 571. Then Titulus, his son, the father of Redwald, who became potent. And not much after the East Angles began also the East Saxons to erect a kingdom under Slida, the 10th from Odin. But Huntingdon, as before, will have it registered, and no more than barely registered, in annals later by 11 years, and Erkenwind be the first king. Cerdic, the same in power, though not so fond of title, forbore the name of king 24 years after his arrival, but then founded so firmly the kingdom of the West Saxons, note, post Christ 519, return to text, that it subjected all the rest at length, and became the sole monarchy of England. The same year he had a victory against the Britons at Cerdic's ford by the river Avon, and after 8 years another great fight at Cerdic's lead, but which army won the day is not by any writer set down. Hitherto has been collected what there is of certainty, with circumstances of time and place, to be found registered, and no more than barely registered, in annals of best note, without describing after Huntingdon the manner of those battles and encounters, which they who compare and can judge of books may be confident he never found in any current author whom he had to follow. But this disease hath been incident to many more historians, and the age whereof we now write hath had the ill hap, more than any since the first fabulous times, to be surcharged with all the idle fancies of posterity. Yet, that we may not rely altogether on Saxon relators, Gildas, in Antiquity far before these, and every way more credible, speaks of these wars in such a manner, though nothing conceited of the British valour, as declares the Saxons in his time and before to have been foiled not seldomer than the Britons. For besides that first victory of Ambrose and the interchangeable success long after, he tells us that the last overthrow which they received at Badon Hill was not the least, which they in their oldest annals mention not at all. And because the time of this battle, by any who could do more than guess, is not set down, or any foundation given from whence to draw a solid compute, it cannot be much wide to insert it in this place. For such authors as we have to follow give the conduct and praise of this exploit to Arthur, and that this was the last of 12 great battles which he fought victoriously against the Saxons. The several places written by Nennius in their Welsh names were many hundred years ago unknown, and so are here omitted. But who Arthur was, and whether ever any such person reigned in Britain, hath been doubted heretofore, and may again with good reason. For the monk of Malmesbury, and others whose credit hath swayed most with the learneder sort, we may well perceive to have known no more of this Arthur 500 years past, nor of his doings, than we now living. And what they had to say, transcribed out of Nennius, a very trivial writer, yet extant, which hath already been related, or out of a British book, the same which he of Monmouth set forth, utterly unknown to the world, till more than 600 years after the days of Arthur, of whom, as Sigebert in his chronicle confesses, all other histories were silent, both foreign and domestic, except only that fabulous book. Others of later time have sought to assert him by old legends and cathedral regists. But he who can accept of legends for good story may quickly swell a volume with trash, and had need be furnished with two only necessaries, leisure and belief, whether it be the writer or he that shall read. As to Arthur, no less is in doubt who was his father. For if it be true, as Nennius, or his notist, avers, that Arthur was called Mab-Uther, that is to say, a cruel son, for the fierceness that men saw in him as a child, and the intent of his name Arturus imports as much, it might well be that some in after ages who sought to turn him into a fable wrested the word Uther into a proper name, and so feigned him the son of Uther, since we read not in any certain story that ever such person lived, till Geoffrey of Monmouth set him off with the surname of Pendragon. And as we doubted of his parentage, so may we also of his puissance. For whether that victory at Badon Hill were his or no is uncertain, Gildas not naming him, as he did Ambrose, in the former. Next, if it be true, as Caradoc relates, that Melvus, king of that country which is now called Somerset, kept him from Guinevere his wife a whole year in the town of Glaston, and restored her at the entreaty of Gildas, rather than for any enforcement that Arthur, with all his chivalry, could make against a small town defended only by a moory situation, had either his knowledge in war or the force he had to make been answerable to the fame they bear, that petty king would not have dared to put such an affront upon him, nor he have been so long, and at last without effect, in revenging it. Considering, lastly, how the Saxons gained upon him everywhere all the time of his supposed reign, which began, as some write, in the 10th year of Cerdic, note, post-Christ 529, return to text, who wrung from him by long war the countries of Somerset and Hampshire, there will remain neither place nor circumstance in story which may administer any likelihood of any of these great acts that are ascribed to him. This only is acknowledged by Nennius in Arthur's behalf, that the Saxons, though vanquished never so oft, grew still more numerous upon him by continual supplies out of Germany. And the truth is that valour may be overtoiled, and overcome at last with endless overcoming. But as for this battle of Mount Badon, where the Saxons were hemmed in or besieged, whether by Arthur one or whensoever, it seems indeed to have given a most undoubted and important blow to the Saxons, and to have stopped their proceedings for a good while after, Gildas himself witnessing that the Britons, having thus compelled them to sit down with peace, fell thereupon to civil discord among themselves, which words may seem to let in some light toward the searching out when this battle was fought, and we shall find no time since the first Saxon war from whence a longer peace ensued than from the fight at Cerdic's League in the year 527, which all the chronicles mention without victory to Cerdic, and give us argument, from the custom they have of magnifying their own deeds upon all occasions, to presume here his ill speeding. And if we look still onward, even to the 44th year after, wherein Gildas wrote, if his obscure utterance be understood, we shall meet with every little war between the Britons and Saxons. This only remains difficult, that the victory first won by Ambrose was not so long before this at Badon siege, but that the same men living might be eyewitnesses of both, and by this rate hardly can the latter be thought won by Arthur, unless we reckon him a grown youth at least in the days of Ambrose, and much more than a youth, if Malmesbury be heard, who affirms all the exploits of Ambrose to have been done chiefly by Arthur as his general. which will add much unbelief to the common assertion of his reigning after Ambrose and Uther, especially the fight of Badon being the last of his 12 battles. But to prove by that which follows that the fight at Cerdic League, though it differ in name from that of Badon, may be thought the same by all effect. Cerdic, 3 years after, note, post-Christ 530, return to text, not proceeding onward as his manner was on the continent, turns back his forces on the Isle of Wight, which, with the slaying of a few only in Withgarborough, he soon masters, and not long surviving, left it to his nephews by the mother's side, Stuff and Withgar. Note, post-Christ 534, return to text. The rest of what he had subdued, Kenric his son held, and reigned 26 years, in whose 10th year Withgar was buried in the town of that island which bore his name. Note, post-Christ 554, return to text. Notwithstanding all these unlikelihoods of Arthur's reign and great achievements, in a narration crept in I know not how among the laws of Edward the Confessor, Arthur, the famous king of Britons, is said not only to have expelled hence the Saracens, who were not then known in Europe, but to have conquered Friesland and all the north-east isles as far as Russia, to have made Lapland the eastern bound of his empire, and Norway the chamber of Britain. When should this be done? From the Saxons, till after 12 battles he had no rest at home. After those, the Britons, contented with quiet they had from their Saxon enemies, were so far from seeking conquests abroad, that by the report of Gildas above cited they fell to civil wars at home. Surely Arthur would have done much better to have made war in old Saxony, to repress their flowing hither, than to have won kingdoms as far as Russia, when he was scarce able here to defend his own. Buchanan, our neighbour historian, reprehends him of Monmouth and others for fabling in the deeds of Arthur. Yet what he writes there of himself, as of better credit, shows not whence he had it but from those fables, which he seems content to believe in part, on condition that the Scots and Picts may be thought to have assisted Arthur in all his wars and achievements, whereof appears as little ground by credible story as of that which he most counts fabulous. But not further to contest about such uncertainties, I will now go on with the history. In the year 547, Ida the Saxon, sprung also from Woden in the 10th degree, began the kingdom of Bernicia in Northumberland, built the town of Bebbanburg, which was after walled, and had 12 sons, half by wives and half by concubines. Hengist, by leave of Vortigern, we may remember, had sent Octave and Ibissa to seek them seats in the north, and there, by warring on the Picts, to secure the southern parts, which they so prudently effected, that, what by force and fair proceeding, they well quieted those countries, and though so far distant from Kent, nor without power in their hands, yet kept themselves nigh 180 years within moderation, and as inferior governors they and their offspring gave obedience to the kings of Kent as to the elder family, till at length, following the example of that age, when no less than kingdoms were the prize of every fortunate commander, they thought it but reason, as well as others of their nation, to assume royalty, of whom Ida was the first, a man in the prime of his years, and of parentage such as we have heard. But how he came to wear the crown, whether by his own aspiring ambition, or by the free choice of his followers or subjects, is not said. Certain enough it is that his virtues made him not less noble than his birth, in war undaunted and unfoiled, in peace, tempering the awe of magistracy with a natural mildness, he reigned about 12 years. Note, post-Christ 552, return to text. In the meantime, while Kenric, in a fight near Ceresbirig, now Salisbury, killed and put to flight many of the Britons, and the 4th year after, at Berenvirig, now Banbury as some think, note, post-Christ 553, return to text, with Copeland, his son, put them again to flight. Copeland, shortly after, succeeded his father in the West Saxons, and Alla, descended also from Woden, but of another line, set up a second kingdom in Dara, the south part of Northumberland. Note, post-Christ 560, return to text, and held it 30 years, while Adda, the son of Ida, and 5 more after him, reigned without other memory in Bernicia, and in Kent, Ethelbert the next year began. Note, post-Christ 561, return to text. Boadicea, the son of Hengist, had left Otha, and he Emmerich, to rule after him, both which, without adding to their bounds, kept what they had in peace 53 years. But Ethelbert, in length of reign, equalled both the progenitors, and, as Beda counts, 3 years exceeded. Note, post-Christ 568, return to text. Young at his first entrance and unexperienced, he was the first raiser of civil war among the Saxons, claiming from the priority of time wherein Hengist took possession here a kind of right over the later kingdoms, and thereupon was troublesome to their confines. But by them twice defeated, he who but now thought to seem dreadful became almost contemptible. For Carolan and Cutha his son, pursuing him into his own territory, slew there in battle at Wibbenden 2 of his earls, Oslap and Kneeban. By this means the Britons, but chiefly by this victory at Baden, for the space of 44 years, ending in 571, received no great annoyance from the Saxons, but the peace they enjoyed, by ill-using it, proved more destructive to them than war. For being raised on a sudden by 2 such eminent successes from the lowest condition of thraldom, they whose eyes had beheld both those deliverances, that by Ambrose and this at Baden, were taught by the experience of either fortune, both kings, magistrates, priests, and private men, to live orderly. But when the next age, unacquainted with past evils, and only sensible of their present ease and quiet, succeeded, straight followed the apparent subversion of all truth and justice in the minds of most men. Scarce the least footstep or impression of goodness left remaining through all ranks and degrees in the land, except in some so very few as to be hardly visible in a general corruption, which grew in short space not only manifest, but odious to all the neighbouring nations, and first their kings, amongst whom also the sons and grandchildren of Ambrose were foully degenerated to all tyranny and vicious life, whereof to hear some particulars out of Gildas will not be impertinent. They avenge, saith he, and they protect, not the innocent, but the guilty. They swear oft, but perjure. They wage war, but civil and unjust war. They punish rigorously them that rob by the highway, but those grand robbers that sit with them at table they honour and reward. They give alms largely, but in the face of their alms deeds pile up wickedness to a far higher heap. They sit in the seat of judgment, but go seldom by the rule of right, neglecting and proudly overlooking the modest and harmless, but countenancing the audacious, though guilty of abominable crimes. They stuff their prisons, but with men committed rather by circumvention than by any just cause. Nothing better with the clergy, but at the same pass, or rather worse, than when the Saxons came first in. Unlearned, unapprehensive, yet imprudent. Subtle prowlers, pastors in name, but indeed wolves, intent upon all occasions not to feed the flock, but to pamper and well line themselves. Not called, but seizing on the ministry as a trade, not as a spiritual charge. Teaching the people not by sound doctrine, but by evil example, usurping the chair of Peter, but through the blindness of their own worldly lusts, they stumble upon the seat of Judas. Deadly haters of truth, broachers of lies, looking on the poor Christian with eyes of pride and contempt, but fawning on the wickedest rich men without shame. Great promoters of other men's alms, with their set exhortations, but themselves contributing ever least. slightly touching the many vices of the age, but preaching without end their own grievances, as done to Christ, seeking after preferments and degrees in the church more than after heaven, and so gained, made it their whole study how to keep them by any tyranny. Yet, lest they should be thought things of no use in their eminent places, they have their niceties and trivial points to keep in awe the superstitious multitude, but in true saving knowledge leave them still as gross and stupid as themselves, bunglers at the Scripture, nay, forbidding and silencing them that know, but in worldly matters practised and cunning shifters, in that only art and simony great clerks and masters, bearing their heads high, but their thoughts abject and low. He taxes them also as gluttonous, incontinent, and daily drunkards. And what shouldst thou expect from these poor laity, so he goes on, these beasts all belly? Shall these amend thee, who are themselves laborious in evil doings? Shalt thou see with their eyes, who see right forward nothing but gain? Leave them rather, as bids our Saviour, lest ye fall both blindfold into the same perdition. Are all thus? Perhaps not all, or not so grossly. But what availed it Eli to be himself blameless, while he connived at others that were abominable? Who of them hath been envied for his better life? Who of them hath hated to consort with these, or withstood their entering the ministry, or endeavoured zealously their casting out? Yet some of these, perhaps, by others, are legended for great saints. This was the state of government, this of religion among the Britons in that long calm of peace which the fight of Badon Hill had brought forth, whereby it came to pass that so fair a victory came to nothing. Towns and cities were not re-inhabited, but lay ruined and waste, nor was it long ere domestic war breaking out wasted them more. For Britain, as at other times, had then also several kings, 5 of whom Gildas, living then in Armorica, at a safe distance, boldly reproves by name. First, Constantine, fabled the son of Cador, Duke of Cornwall, Arthur's half-brother by the mother's side, who then reigned in Cornwall and Devon, a tyrannical and bloody king, polluted also with many adulteries. He got into his power 2 young princes of the royal blood, uncertain whether before him in right or otherwise suspected, and, after solemn oath given of their safety, the year that Gildas wrote, slew them with their 2 governors in the church, and in their mother's arms, through the abbot's cope, which he had thrown over them, thinking by the reverence of vesture to have withheld the murderer. These are commonly supposed to be the sons of Mordred, Arthur's nephew, said to have revolted from his uncle, giving him in a battle his death's wound, and by him after to have been slain. Which things, were they true, would much diminish the blame of cruelty in Constantine, revenging Arthur on the sons of so false a Mordred. In another part of Britain, but it is not expressed where, Aurelius Conanus was king. Him he charges also with adulteries and parricide, cruelties worse than the former, to be a hater of his country's peace, thirsting after civil war and prey. His condition, it seems, was not very prosperous, for Gildas wished him, being now left alone, like a tree withering in the midst of a barren field, to remember the vanity and arrogance of his father and eldest brethren, who came all to untimely death in their youth. The third, reigning in Demetia, or South Wales, was Vortipore, the son of a good father. He was, when Gildas wrote, grown old, not in years only, but in adulteries, and in governing full of falsehood and cruel actions. In his latter days, putting away his wife, who died in divorce, he became, if we mistake not Gildas, incestuous with his daughter. The fourth was Cyneglas, embrued in civil war. He also had divorced his wife, and taken her sister, who had vowed widowhood. He was a great enemy to the clergy, high-minded and trusting to his wealth. The last, but greatest of all in power, was Magloquin, and greatest also in wickedness. He had driven out or slain many other kings or tyrants, and was called the Island Dragon, perhaps having a seat in Anglesey, the profuse giver, a great warrior, and of a goodly stature. While he was yet young, he overthrew his uncle, though in the head of a complete army, and took from him the kingdom. Then, touched with the remorse of his doings, not without deliberation, took upon him the profession of a monk, but soon forsook his vow, and his wife also, which for that vow he had left, making love to the wife of his brother's son, then living, who, not refusing the offer, if she were not rather the first that enticed, found means both to dispatch her own husband and the former wife of Magloquin, to make her marriage with him the more unquestionable. Neither did he this for want of better instructions, having had the learnedest and wisest man reputed of all Britain for the institutor of his youth. Thus much, the utmost that can be learnt by truer story, of what passed among the Britons from the time of their useless victory at Badon to the time that Gildas wrote, that is to say, as may be guessed, from the year of Christ 527 to the year 571, is here set down altogether, not being capable of being reduced under any certainty of years. But now the Saxons, who for the most part all this while had been still, unless among themselves, began afresh to assault them, and ere long to drive them out of all which they had maintained on this side Wales. For Cuthulf, the brother of Copeland, note, post Christ 571, return to text, by a victory obtained in Bedford, now Bedford, took from them 4 good towns, Liggenburg, Eaglesburg, Bensington, now Benson, in Oxfordshire, and Ignition, but outlived not many months his good success, and after 6 years more, note post Christ 577, return to text, Cowlin and Cuthwin his son gave them a great overthrow at Dereham in Gloucestershire, slew 3 of their kings, Como, Condeden, and Farinmail, and took 3 of their chief cities, Gloucester, Ciseter, and Bedensester. The Britons, notwithstanding, after some space of time, note post Christ 584, return to text, judging to have outgrown their losses, gather to a head and encounter Cowlin with Cutha his son at Fethenleague, whom valiantly fighting they flew among the thickest, and, as is said, forced the Saxons to retire. But Cowlin, reinforcing the fight, put them to a main rout, and following his advantage, took many towns, and returned laden with rich booty. The last of those Saxons who raised their own achievements to a monarchy was Crida, much about this time, first founder of the Mercian kingdom, drawing also his pedigree from Woden, of whom all to write the several genealogies, though it might be done without long search, were in my opinion to encumber the story with a sort of barbarous names, to little purpose. This may suffice, that of Woden's 3 sons, from the eldest issued Hengist and his succession, from the second the kings of Mercia, from the third all that reigned in West Saxony, and most of the Northumbrians, of whom Alla was one, the first king of Dara, which after his death the race of Ida seized, and made it one kingdom with Bernicia, note post Christ 588, return to text, usurping the childhood of Edwin, Alla's son, whom Ethelric, the son of Ida, expelled. Notwithstanding others write of him, that from a poor life and beyond hope in his old age, coming to the crown, he could hardly by the access of a kingdom have overcome his former obscurity, had not the fame of his son preserved him. Once more the Britons, note post Christ 588, return to text, ere they quitted all on this side the mountains, forgot not to show some manhood, for meeting Cowlin in Wodensborth, that is to say, at Woden's Mount in Wiltshire, note post Christ 592, return to text, whether it were by their own forces or assisted by the Angles, whose hatred Cowlin had incurred, they ruined the whole army and chased them out of his kingdom, from whence flying he died the next year in poverty, who a little before was the most potent and indeed sole king of all the Saxons on this side Humber. But who was chief among the Britons in this exploit had been worth remembering. Whether it was Megalopion, of whose prowess hath been spoken, or Tudric, king of Glamorgan, whom the Regist of Llandaff recounts to have been always victorious in fight, who reigned about this time, and at length to have exchanged his crown for an hermitage, till, in the aid of his son Mauric, whom the Saxons had reduced to extremes, taking arms again, he defeated them at Tentern by the river Wye, but himself received a mortal wound. Note, post-Christ 593, return to text. The same year with Copeland, whom Ceolla, the son of Cuthulf, Copeland's brother, succeeded. Crida, also the Mercian king deceased, in whose room Wibba succeeded, and in Northumberland, Ethelfrid, in the room of Ethelric, who had reigned there 24 years. Thus, omitting fables, we have the view of what with reason can be relied on for truth, done in Britain since the Romans forsook it, wherein we have heard the many miseries and desolations brought by the divine hand on a perverse nation, driven, when nothing else would reform them, out of a fair country into a mountainous and barren corner by strangers and pagans. So much more tolerable in the eye of heaven is infidelity professed than Christian faith and religion dishonored by unchristian works. Yet they also at length renounced their heathenism, which, how it came to pass, will be the matter next related. End of the third book of Milton's History of Britain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The fourth book of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The History of Britain, the fourth book. The Saxons, grown up now to 7 absolute kingdoms, and the latest of them established by succession, finding their power arrive well nigh at the utmost of what was to be gained upon Britons, and as little fearing to be displanted by them, had time now to survey at leisure one another's greatness, which quickly bred among them either envy or mutual jealousies, till the West Kingdom, at length grown overpowerful, put an end to all the rest. Meanwhile, above others, Ethelbert of Kent, who by this time had well ripened his young ambition, with more ability of years and experience in war, what before he attempted to his loss, now successfully attains, and by degrees brought all the other monarchies between Kent and Humber to be at his devotion, to which design the kingdom of West Saxons, being the firmest of them all, at that time sore shaken by their overthrow at Woden's birth and the death of Copeland, gave him no doubt a main advantage. The rest yielded not subjection, but as he earned it by continual victories. But to win him the more regard abroad, he marries Bertha, the French king's daughter, though a Christian, and with this condition, to have the free exercise of her faith, under the care and instruction of Letardus, a bishop, sent by her parents along with her, the king notwithstanding, and his people retaining their old religion. Beda, out of Gildas, lays it sadly to the Britons' charge that they never would vouchsafe their Saxon neighbours the means of conversion. But how far to blame they were, and what hope there was of converting in the midst of so much hostility, or at least falsehood, from their first arrival, is not now easy to determine. Howbeit, not long after, they had the Christian faith preached to them by a nation more remote, and, as report went, counted old in Beda's time, upon this occasion. The Northumbrians had a custom at that time, and many 100 years after not abolished, to sell their children for a small value to any foreign land, of which number 2 comely youths were brought to Rome, whose fair and honest countenances invited Gregory, archdeacon of that city, among others that beheld them, pitying their condition, to demand whence they were. It was answered, by some who stood by, that they were Angli of the province d'Era, subjects to Allah, king of Northumberland, and by religion pagans, which last Gregory deploring, framed on a sudden this allusion to the 3 names he heard, that the Angli so like to angels, should be snatched de ira, that is, from the wrath of God, to sing Hallelujah, and forthwith obtaining license of Benedict the Pope, would have come and preached here among them, had not the Roman people, whose love endured not the absence of so vigilant a pastor over them, recalled him then on his journey, though he did not abandon, but only deferred for a while his pious intention. Note, post-Christ 596. Return to text. For some years after, succeeding to the papal seat, and now in his 4th year, admonished saith Beda by divine instinct, he sent Augustine, whom he had designed for bishop of the English nation, and other zealous monks with him, to preach to them the gospel, who, being now on their way, discouraged by some reports, or their own carnal fear, sent back Austin in the name of all, to beseech Gregory that they might return home, and not be sent a journey so full of hazard to a fierce and infidel nation, whose tongue they understood not. Gregory, with pious and apostolic persuasion, exhorts them not to shrink back from so good a work, but cheerfully to go on in the strength of divine assistance. The letter itself, yet extant among our writers of ecclesiastic story, I omit here, as not professing to relate of those matters more than what mixes aptly with civil affairs. The abbot Austin, for so he was ordained over the rest, re-encouraged by the exhortations of Gregory and his fellows by the letter which he brought them, came safe to the Isle of Thanet. Note, post-Christ 597. Return to text. In number about 40, besides some of the French nation whom they took along as interpreters. Ethelbert the king, to whom Austin at his landing had sent a new and wondrous message, quote, that he came from Rome to proffer heaven and eternal happiness in the knowledge of another God than the Saxons knew, unquote, appoints them to remain where they had landed, and necessaries to be provided them, consulting in the meantime what was to be done. And after certain days, coming into the island, chose a place to meet them under the open sky, possessed with an old persuasion that all spells, if they should use any to deceive him, so it were not within doors, would be unavailable. They, on the other side, called to his presence, advancing for their standard a silver cross and the painted image of our Saviour, came slowly forward, singing their solemn litanies, which wrought in Ethelbert more suspicion perhaps that they used enchantments, till, sitting down as the king willed them, they there preached to him and all in that assembly the tidings of salvation, whom having heard attentively, the king thus answered, quote, fair indeed and ample are the promises which ye bring, and such things as have the appearance in them of much good. Yet such as, being new and uncertain, I cannot easily assent to, quitting a religion which my ancestors, with all the English nation, so many years I have retained. Nevertheless, because ye are strangers, and have endured so long a journey to impart us the knowledge of things which I persuade me you believe to be the truest and the best, ye may be sure we shall not recompense you with any molestation, but shall provide rather how we may friendliest entertain ye, nor do we forbid you to gain whom you can by preaching to your belief. Unquote. And accordingly their residence he allotted them in Doroverne, or Canterbury, his chief city, and made provision for their maintenance, with free leave to preach their doctrine where they pleased. By which, and by the example of their holy life, spent in prayer, fasting, and continual labour in the conversion of souls, they won many, on whose bounty and the king's, receiving only what was necessary, they subsisted. There stood without the city on the east side an ancient church built in honour of St. Martin, while yet the Romans remained here, in which Bertha the Queen went out usually to pray. Note, post-Christ 598. Return to text. Here they also began first to preach, baptize, and openly to exercise divine worship. But when the king himself, convinced by their good life and miracles, became Christian and was baptized, which came to pass in the very first year of their arrival, then multitudes daily, conforming to their prince, thought it an honour to be reckoned among those of his faith, to whom Ethelbert indeed principally showed his favour, but compelled none, for so he had been taught by them who were both the instructors and authors of his faith, quote, that Christian religion ought to be voluntary, not compelled. Unquote. About this time, Celwulf, the son of Cutha, Culin's brother, reigned over the West Saxons. Note, post-Christ 601. Return to text. After his brother Ceolla, or Celric, and had continual war, either with English, Welsh, Picts, or Scots. But Austin, whom with his fellows Ethelbert had now endowed with a better place for their abode in the city, and other possessions necessary to livelihood, crossing into France, was by the Archbishop of Arles, at the appointment of Pope Gregory, ordained Archbishop of the English, and returning, sent to Rome Lawrence and Peter, two of his associates, to acquaint the Pope of his good success in England, and to be resolved of certain theological, or rather Levitical, questions, with answers to which, not proper in this place, Gregory sends also to the great work of converting, that went on so happily, a supply of labourers, Mellitus, Justus, Paulinus, Ruffinian, and many others, who what they were may be guessed by the stuff which they brought with them, vessels and vestments for the altar, copes, relics, and for the Archbishop Austin, a pall to say mass in. To such a rank superstition that age was grown, though some of them yet retaining an emulation of apostolic zeal. Lastly, to Ethelbert they brought a letter with many presents. Austin, thus exalted to archiepiscopal authority, recovered from the ruins and other profane uses a Christian church in Canterbury, built of old by the Romans, which he dedicated by the name of Christ's Church, and, joining to it, built a seat for himself and his successors, a monastery also near the city eastward, where Ethelbert, at his motion, built St. Peter's, and enriched it with great endowments, to be a place of burial for the archbishops and kings of Kent. So quickly did they step up into fellowship of pomp with kings. While thus Ethelbert and his people had their minds intent on religion, Ethelfrid, the Northumbrian king, was not less busied in far different affairs. For being altogether warlike and covetous of fame, he more wasted the Britons than any Saxon king before him, winning from them large territories, which either he made tributary or planted with his own subjects. Note, post-Christ 603. Return to text. Whence Edon, king of those Scots that dwelt in Britain, jealous of his successes, came against him with a mighty army to a place called Degsastan, but in the fight losing most of his men, himself with a few escaped. Only Tybalt, the king's brother, and the whole wing which he commanded being unfortunately cut off, made the victory to Ethelfrid less entire. Yet from that time no king of Scots in hostile manner durst pass into Britain for 100 and more years. And what some years before Celwulf the West Saxon is annaled to have done against the Scots and Picts, passing through the land of Ethelfrid, a king so potent, unless in his aid and alliance, is not likely. Buchanan writes as if Ethelfrid, assisted by Copeland, whom he mistitles King of East Saxons, had a battle before this time with Aidan, wherein Cutha, Copeland's son, was slain. But Cutha, as above written from better authority, was slain in fight against the Welsh 20 years before. The number of Christians began now, note, post-Christ 604, return to text, to increase so fast that Augustine, ordaining bishops under him, two of his assistants, Mellitus and Justus, sent them out both to the work of their ministry. And Mellitus, by preaching, converted the East Saxons, over whom Siebert, the son of Sleda, by permission of Ethelbert, being born of his sister Ricula, then reigned, whose conversion Ethelbert, to gratulate, built them the great church of St. Paul in London to be their bishop's cathedral, as Justus also had his built at Rochester, and both gifted by the same king with fair possessions. Hitherto Austin laboured well among infidels, but not with like commendation soon after among Christians. For by means of Ethelbert summoning the Briton bishops to a place on the edge of Worcestershire, called from that time Augustine's Oak, he requires them to conform with him in the same day of celebrating Easter, and many other points wherein they differed from the rites of Rome, which when they refused to do, not prevailing by dispute, he appeals to a miracle, restoring to sight a blind man whom the Britons could not cure. At this, something moved, though not minded to recede from their own opinions without further consultation, they request a second meeting, to which came 7 Briton bishops, with many other learned men, especially from the famous monastery of Bangor, in which were said to be so many monks, living all by their own labour, that being divided under 7 rectors, none had fewer than 300. One man there was who stayed behind, a hermit by the life he led, who by his wisdom effected more than all the rest who went. Being demanded, for they held him as an oracle, how they might know Austin to be a man from God, that they might follow him, he answered, quote, that if they found him meek and humble, they should be taught by him, for it was likeliest to be the yoke of Christ, both what he bore himself and would have them bear. But if he bore himself proudly, that they should not regard him, for he was then certainly not of God. Unquote. They took his advice, and hasted to the place of meeting, whom Austin, being already there before them, neither arose to meet, nor received them in any brotherly sort, but sat all the while pontifically in his chair. Whereat the Britons, as they were counselled by the holy man, neglected him, and neither hearkened to his proposals of conformity, nor would acknowledge him for an archbishop. And in the name of the rest, Denothus, then abbot of Bangor, is said thus sagely to have answered him: As to the subjection which you require, be thus persuaded of us, that in the bond of love and charity we are all subjects and servants to the Church of God, yea, to the Pope of Rome, and every good Christian, to help them forward, both by word and deed, to be the children of God. Other obedience than this we know not to be due to him whom you term the Pope, and this obedience we are ready to give both to him and to every Christian continually. Besides, we are governed under God by the Bishop of Caerleon, who is to oversee us in spiritual matters. To which Austin, thus presaging, some say menacing, replies, Since ye refuse to accept of peace with our brethren, ye shall have war from your enemies. And since ye will not with us preach the word of life to whom ye ought, from their hands ye shall receive death. This, though writers agree not whether Austin spake it as his prophecy or as his plot against the Britons, fell out accordingly. For many years were not past, note post-Christ 607, return to text, when Ethelfrid, whether of his own accord or at the request of Ethelbert incensed by Austin, with a powerful host came to Westchester, then called Caerleon, where, being met by the British forces, and both sides in readiness to give the onset, he discerns a company of men not habited for war standing together in a place of some safety, and by them a squadron armed, whom, having learnt upon some inquiry to be priests and monks assembled thither after 3 days' fasting to pray for the good success of their forces against him, therefore they first, saith he, shall feel our swords, for they who pray against us fight heaviest against us by their prayers, and are our most dangerous enemies. And with that turns his first charge upon the monks. Brockmail, the captain set to guard them, quickly turns his back, and leaves above 1,200 monks to a sudden massacre, whereof scarce 50 escaped. But not so easy work found Ethelfrid against another part of Britons that stood in arms, whom, though at last he overthrew, yet it was with slaughter nearly as great of his own soldiers. To excuse Austin of this bloodshed, lest some might think it his revengeful policy, Beda writes that he was dead long before, although if the time of his sitting archbishop be rightly computed to have been 16 years, he must have survived this action. Other just ground of charging him with this imputation appears not, save what evidently we have from Geoffrey of Monmouth, whose weight we know. The same year, Celwulf made war on the South Saxons. Bloody saith Huntingdon to both sides, but most to them of the south. And 4 years after, note, post Christ 611, return to text, dying, left the government of the West Saxons to Cynegils and Quichelm, the sons of his brother Carolan. Others, as Florent of Worcester and Matthew of Westminster, will have Quichelm to have been the son of Cynegils, but admitted to reign with his father, in whose 3rd year, note, post Christ 614, return to text, they are recorded with joint forces or conduct to have fought against the Britons in Beandoun, now Bindon, in Dorsetshire, and to have slain of them about 2,000. More memorable was the 2nd year following, note, post Christ 616, return to text, by the death of Ethelbert, the first Christian king of Saxons, and no less a favourer of all civility in that rude age. He gave laws and statutes after the example of Roman emperors, which were written with the advice of his wisest counsellors, but in the English tongue, and were observed long after, wherein his special care was to punish those who had stolen aught from church or churchman, thereby showing how gratefully he received at their hands the Christian faith, which he no sooner did, but his son Eadbald took the course as fast to extinguish, not only falling back into heathenism, but that which heathenism was wont to abhor, marrying his father's 2nd wife. Then soon was perceived what multitudes, for fear or countenance of the king, had professed Christianity, returning now as eagerly to their old religion, nor stayed the apostasy within one province, but quickly spread over the East Saxons, occasioned there likewise, or set forward by the death of their Christian king, Sebert, whose 3 sons, of whom 2 are named Sexted and Seward, refused in his lifetime to be brought to baptism, and after his decease re-established the free exercise of idolatry. Nor so content, they set themselves in despite to do some open profanation against the other sacrament of the Lord's Supper. Coming therefore into the church where Mellitus the bishop was ministering, they required him in abuse and scorn to deliver to them, though they were unbaptized, the consecrated bread. And upon his refusal to comply with their request, they drove him disgracefully out of their dominion, who crossed forthwith into Kent, where things were in the same plight, and thence into France with Justus, bishop of Rochester. But divine vengeance deferred not long the punishment of men so impious, for Eadbald, vexed with an evil spirit, fell often into foul fits of distraction, and the sons of Sebert, in a fight against the West Saxons, perished with their whole army. But Eadbald, within the year, by an extraordinary means became penitent. For when Lawrence, the archbishop and successor of Austin, was preparing to ship for France after Justus and Mellitus, the story goes, if it be worth believing, that St. Peter, in whose church he spent the night before in watching and praying, appeared to him, and, to make the vision more sensible, gave him many stripes for offering to desert his flock. At sight whereof the king, to whom next morning he showed the marks of what he had suffered, by whom and for what cause, relenting and in great fear, dissolved his incestuous marriage, and applied himself to the Christian faith more sincerely than before, with all his people. But the Londoners, addicted still to paganism, would not be persuaded to receive again Mellitus for their bishop, and to compel them was not in his power. Thus, note, post Christ 617, return to text, much through all the south was troubled in religion. As much were the north parts disquieted through ambition. For Ethelfrid, king of Bernicia, as was touched before, having thrown Edwin out of Deira, and joined that kingdom to his own, not content to have bereaved him of his right, whose known virtues and high parts gave cause of suspicion to his enemies, sends messengers to demand him of Redwald, king of the East Angles, under whose protection, after many years wandering obscurely through all the island, he had placed his safety. Redwald, though he had promised all defence to Edwin as to his suppliant, yet being tempted with continual and large offers of gold, and not contemning the puissance of Ethelfrid, yielded at length either to dispatch him or to give him into their hands. But being earnestly exhorted by his wife not to betray the faith and inviolable law of hospitality and refuge given, he at last prefers his first promise as the more religious, and not only refuses to deliver him up, but, since war was thereupon denounced, determines to be beforehand with the danger, and, with a sudden army raised, surprises Ethelfrid, little dreaming of an invasion, and in a fight near to the east side of the river Idle, on the Mercian border, now Nottinghamshire, slays him, dissipating easily those few forces which he had got to march out over hastily with him, who yet, as a testimony of his fortune, not his valour, to be blamed, slew first with his own hands Rainer, the king's son. His two sons, Oswald and Oswy, by Acca, Edwin's sister, escaped into Scotland. By this victory Redwald became so far superior to the other Saxon kings that Beda reckons him the next after Ella and Ethelbert, who, besides this conquest of the north, had likewise all on the hither side of the Humber at his obedience. He had formerly in Kent received baptism, but coming home, and being persuaded by his wife, who still, it seems, was his chief counsellor to good or bad alike, relapsed into his old religion, yet not willing to forego his new, thought it not the worst way, lest perhaps he might err in either, for more assurance to keep them both, and in the same temple erected one altar to Christ, and another to his idols. But Edwin, as with more deliberation he undertook, and with more sincerity retained the Christian profession, so also in power and extent of dominion far exceeded all before him, subduing all, saith Beda, English or British, even to the isles, then called Mevanian, Anglesey, and Man, settled in this kingdom by Redwald. He sought in marriage Edelburga, whom others call Tate, the daughter of Ethelbert, to whose ambassadors Eadbald, her brother, made answer that, quote, to wed their daughter to a pagan was not the Christian law. Unquote. Edwin replied that, quote, to her religion he would be no hindrance, which with her whole household she might freely exercise, and moreover that if, when examined, it were found the better, he would embrace it. Unquote. These ingenious offers, opening so fair a way to the advancement of truth, are accepted. Note, post-Christ 625, return to text. And Paulinus, as a spiritual guardian, is sent along with the Virgin. He, being to that purpose made bishop by justice, omitted no occasion to plant the gospel in those parts, but with small success, till the next year Wichelm, at that time one of the two West Saxon kings, envious of the greatness which he saw Edwin growing up to, sent privily Eumerus, a hired swordsman, to assassinate him, who, under pretence of doing a message from his master, with a poisonous weapon stabs at Edwin, conferring with him in his house by the river Derwent in Yorkshire on an Easter day, which Lilla, one of the king's attendants, at the instant perceiving, with a loyalty that stood not then to deliberate, abandoned his whole body to the blow, which, notwithstanding, made passage through to the king's person, with a wound not to be slighted. The murderer, encompassed now with swords, and desperate, forerevenges his own fall with the death of another, whom his poniard reached home. Paulinus, omitting no opportunity to win the king from misbelief, obtained at length this promise from him, that if Christ, whom he so magnified, would give him to recover of his wound and victory of his enemies who had thus assaulted him, he would then become Christian, in pledge whereof he gave his young daughter Eanfled to be bred up in religion, who with 12 others of his family, on the day of Pentecost, was baptized.
And by that time, well recovered of his wound, to punish the author of so foul a fact, he went with an army against the West Saxons. whom having quelled by war, and of such as had conspired against him put some to death and pardoned others, he returned home victorious, and from that time worshipped no more his idols. Yet ventured not rashly into baptism, but first took care to be instructed rightly in what he learnt, examining and still considering with himself and others whom he held wisest. Though Boniface the Pope, by large letters of exhortation both to him and his queen, was not wanting to quicken his belief. But while he still deferred, and his deferring might seem now to have passed the maturity of wisdom to a faulty lingering, Paulinus, by revelation, as was believed, coming to the knowledge of a secret which befell him strangely in the time of his troubles, on a certain day went in boldly to him, and laying his right hand on the head of the king, asked him if he remembered what that sign meant. The king, trembling and in amaze rising up, straight fell at his feet. Behold, saith Paulinus, raising him from the ground, God hath delivered you from your enemies and given you the kingdom, as you desired. Perform now what long since you promised him, to receive his doctrine, which I now bring you, and the faith, which, if you accept, shall to your temporal felicity add eternal. The promise claimed of him by Paulinus, how and wherefore made, though savouring much of legend, is thus related. Redwald, as we heard before, dazzled with the gold of Ethelfrid, or by his threatening overawed, having promised to yield up Edwin, one of his faithful companions, of which he had some few with him in the court of Redwald, that never shrunk from his adversity, about the first hour of night comes in haste to his chamber, and calling him forth for better secrecy, reveals to him his danger, offers him his aid to make his escape. But that course not being approved, as seeming dishonourable without more manifest cause to begin distrust towards one who had so long been his only refuge, the friend departs. Edwin, left alone without the palace gate, full of sadness and perplexed thoughts, discerns about the dead of night a man, neither by countenance nor by habit to him known, approaching towards him, who after salutation asked him, why at this hour, when all others were at rest, he alone so sadly sat waking on a cold stone. Edwin, not a little misdoubting who it might be, asked him again, what his sitting within doors or without concerned him to know. To whom he again, think not that who thou art, or why sitting here, or what danger hangs over thee is to me unknown. But what would you promise to that man, whoever would befriend you out of all these troubles, and persuade Redwald to the like? All that I am able, answered Edwin. And he, what if the same man should promise to make you greater than any English king hath been before you? I should not doubt, quoth Edwin, to be answerably grateful. And what if to all this he would inform you, saith the other, in a way to happiness beyond what any of your ancestors have known? Would you hearken to his counsel? Edwin, without stopping, promised he would, and the other laying his right hand on Edwin's head, when this sign, said he, shall next befall thee, remember this time of night and this discourse, to perform what thou hast promised. And with these words disappearing, he left Edwin much revived, but not less filled with wonder who this unknown person should be. When suddenly the friend, who had been gone all this while to listen further what was like to be decreed of Edwin, comes back and joyfully bids him rise to his repose, for that the king's mind, though for a while drawn aside, was now fully resolved not only not to betray him, but to defend him against all enemies, as he had promised. This was said to be the cause why Edwin, admonished by the bishop of a sign which had befallen him so strangely, and as he thought so secretly, arose to him with that reverence and amazement as to one sent from heaven, to claim that promise of him which he perceived well was due to a divine power that had assisted him in his troubles. To Paulinus, therefore, he makes answer that the Christian belief he himself ought by promise and intended to receive, but would confer first with his chief peers and counsellors, that if they likewise could be won, all at once might be baptized. They therefore being asked in council what their opinion was concerning the new doctrine, and well perceiving which way the king inclined, every one thereafter shaped his reply. The chief priest, speaking first, discovered an old grudge he had against his gods for advancing others in the king's favour above him, their chief priest. Another, hiding his court compliance in a grave sentence, commended the choice of certain before uncertain upon due examination. To like purpose answered all the rest of his sages, none openly dissenting from what was likely to be the king's creed, whereas the preaching of Paulinus could work no such effect upon them, toiling till that time without success. Whereupon Edwin, renouncing heathenism, became Christian, and the pagan priest, offering himself freely to demolish the altars of his former gods, made some amends for his teaching to adore them. With Edwin, note post-Christ 627, return to text, his two sons, Osfrid and Infrid, born to him by Quenberga, daughter, as saith Beda, of Carol, king of Mercia, in the time of his banishment, and with them most of the people, both nobles and commons, easily converted, were baptized. He, with his whole family at York, in a church hastily built up of wood, the multitude, most part in rivers. Northumberland thus christened, Paulinus, crossing the river Humber, converted also the province of Lindsey, and Blecka, the governor of Lincoln, with his household and most of that city, wherein he built a church of stone, curiously wrought, but of small continuance, for the roof in Beda's time, uncertain whether by neglect or by enemies, was down, the walls only standing. Meanwhile, in Mercia, Cyril, a kinsman of Wibba, saith Huntington, not a son, having long withheld the kingdom from Penda, Wibba's son, left it now at length to him in the 50th year of his age, with whom Kinegils and Quichelm, the West Saxon kings, 2 years after, note post-Christ 629, return to text, having by that time, it seems, recovered strength since the inroad made upon them by Edwin, fought at Cizister, then made a truce. But Edwin, seeking every way to propagate the faith which with so much deliberation he had received, persuaded Earpwold, the son of Redwald, king of East Angles, to embrace the same belief. Note, post-Christ 632, return to text. Willingly or in awe is not known, retaining under Edwin the name only of king. But Earpwold not long survived his conversion, having been slain in fight by Ricbert, a pagan, whereby the people, having lightly followed the religion of their king, as lightly fell back to their old superstitions for above 3 years after. Edwin, in the meanwhile, to his faith adding virtue, by the due administration of justice, brought such peace over all his territories, that from sea to sea man or woman might have travelled in safety. His care also was of fountains by the wayside, to make them fittest for the use of travellers, and, not unmindful of regal state, whether in war or in peace, he had a royal banner carried before him. But having reigned with much honour 17 years, he was at length by Cadwalley, or Cadwallon, king of the Britons, who, with aid of the Mercian Penda, had rebelled against him, slain in a battle with his son Osfrid at a place called Hethfield, and his whole army overthrown or dispersed in the year 633, and the 47th of his age, in the eye of man worthy a more peaceful end. His head, brought to York, was there buried in the church by him begun. Sad was this overthrow, both to the church and state of the Northumbrians. For Penda, being a heathen, and the British king, though in name a Christian, yet in deeds more bloody than the pagan, Nothing was omitted of barbarous cruelty in the slaughter of sex or age. Caedwalla threatening to root out the whole nation, though then newly Christian. For the Britons, and as Beda saith even to his days, accounted Saxon Christianity no better than paganism, and with them held as little communion. From these calamities, no refuge being left but flight, Paulinus, taking with him Ethelburga the queen and her children, aided by Bassus, one of Edwin's captains, made escape by sea to Eadbald, king of Kent, who, receiving his sister with all kindness, made Paulinus bishop of Rochester, where he ended his days. After Edwin, the kingdom of Northumberland became divided as before, each rightful heir seizing his part. In Deira, Osric, the son of Alfred, Edwin's uncle, by profession a Christian, and baptized by Paulinus. In Bernicia, Eanfrid, the son of Ethelfrid, who all the time of Edwin, with his brother Oswald and many of the young nobility, lived in Scotland exiled, and had been there taught and baptized. No sooner had they gotten each a kingdom, but both turned recreant, sliding back into their old religion, and both were the same year slain. Osric, by a sudden eruption of Caedwalla, whom he in a strong town had unadvisedly besieged. Eanfrid, seeking peace, and inconsiderately with a few, surrendering himself. Caedwalla now ranged at will through both those provinces, using cruelly his conquest. Note, post-Christ 634, return to text. When Oswald, the brother of Eanfrid, with a small but Christian army, unexpectedly coming on, defeated and destroyed both him and his huge forces, which he boasted to be invincible, by a little river running into Tyne near the ancient Roman wall, then called Dennisburn, the place afterwards called Heavenfield, from the cross, reported to be miraculous for cures, which Oswald there erected before the battle, in token of his faith against the great number of his enemies. Obtaining the kingdom, he took care to instruct again the people in Christianity. Sending therefore to the Scottish elders, Beda so terms them, among whom he had received baptism, he requested of them some faithful teacher, who might again settle religion in his realm, which the late troubles had much impaired. They, as readily hearkening to his request, sent Aidan, a Scotch monk and bishop, but of singular zeal and meekness, with others to assist him, whom at their own desire he seated in Lindisfarne, at the episcopal seat, now Holy Island, and being the son of Ethelfrid, by the sister of Edwin, as right heir, others failing, easily reduced both kingdoms of Northumberland, as before, into one, nor of Edwin's dominion lost any part, but enlarged it rather, over all the 4 British nations, Angles, Britons, Picts, and Scots, exercising regal authority. Of his devotion, humility, and alms deeds much is spoken, that he disdained not to be the interpreter of Aidan, preaching in Scotch or bad English to his nobles and household servants, and had the poor continually served at his gate after the promiscuous manner of those times. His meaning might be upright, but the manner, more ancient, of private or of church contribution, is doubtless more evangelical.
End of Part 1 of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 4, Part 2 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. About this time, the West Saxons, anciently called Gevisci, by the preaching of Birinus, a bishop whom Pope Honorius had sent, were converted to the faith with Cynegils their king. Him Oswald received out of the font, and his daughter in marriage. The next year, note post-Christ 635, return to text, Cuichelm was baptized in Dorchester, but lived not to the year's end. The East Angles also this year were reclaimed to the faith of Christ, which for some years past they had thrown off. But Sigibert, the brother of Erpwald, now succeeded in that kingdom, praised for a most Christian and learned man, who, while his brother yet reigned, living in France in exile, for some displeasure conceived against him by Redwald his father, learned there the Christian faith, and reigning soon after, in the same instructed his people, by the preaching of Felix, a Burgundian bishop. In the year 640, Eadbald, deceasing, left to Ercombert, his son by Emma, the French king's daughter, the kingdom of Kent, recorded the first of English kings who commanded through his limits the destroying of idols, laudably of all idols without exception, and the first to have established Lent among us under strict penalty, not worth remembering, but only to inform us that no Lent was observed here till his time by compulsion, especially being noted by some to have fraudulently usurped upon his elder brother Ermenred, whose right was precedent to the crown. Oswald, having reigned 8 years, note, post-Christ 642, return to text, worthy also, as might seem, of longer life, fell into the same fate with Edwin, and from the same hand, in a great battle, overcome and slain by Penda, at a place called Maserfield, now Oswestry in Shropshire, miraculous as saith Beda after his death. His brother Oswy succeeded him, reigning, though in much trouble, 28 years, opposed either by Penda or his own son Alfred, or his brother's son Ethelwald. Next year, note, post-Christ 649, return to text, Kenegils, the West Saxon king, dying, left his son Kenwalch in his stead, though as yet unconverted. About this time Sigebert, king of the East Angles, having learnt in France, ere his coming to reign, the manner of their schools, with the assistance of some teachers out of Kent, instituted a school here, after the same discipline, thought to be the University of Cambridge, then first founded, and at length, weary of his kingly office, betook him to a monastical life, commending the care of government to his kinsman Egric, who had sustained him with part of that burden before. It happened some years after that Penda made war on the East Angles. They, expecting a sharp encounter, besought Sigebert, whom they esteemed an expert leader, with his presence to confirm the soldiery, and upon his refusal carried him by force out of the monastery into the camp, where, acting the monk rather than the captain, with a single wand in his hand, he was slain, with Egric, and his whole army put to flight. Anna of the royal stock has next in right succeeded, and has the praise of a virtuous and most Christian prince. But Kenwalch, the West Saxon, having married the sister of Penda, and divorced her, was by him, with more appearance of a just cause, vanquished in fight, and deprived of his crown. Whence, retiring to Anna, king of the East Angles, after 3 years' abode in his court, note, post-Christ 648, return to text, he there became Christian, and afterwards regained his kingdom. Oswy, in the former years of his reign, had admitted to a share of the government with him Oswin, nephew of Edwin, who ruled in Deira 7 years, who was commended much for his zeal in religion, and for the comeliness of his person, with other princely qualities, was beloved of all. Notwithstanding which, dissensions growing between them, it came to arms. Oswin, seeing himself much exceeded in numbers, thought it more prudent, dismissing his army, to reserve himself for some better occasion. But committing his person with one faithful attendant to the loyalty of Hunwald, an earl, his imagined friend, he was by him treacherously discovered, and by command of Oswy slain. Note, post-Christ 651, return to text. After whom, within 12 days, and for grief of him whose death he foretold, died Bishop Aidan, famous for his charity, meekness, and labour in the gospel. The fact of Oswy was detestable to all, which therefore to expiate, a monastery was built in the place where it was done, and prayers there daily offered up for the souls of both kings, the slain and the slayer. Kenwalch, by this time reinstalled in his kingdom, kept it long, but with various fortune, for Beda relates him ofttimes afflicted by his enemies, with great losses, and in 652, by the annals, fought a battle, civil war, Ethelwerd calls it, at Brandenfort by the river Avoney, against whom, and for what cause, or who had the victory, they write not. Camden names the place Bradford in Wiltshire, by the river Avon, and Cuthred, his near kinsman, against whom he fought, but cites no authority. Certain it is that Kenwalch 4 years before had given large possessions to his nephew Cuthred, the more unlikely therefore now to have rebelled. The next year, note, post-Christ 653, return to text. Peda, whom his father Penda, though a heathen, had for his princely virtues made prince of Middle Angles, belonging to the Mercians, was with that people converted to the faith. For coming to Oswy with request to have in marriage Alfleda his daughter, he was denied her, but on condition that he, with all his people, should receive Christianity. Hearing therefore not unwillingly what was preached to him of resurrection and eternal life, much persuaded also by Alfred, the king's son, who had his sister Kinneberg to wife, he easily assented, for the truth's sake only, as he professed, whether he obtained the virgin or no, and was baptized with all his followers. Returning, he took with him 4 presbyters to teach the people of his province, who by their daily preaching won many. Neither did Penda, though himself no believer, prohibit any in his kingdom to hear or believe the gospel, but rather hated and despised those who, professing to believe, attested not their faith by good works, condemning them for miserable and justly to be despised, who obey not that God in whom they choose to believe. How well might Penda, this heathen, rise up in judgment against many pretended Christians, both of his own and these days! Yet, being a man bred up to war, as no less were others then reigning, and ofttimes one against another, though both Christians, he warred on Anna, king of the East Angles. Note, post-Christ 654, return to text. Perhaps without cause, for Anna was esteemed a just man, and at length slew him. About this time, the East Saxons, who, as above hath been said, had expelled their bishop Mellitus, and renounced the faith, were by the means of Oswy thus reconverted. Sigibert, surnamed the Small, being the son of Seward, without other memory of his reign, left his son king of that province, after him called Sigibert II, who, coming often to visit Oswy as great friend, was by him at several times fervently dissuaded from idolatry, and, being prevailed on at length to forsake it, was there baptized. On his return home, taking with him Keda, a laborious preacher, afterwards made a bishop, by whose teaching, with some help of others, the people were again recovered from misbelief. But Sigibert, some years after, though standing fast in religion, was by the conspiracy of 2 brethren in place near about him wickedly murdered, who, being asked, quote, what moved them to a deed so heinous, unquote, gave no other than this barbarous answer, quote, that they were angry with him for being so gentle to his enemies as to forgive them their injuries whenever they besought him, unquote. Yet his death seems to have happened not without some cause by him given of divine displeasure. For one of those earls who slew him, living in unlawful wedlock, and therefore excommunicated so severely by the bishop that no man might presume to enter into his house, much less to sit at meat with him, the king, not regarding this church censure, went to feast with him at his invitation, whom the bishop, meeting in his return, though penitent for what he had done and fallen at his feet, touched with the rod in his hand, and angrily thus foretold, because thou hast neglected to abstain from the house of that excommunicate, in that house thou shalt die. And so it fell out, perhaps from that prediction, God bearing witness to his minister in the power of church discipline, spiritually executed, not juridically, on the contemner thereof. This year, 655, proved fortunate to Oswy and fatal to Penda. For Oswy, by the continual inroads of Penda having long endured much devastation, to the endangering once by assault and fire Bebbanburg, his strongest city, now Bemborough Castle, unable to resist him, with many rich presents offered to buy his peace, which not accepted by the pagan, who intended nothing but destruction to that king, though more than once in affinity with him, turning gifts into vows, he implores divine assistance, devoting, if he were delivered from his enemy, a child of 1 year old, his daughter, to be a nun, and 12 portions of land whereon to build monasteries. His vows, as may be thought, found better success than his proffered gifts, for hereupon, with his son Alfred, gathering a small power, he encountered and discomfited the Mercians, 30 times exceeding his in number, and led on by expert captains at a place called Leeds, now Leeds in Yorkshire. Besides this, Ethelwald, the son of Oswald, who ruled in Deira, took part with the Mercians, but in the fight withdrew his forces, and in a safe place expected the event. With which unseasonable retreat the Mercians, perhaps terrified and misdoubting more danger, fled, many of their commanders, with Penda himself, being slain, among whom was Adelhir, the brother of Anna, who ruled after him the East Angles, and was the author of this war. And many more, flying, were drowned in the river, which Beda calls Winwood, then swollen above its banks. The death of Penda, who had been the death of so many good kings, made general rejoicing, as the song witnessed, "At the river Winwood Anna was avenged." To Adelhir succeeded Ethelward, his brother, in the East Angles. To Sigibert, in the East Saxons, Swidhelm, the son of Sexbald saith Bede, the brother of Sigibert saith Malmesbury. He was baptized by Cedda, then residing in the kingdom of the East Angles, and by Ethelwald the king received out of the font. But Oswy, in the strength of his late victory, within 3 years after, note, post Christ 658, return to text, subdued all Mercia, and of the Pictish nation greatest part, at which time he gave to Peda, his son-in-law, the kingdom of South Mercia, divided from the northern by the river Trent. But Peda, the spring following, as was said, by the treason of his wife, the daughter of Oswy, married by him for a special Christian, on the feast of Easter, not protected by the holy time, was slain. Note, post Christ 659, return to text. The Mercian nobles, Imin, Eba, and Eadbert, throwing off the government of Oswy, set up Wulfar, the other son of Penda, to be their king, whom till then they had kept hid, and with him adhered to the Christian faith. Kenwalch, the West Saxon, now settled at home and desirous to enlarge his dominion, prepares against the Britons, joins battle with them at Penn in Somersetshire, and, overcoming, pursues them to Pedridum. Another fight he had with them before, at a place called Whitgirnsburg, barely mentioned by the monk of Malmesbury. Nor was it long ere he fell at variance with Wulfar, the son of Penda, his old enemy, scarce yet warm in his throne, fought with him at Possensburg on the Easter holidays, note post Christ 661, return to text, and, as Ethelward saith, took him prisoner. But the Saxon annals, quite otherwise, say that Wulfar, winning the field, wasted the West Saxon country as far as Eskeston, and, not staying there, took and wasted the Isle of Wight, but, causing the inhabitants to be baptized, who had till then been unbelievers, gave the island to Ethelwald, king of the South Saxons, whom he had received out of the font. The year 664, a synod of Scottish and English bishops, in the presence of Oswy and Alfred his son, was held at a monastery in those parts to debate on what day Easter should be kept, a controversy which long before had disturbed the Greek and Latin churches, wherein the Scots, not agreeing with the way of Rome, nor yielding to the disputants on that side to whom the king most inclined, such as were bishops here resigned and returned home with their disciples. Another clerical question was there, also much controverted, not so superstitious in my opinion as ridiculous, about the right shaving of crowns. The same year was seen an eclipse of the sun in May, followed by a sore pestilence beginning in the south, but spreading to the north, and over all Ireland with great mortality. In which time the East Saxons, after Swithelm's decease, being governed by Sigurd, the son of Sigibert the Small, and Sebbi of Seward, though both subject to the Mercians, Sigurd and his people, unsteady of faith, supposing that this plague was come upon them for renouncing their old religion, fell off the second time to infidelity, which the Mercian king Wulfr, understanding, sent Jeromanos, a faithful bishop, who, with other his fellow labourers, by sound doctrine and gentle dealing, soon recured them of their second relapse. In Kent, Ercombert, expiring, was succeeded by his son Ecbert, in whose fourth year, note post Christ 668, the 8 is illegible, return to text, by means of Theodore, a learned Greekish monk of Tarsus, whom Pope Vitalian had ordained Archbishop of Canterbury, the Greek and Latin tongue, with other liberal arts, arithmetic, music, astronomy, and the like, began first to flourish among the Saxons, as did also the whole land, under potent and religious kings, more than ever before, as Beda affirms, till his own days. 2 years after, note, post Christ 670, return to text, in Northumberland died Oswy, much addicted to Romish rites, and resolved, had his disease released him, to have ended his days in Rome. Ecfrid, the eldest of his sons begotten wedlock, succeeded him. After other 3 years, note, post Christ 673, return to text, Ecbert, in Kent deceasing, left nothing memorable behind him but the general suspicion to have slain or connived at the slaughter of his uncle's 2 sons, Elbert and Egelbreit. In recompense whereof, he gave to the mother of them part of Tannet, wherein to build an abbey. The kingdom fell to his brother Lothair. And much about this time, by the best account it should be, however placed in Beda, that Ecfrid of Northumberland, having war with the Mercian Wulfr, won from him Lindsey and the country thereabout. Sebbi, having reigned over the East Saxons 30 years, not long before his death, though he had long before desired to do so, took on him the habit of a monk, and drew his wife at length, though unwilling, to the same devotion. Kenwalch also, dying, left the government to Sexburga his wife, who outlived him in it but 1 year, having been driven out, saith Matthew of Westminster, spelled MAT.WESTM, by the nobles disdaining female government. After whom several petty kings, as Beda calls them, for 10 years' space divided the West Saxons. Note, post Christ 673, return to text. Others name 2, Esquin, the nephew of Kinegils, and Kentwin, the son, not petty by their deeds, for Esquin fought a battle with Wulfr, note, post Christ 676, return to text, at Bedenhalde, and about a year after both deceased, but Wulfr not without a stain left behind him of selling the bishopric of London to Winnie, the first Simonist we read of in this story. Kenwalch had before expelled him from his chair at Winchester. Ethelred, the brother of Wulfr, obtaining next the kingdom of Mercia, not only recovered Lindsey, and what besides in those parts Wulfr had lost to Ecfrid some years before, but found himself strong enough to extend his arms another way, as far as Kent, wasting that country without respect to church or monastery, much also in damaging the city of Rochester, notwithstanding what resistance Lothair could make against it. In August 678 was seen a morning comet for 3 months following, in manner of a fiery pillar, and the South Saxons about this time were converted to the Christian faith upon this occasion. Wilfrid, bishop of the Northumbrians, entering into contention with Ecfrid the king, was by him deprived of his bishopric, and long wandering up and down as far as Rome, note, post Christ 679, return to text, returned at length into England, but not daring to approach the north whence he was banished, bethought him where he might to best purpose elsewhere exercise his ministry. The south, of all other Saxons, remained yet heathen, but Edelwalch, their king, not long before had been baptized in Mercia, persuaded by Wulfher, and by him, as hath been said, received out of the font. For which relation's sake he had the Isle of Wight and a province of the Minari adjoining given him on the continent about Minisborough in Hampshire, which Wulfher had a little before gotten from Kenwalch. Thither Wilfrid takes his journey, and with the help of other spiritual labourers about him, in short time planted there the gospel. It had not rained, as is said, of 3 years before in that country, whence many of the people daily perished by famine, till on the first day of their public baptism, soft and plentiful showers descending, restored all abundance to the summer following. 2 years after this, note, post Christ 681, return to text, Kentwin, the other West Saxon king above named, chased the Welsh Britons, as is chronicled without circumstance, to the very seashore. But in the year by Beda's reckoning 683, Caedwalla, a West Saxon of the royal line, whom the Welsh will have to be Cadwallader, last king of the Britons, thrown out by faction, returned from banishment, and invaded both Kentwin, if then living, or whoever else had divided the succession of Kenwalch, slaying in fight Edelwalch, the South Saxon, who opposed him in their aid, but soon after was repulsed by 2 of his captains, Bertune and Andune, who for a while held the province in their power. But Caedwalla, gathering new force, note, post Christ 685, return to text, with the slaughter of Bertune, and also of Edric, the successor of Edelwalch, won the kingdom, but reduced the people to heavy thraldom. Then, addressing himself to conquer the Isle of Wight, the inhabitants of which till that time continued to be pagans, as Beda saith, though others say otherwise, as above hath been related, made a vow, though himself yet unbaptized, to devote the 4th part of that island and the spoils thereof to holy uses. Conquest obtained, paying his vow, as then was the belief, he gave his 4th to Bishop Wilfrid, who was by chance there present, and the bishop gave it to Bertwin, a priest, his sister's son, with commission to baptize all the vanquished who meant to save their lives. But the 2 young sons of Arwald, king of that island, met with much more hostility, for they, at the enemy's approach, flying out of the isle, and being betrayed as to the place where they were hid, which was not far from thence, were led to Caedwalla, who lay then under cure of some wounds received, and by his appointment, after instruction and baptism first given them, were harshly put to death, which the youths are said with a courage above their age to have Christianly suffered. In Kent, Lothair died this year of his wounds received in the fight against the South Saxons, led on by Edric, who, descending from Ermenred, it seems, challenged the crown, and wore it, though not commendably, 1 year and a half, but coming to a violent death, note post Christ 685, return to text, left the land exposed a prey either to homebred usurpers or to neighbouring invaders, among whom Caedwalla, taking advantage from their civil distempers, and marching easily through the country of the South Saxons whom he had subdued, sorely harassed the country, which had of a long time been untouched by any hostile incursion. But the Kentish men, all parties uniting against a common enemy, with joint power so opposed him that he was constrained to retire back, his brother Mollo in the flight, with 12 men in his company, seeking shelter in a house, was beset, and therein burnt by the pursuers. Caedwalla, much troubled at so great a loss, recalling and soon rallying his disordered forces, returned fiercely upon the chasing enemy. Note, post Christ 686, return to text. Nor could he be got out of the province till, both by fire and sword, he had avenged the death of his brother. At length, note, post Christ 686, return to text, Victor, the son of Ecbert, attaining the kingdom, both settled at home all things in peace, and secured his borders from all outward hostility. While thus Caedwalla disquieted both west and east, after his winning the crown, Ecgfrith the Northumbrian and Ethelred the Mercian fought a sore battle by the river Trent, wherein Elfwin, brother to Ecgfrith, a youth of 18 years, much beloved, was slain, and that accident being likely to occasion much more shedding of blood, peace was happily made up by the grave exhortation of Archbishop Theodore, a pecuniary fine only being paid to Ecgfrith, as some satisfaction for the loss of his brother's life. Another adversity befell Ecgfrith in his family by means of Etheldrith his wife, King Anna's daughter, who, having taken him for her husband, and professing to love him above all other men, persisted during 12 years in the obstinate refusal of his bed, thereby thinking to live the purer life. So perversely then was chastity instructed against the apostle's rule. At length, obtaining of him with much importunity her departure, she veiled herself a nun, and being then made abbess of Ely, died 7 years after of the pestilence, and might with better warrant have kept faithfully her undertaken wedlock, though now canonized by the name of St. Audrey of Ely. In the meanwhile, Ecgfrith had sent Bertus with the power to subdue Ireland, a harmless nation, saith Beda, and ever friendly to the English, in both which qualities they seem to have left a posterity much unlike them at this day. The inhabitants of Ireland, seeing their country to be miserably wasted by these invaders, without regard had to places hallowed or profane, they betook themselves partly to their weapons, and partly to implore divine aid, and, as was thought, obtained it in their full avengement upon Ecgfrith. For he, the next year, against the minded persuasion of his sagest friends, and especially of Cudbert, a famous bishop of that age, marching unadvisedly against the Picts, who long before had been subject to Northumberland, was by them, feigning flight, drawn unawares into narrow straits overtopped with hills, and cut off with most of his army. From which time, saith Bede, military valour began among the Saxons to decay. And not only the Picts, who had till then been peaceable, but some part of the Britons also recovered by arms their liberty for many years after. Yet Alfred, elder but base, brother to Ecgfrith, a man said to be learned in the Scriptures, being recalled from Ireland, to which place in his brother's reign he had retired, and now succeeding him, upheld with much honour, though in narrower bounds, the residue of his kingdom. Caedwalla, having now with great disturbance of his neighbours reigned over the West Saxons 2 years, besides what time he spent in gaining it, wearied perhaps with his own turbulence, went to Rome, desirous there to receive baptism, which till then his worldly affairs had caused him to defer. And accordingly, on Easter Day 689, he was baptized by Sergius the Pope, and his name changed to Peter. All which notwithstanding, surprised with a disease, he outlived not the ceremony which he had so far sought much above the space of 5 weeks, but died there in the 30th year of his age, and in the church of St. Peter was there buried, with a large epitaph upon his tomb. Him succeeded Ina of the royal family, and from the time of his coming in for many years oppressed the land with like grievances, as Caedwalla had done before him, insomuch that in those times there was no bishop among them. His first expedition was into Kent, to demand satisfaction for the burning of Molo. Victred, loath to hazard all for the rash act of a few, delivered up 30 of those that could be found accessory, or, as others say, pacified Ina with a great sum of money. Meanwhile, at the incitement of Ecgbert, a devout monk, Wilbrod, a priest eminent for learning, passed over the sea, having 12 others in company, with intent to preach the gospel in Germany. Note, post-Christ 694, return to text. And coming to Pepin, chief regent of the Franks, who a little before had conquered the hither Frisia, by his countenance and protection, and with the promise also of many benefits to them who should believe, they found the work of conversion much the easier, and Wilbrod obtained the first bishopric in that nation. But two priests, each of them Hewald by name, and for distinction surnamed from the colour of their hair, the black and the white, by his example piously affected to the souls of their countrymen, the old Saxons, at their coming thither to convert them, met with much worse entertainment. For in the house of a farmer, who had promised to convey them as they desired to the governor of that country, being discovered by their daily ceremonies to be Christian priests, and the cause of their coming being suspected, they were by him and his heathen neighbours cruelly butchered, yet were not unavenged. For the governor, enraged at such violence offered to his strangers, sending armed men, slew all those inhabitants, and burnt their village. After 3 years, note post Christ 697, return to text, in Mercia, Ostrid the queen, wife to Ethelred, was killed by her own nobles, as Beda's epitome records. Florence calls them Southumbrians, negligently omitting the cause of so strange a fact. And the year following, note post Christ 698, return to text, Bethred, a Northumbrian general, was slain by the Picts. Ethelred, 7 years after the violent death of his queen, note post Christ 704, return to text, put on the monk and resigned his kingdom to Kenred, the son of Wulfr his brother. The next year, note post Christ 705, return to text, Alfred in Northumberland died, leaving Osred, a child only 8 years old, to succeed him. 4 years after which, note post Christ 709, return to text, Kenred, having a while with praise governed the Mercian kingdom, went to Rome in the time of Pope Constantine, and was shorn a monk, and in that condition spent there the residue of his days. Keldred succeeded him, the son of Ethelred, who had reigned the next before. With Kenred went Offa, the son of Sigurd, king of the East Saxons, and betook him to the same habit, leaving his wife and native country. A comely person in the prime of his youth, much desired of the people, and such was his virtue by report that he might have otherwise been worthy to have reigned. Ina, the West Saxon, 1 year after, note post Christ 710, return to text, fought a battle which was at first doubtful, but at last successful, against Geraint, king of Wales. The next year, note post Christ 711, return to text, Bertfrid, another Northumbrian captain, fought with the Picts and slaughtered them, saith Huntingdon, to the full avengement of Ecgfrid's death. The 4th year after, note post Christ 715, return to text, Ina had another doubtful and cruel battle at Woodnesburg in Wiltshire, with Kelred the Mercian, who died the year following a lamentable death. Note post Christ 716, return to text. For as he sat one day feasting with his nobles, suddenly possessed with an evil spirit, he expired in despair, as Boniface, Archbishop of Mentz, an Englishman, who taxes him for a defiler of nuns, writes by way of caution to Ethelbald, his next of kin, who succeeded him. Osred also, a young Northumbrian king, slain by his kindred in the 11th of his reign for his vicious life and incest committed with nuns, was by Kenred succeeded and avenged. He, reigning 2 years, left Osric in his room. Note post Christ 718, return to text. In whose 7th year, if Beda calculate right, Victred, king of Kent, deceased, having reigned 34 years, and some part of them with Swebard, as Beda testifies. Note post Christ 725, return to text. He left behind him 3 sons, Ethelbert, Eadbert, and Alric, his heirs. 3 years after which, note post Christ 728, return to text, appeared 2 comets about the sun, terrible to behold, the one before him in the morning, the other after him in the evening, for the space of 2 weeks in January, bending their blaze toward the north, at which time the Saracens furiously invaded France, but were expelled soon after with great overthrow. The same year, in Northumberland, Osric, dying or slain, adopted Celwulf, the brother of Kenred, his successor, to whom Bede dedicates his story, but writes this only of him, that the beginning and the process of his reign met with many adverse commotions, whereof the event was then doubtfully expected. Meanwhile, Ina, 7 years before having slain Kenwulf, to whom Florent gives the addition of Clito, which is given usually to none but persons of the royal blood, and the 4th year after having overthrown and slain Albright, another Clito, driven from Taunton to the South Saxons for aid, and having vanquished also the East Angles in more than one battle, as Malmesbury writes, but does not mention the year, whether to expiate so much blood, or, infected with the contagious humour of those times, Malmesbury saith that the persuasion of Ethelburga his wife, went to Rome, and there ended his days. Yet this praise left behind him, to have made good laws, the first of the Saxon laws that remain extant to this day, and to his kinsman Edelard bequeathed the crown, no less than the whole monarchy of England and Wales. For Ina, if we believe a digression in the laws of Edward the Confessor, was the first king crowned of both English and British subjects since the entrance of the Saxons. Of the British, by means of his second wife, who was some way related to Cadwallader, the last king of Wales, which I should not have noted, as it appears to me to be unlikely, but for the place in which I found it. Note, Bede, post-Christ 731. Return to text. After Ina, by a surer author, Ethelbald, king of Mercia, commanded all the provinces on this side the Humber with their kings. The Picts were in league with the English, the Scots were peaceable within their bounds, and of the Britons, part were under their own government, and part subject to the English. In which peaceful state of the land, many in Northumberland, both nobles and commons, laying aside the exercise of arms, betook them to the cloister. And not content so to do at home, many in the days of Ina, clerks and laics, men and women, hastening to Rome in herds, thought themselves nowhere sure of eternal life till they were cloistered there. Thus representing the state of things in this island, Bede surceases to write, out of whose writings chiefly has been gathered, since the Saxons' arrival, such an imperfect account of their actions as hath been here delivered, which is but a scattered story picked out here and there with some trouble and tedious work from among his many legends of visions and miracles, which toward the latter end of it is so bare of civil matters that what can be thence collected may seem to be a calendar rather than a history, being taken up for the most part with a succession of kings and computation of years, and even these uninteresting particulars are hard to be reconciled with the Saxon annals. Their actions that we read of were most commonly wars, but for what cause waged, or by what counsels carried on, no care was had to let us know. Whereby their strength and violence we understand, but of their wisdom, reason, or justice, little or nothing. The rest treating of superstition and monastical affectation. Kings, one after another, leaving their kingly charge to run their heads fondly into a monk's cowl, which leaves us uncertain whether Bede was wanting to his matter, or his matter to him. Yet from hence to the Danish invasion it will be worse with us, when we are destitute of Bede, left only to obscure and blockish chronicles, whom Malmesbury and Huntingdon, for neither they nor we had better authors of those times, ambitious to adorn the history, make no scruple oft times, I doubt, to interline with conjectures and surmises of their own. But rather than imitate these writers, I shall choose to represent the truth quite naked, though as lean as a plain journal. Yet William of Malmesbury must be acknowledged, both for style and judgment, to be by far the best writer of them all. But what labour is to be endured in turning over volumes of rubbish in the rest, Florence of Worcester, Huntingdon, Simeon of Durham, Hoveden, Matthew of Westminster, and many others of obscurer note, with all their monarchisms, is a penance to think. Yet these are our only registers, transcribers one after another for the most part, and sometimes worthy enough for the things they register. This travail, rather than not know at once what may be known of our ancient story, sifted from fables and impertinences, I voluntarily undergo, and to save others, if they please, the like unpleasing labour, except those who take pleasure to be all their lifetime raking the foundations of old abbeys and cathedrals. But to my task now, as it befalls. End of Book 4, Part 2 of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 4, Part 3 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. In the year 733, on the 18th day of the calends of September, was an eclipse of the sun about the 3rd hour of day, obscuring almost his whole orb as with a black shield. Ethelbald, king of Mercia, besieged and took the castle, or town, of Somerton. And 2 years after, note, post-Christ 735, return to text, Beda our historian died, some say the year before. Celwulf, in Northumberland 3 years after, note, post-Christ 738, return to text, became a monk in Lindisfarne, yet none of the severest, for he brought those monks from milk and water to wine and ale, in which doctrine no doubt they were soon docile, and well might, for Celwulf brought with him good provision, great treasure and revenues of land, recited by Simeon, yet all under pretence of following, I use the author's words, poor Christ by voluntary poverty. No marvel then if such applause were given by monkish writers to kings turning monks, and much cunning perhaps used to allure them. To Eadbert, his uncle's son, he left the kingdom, whose brother Ecbert, Archbishop of York, built a library there. But 2 years after, note, post-Christ 740, return to text, while Eadbert was busied in war against the Picts, Ethelbald, the Mercian, by foul fraud, assaulted part of Northumberland in his absence, as the supplement to Beda's Epitome records. In the kingdom of the West Saxons, Edelard, who succeeded Ina, having been much molested in the beginning of his reign with the rebellion of Oswald his kinsman, who contended with him for the right of succession, overcoming at last those troubles, died in peace in the year 741, leaving Cuthred, one of the same lineage, to succeed him, who at first had much war with Ethelbald the Mercian, and various success, but joining with him in a league 2 years after, note post-Christ 743, return to text, made war on the Welsh, over whom Huntingdon doubts not to give them a great victory. And Simeon reports another battle fought between Britons and Picts in the year ensuing. Now was the kingdom of the East Saxons drawing to a period, for Sigard and Senfrid, the son of Sebi, having reigned a while, and after them young Offa, who soon quitted his kingdom to go to Rome with Kenred, as hath been said, the government was conferred on Selred, son of Sigebert the Good, who, having ruled 38 years, came to a violent death. Note, post-Christ 746, return to text. How or wherefore is not set down. After whom Swithred was the last king, driven out by Ecbert the West Saxon. But London with the countries adjacent obeyed the Mercians, till they also were dissolved. Cuthred had now reigned about 9 years, note, post-Christ 748, return to text, when Kenric his son, a valiant young prince, was in a military tumult slain by his own soldiers. The same year, Eadbert dying in Kent, his brother Ethelbert reigned in his stead. But after 2 years, note, post-Christ 750, return to text, the other Eadbert in Northumberland whose war with the Picts hath been above mentioned, made now such progress there as to subdue Kyle, so saith the Octroi of Bede, and other counties thereabout, to his dominion, while Cuthred the West Saxon had a fight with Ethelhun, one of his nobles. Note, post Christ 752, return to text. A stout warrior, envied by him in some matter of the commonwealth, as far as by the Latin of Ethelwerd can be understood, others interpret it sedition, and with much ado overcoming, took Ethelhun for his valour into favour, by whom faithfully served in the 12th or 13th of his reign, he encountered in a set battle with Ethelbald the Mercian at Beorford, now Burford, in Oxfordshire. 1 year after, note, post Christ 753, return to text, against the Welsh, which was the last but one of his life. Huntingdon, as his manner is to comment upon the annal text, makes a terrible description of that fight between Cuthred and Ethelbald, and the prowess of Ethelhun at Beorford, but so affectedly and therefore suspiciously that I hold it not worth rehearsal. And both in that and the latter conflict he gives victory to Cuthred, after whom Sigebert, it is uncertain by what right, as his kinsman, saith Florent, stepped into the throne, whom, hated for his cruelty and other evil doings, Kenwulf, joining with most of the nobility, dispossessed of all his dominions but Hampshire. That province he lost also within a year, note post Christ 755, return to text, together with the love of all those who till then remained his adherents, by slaying Cumbersome, one of his chief captains, who for a long time had faithfully served, and now dissuaded him from incensing the people by such tyrannical practices. Thence, flying for safety into Andrew's wood, forsaken of all, he was at length slain by the swineherd of Cumbersome in revenge of his master, and Kenwulf, who had an undoubted right to the crown, was joyfully saluted king. The next year, note post Christ 756, return to text, Eadberht the Northumbrian, joining forces with Unust, king of the Picts, as Simeon writes, besieged and took by surrender the city of Alcluith, now Dunbritton in Lennox, from the Britons of Cumberland, and 10 days after the whole army perished about Newongberig, but to tell us how he forgets. In Mercia, Ethelbald was slain at a place called Secandun, now Seckington, in Warwickshire, the year following, note post Christ 757, return to text, in a bloody fight against Cuthred, as Huntingdon surmises, but Cuthred was dead 2 or 3 years before. Others write him to have been murdered in the night by his own guard, and the treason, as some say, of Beorhred, who succeeded him, but ere many months was defeated and slain by Offa. Yet Ethelbald seems not without cause, after a long and prosperous reign, to have fallen by a violent death, which seems to have been the consequence of his having ventured, on the vain confidence of his many alms, to commit uncleanness with consecrated nuns, besides laic adulteries, as the Archbishop of Mentz in letter taxes him, and his predecessor, and that by his example most of his peers did the like, which adulterous doings, he foretold him, were likely to produce a slothful offspring, good for nothing but to be the ruin of that kingdom, as it fell out not long after. The next year, note post Christ 758, Osmond, according to Florence, ruling the South Saxons, and Swithred the East, Eadberht in Northumberland, following the steps of his predecessor, got him into a monk's hood, which seems the more to be wondered at, as he had reigned worthily 21 years, with the love and high estimation of all, both at home and abroad, and was still able to govern, and was much entreated by the kings, his neighbours, not to lay down his charge, with an offer on that condition to yield up to him part of their own dominions. But he could not be moved from his resolution, and accordingly relinquished his regal office to Oswulf his son, who at the year's end, though without just cause, was slain by his own servants. Note post Christ 759, return to text. And the year after died Ethelbert, son of Victred, the second of that name in Kent. After Oswulf, Ethelwald, otherwise called Mollo, was set up king, who in his third year, note post Christ 762, return to text, at a great battle at Eldune by Melrose, slew Oswin, a great lord, rebelling, and gained the victory. But the third year after, note post Christ 765, return to text, fell by the treachery of Alfred, who assumed his place. The fourth year after which, note post Christ 769, return to text, Cataracta, an ancient and fair city in Yorkshire, was burnt by Arned, a certain tyrant, who the same year came to a like end. And after 5 years more, note post Christ 774, return to text, Alfred the king, deposed and forsaken by all his people, flew with a few first to Bebba, a strong city of those parts, and thence to Canute, king of the Picts. Ethelred, the son of Mollo, was crowned in his stead. Meanwhile, Offa, the Mercian, growing powerful, had subdued a neighboring people who are by Simeon called Hastings, and fought successfully this year with Ulric, king of Kent, at a place called Auchenford. The annals also speak of wondrous serpents then seen in Sussex. Nor had Cinwulf the West Saxon given small proof of his valour in several battles against the Welsh heretofore, but this year 775, meeting with Offa at a place called Besington, was put to the worse, and Offa won the town for which they contended. In Northumberland, note post Christ 78, seek, doubtless for 778, return to text, Ethelred, having caused 3 of his nobles, Aldulf, Cinwulf, and Ecca, treacherously to be slain by 2 other peers, was himself the next year driven into banishment, Elfold, the son of Oswulf, succeeding in his place. Yet this succession also was followed by civil broils, for in his second year, note post Christ 780, return to text, Osbald and Athelherd, 2 noblemen, raising forces against him, routed Bern, his general, and pursuing, burned him at a place called Seletune. I am sensible how wearisome it may likely be to read of so many bare and reasonless actions, so many names of kings, one after another, acting little more than mute persons in a scene. What would it be to have inserted the long bead-roll of archbishops, bishops, abbots, abbesses, and their doings, neither to religion profitable nor to morality, swelling my authors each to a voluminous body, by me studiously omitted, and left as their property who have a mind to write the ecclesiastical matters of those ages. Neither do I care to wrinkle the smoothness of history with rugged names of places unknown, better harped at in Camden and other chorographers. 6 years, therefore, passed over in silence, as wholly of such argument, bring us, note, post Christ 786, return to text, to relate next the unfortunate end of Cinwulf, the West Saxon, who, having laudably reigned about 31 years, yet suspecting that Ciniard, brother of Sigebert the former king, intended to usurp the crown after his decease, or revenge his brother's expulsion, had commanded him into banishment. But he, lurking here and there on the borders with a small company, having had intelligence that Cinwulf was in the country thereabout, at Merantum, or Merton, in Surrey, at the house of a woman whom he loved, went by night and beset the place. Cinwulf, overconfident either of his royal presence or personal valour, issuing forth with a few about him, runs fiercely at Ciniard and wounds him sore, but by his followers hemmed in, is killed among them. The report of so great an accident soon running to a place not far off, where many more attendants awaited the king's return, Osric and Wivert, 2 earls, hasted with a great number to the house, where Ciniard and his fellows yet remained. He, seeing himself surrounded, with fair words and promises of great gifts, attempted to appease them. But those being rejected with disdain, fights it out to the last, and is slain with all but 1 or 2 of his retinue, which were nigh 100. Kinwulf was succeeded by Berthric, being both descended from Cerdic, the founder of that kingdom. Naught better was the end of Elfwald in Northumberland 2 years after, slain miserably by the conspiracy of Sigan, one of his nobles, or as others say, of the whole people, at Silchester by the Roman wall, yet undeservedly, as his sepulchre at Hagustald, now Hexham upon Tyne, and some miracles there said to be done, are alleged to witness, and Sigan 5 years after laid violent hands on himself. Osred, son of Alfred, advanced into the room of Elfwald, and within 1 year driven out, left his seat vacant to Ethelred, son of Mollo, who, after 10 years' banishment, imprisonment, saith Alcuin, had the sceptre put again into his hand. Note, post Christ 789, return to text. The 3rd year of Berthric, king of the West Saxons, gave beginning from abroad to a new and fatal revolution of calamity on this land. For 3 Danish ships, the first that had been seen here of that nation, arriving in the west, to visit these, as was supposed, foreign merchants, the king's gatherer of customs, taking horse from Dorchester, found them to be spies and enemies. For, being commanded to come and give account of their lading at the king's custom house, they slew him, and all that came with him, as an earnest of the many slaughters, rapines, and hostilities which they returned not long after to commit over all the island. Of this Danish first arrival, and on a sudden worse than hostile aggression, the Danish history far otherwise relates, as if their landing had been at the mouth of the Humber, and their spoilful march far into the country, though soon repelled by the inhabitants, they hasted back as fast to their ships. But from what cause, what reason of state, what authority or public counsel the invasion proceeded, it makes not mention. And it excites our wonder yet the more by telling us that Siegfried, then king of Denmark and long after, was a man studious more of peace and quiet than of warlike matters. These therefore seem rather to have been some wanderers at sea, who, with public commission or without, through love of spoil or hatred of Christianity, seeking booties on any land of Christians, came by chance or weather on this shore. The next year, note, post Christ 790, return to text, Osred in Northumberland, who, driven out by his nobles, had given place to Ethelred, was taken and forcibly shaved a monk at York. And the year after, note, post Christ 791, return to text, Oilf and Oilfwin, sons of Elfwald, formerly king, were drawn by fair promises from the principal church of York, and after, by command of Ethelred, cruelly put to death at one Waldramere, a village by the great pool in Lancashire. Nor was the 3rd year less bloody. Note, post Christ 792, return to text. For Osred, who, not liking a shaven crown, had desired banishment, and obtained it, returning from the Isle of Man with small forces at the secret but deceitful call of certain nobles, who by oath had promised to assist him, were also taken, and by Ethelred dealt with in the same manner, who, the better to avouch his cruelties, thereupon married Elfled, the daughter of Offa, for in Offa was found as little faith as mercy. He, the same year, having drawn to his palace Ethelbright, king of the East Angles, with fair invitations to marry his daughter, caused him to be there inhospitably beheaded, and his kingdom wrongfully seized by the wicked counsel of his wife, saith Matthew of Westminster, annexing thereto a long and unlikely tale, for which violence and bloodshed to make atonement, with friars at least, he bestows the relics of St. Alban in a shrine of pearl and gold. Far worse it fared the next year with the relics in Lindisfarne, where the Danes landing pillaged that monastery, and of friars killed some and carried away others captive, sparing neither priest nor layman, which many strange thunders and fiery dragons, with other impressions in the air, seen frequently before, were judged to foresignify. This year Alric, third son of Victred, ended in Kent his long reign of 34 years. With him ended the race of Hengist. Thenceforth, whomsoever wealthful faction advanced took on him the name and state of a king. The Saxon annals of 784 named Ealmund, then reigning in Kent, but that consists not with the time of Alric, and I find him nowhere else mentioned. The year following, note post Christ 794, return to text, was remarkable for the death of Offa the Mercian, a strenuous and subtle king. He had much intercourse with Charles the Great, at first in enmity, to the interdicting of commerce on either side, at length in much amity and firm league, as appears by the letter of Charles himself, yet extant, procured by Alcuin, a learned and prudent man, though a monk, whom the kings of England in those days had sent orator into France to maintain good correspondence between them and Charles the Great. He granted, saith Huntingdon, a perpetual tribute to the Pope out of every house in his kingdom, for yielding perhaps to translate the primacy of Canterbury to Lichfield in his own dominion. He drew a trench of wondrous length between Mercia and the British confines from sea to sea. Ecgfrith, the son of Offa, a prince of great hope, who also had been crowned 9 years before his father's decease, restoring to the church what his father had seized on, yet within 4 months by a sickness ended his reign, and to Cenulf, next in the right of the same progeny, bequeathed his kingdom. Meanwhile the Danish pirates, who still wasted Northumberland, venturing on shore to spoil another monastery at the mouth of the river Don, were assailed by the English, and their chief captains slain on the place. Then, returning to sea, were most of them shipwrecked, others, driven again on shore, were put all to the sword. Simeon attributes this, their punishment, to the power of St. Cuthbert, offended with them for the rifling his convent. 2 years after this died Ethelred, note post Christ 796, return to text. Twice king, but not exempted at last from the fate of many of his predecessors, being miserably slain by his people, some say deservedly, as not unconscious with them who trained Osred to his ruin. Osbald, a nobleman exalted to the throne, and in less than a month deserted and expelled, was forced to fly from Lindisfarne by sea to the Pictish king, and died an abbot. Eardulf, whom Ethelred 6 years before had commanded to be put to death at Ripon before the abbey gate, dead, as was supposed, and with solemn dirge carried into the church, and yet after midnight found there alive, I read not how, then banished, now recalled, was in York created king. In Kent, Ethelbert, or Pren, whom the annals call Eadbright, so different they often are from one another both in timing and in naming, by some means having usurped regal power, after 2 years' reign contending with Cenulf the Mercian, was by him taken prisoner, and soon after, out of pious commiseration, let go. But not being received of his own, what became of him, Malmesbury leaves in doubt. Simeon writes that Cenulf commanded to put out his eyes and lop off his hands, but whether the sentence were executed or not is left much in doubt by his want of expression. The 2nd year after this, they in Northumberland who had conspired against Ethelred, note post Christ 798, return to text, now also raising war against Eardulf, under Wada, their chief captain, after much havoc on either side at Longhoe, near Whaley in Lancashire, the conspirators at last flying, Eardulf returned with victory. The same year London, with a great multitude of her inhabitants, by a sudden fire was consumed. The year 800 made way for great alteration in England, uniting her 7 kingdoms into one by Ecgbert, the famous West Saxon. Him Berthric, dying childless, left next to reign, the only survivor of that lineage descended from Inigild, the brother of King Ina. and, according to his birth liberally bred, he began early from his youth to give signal hopes of more than ordinary worth growing up in him, which Bertheric fearing, and with all his juster title to the crown, secretly sought his life, and Ecbert perceiving, fled to Offa the Mercian. But he, having married Eadburg's daughter to Bertheric, easily gave ear to his ambassadors, coming to require Ecbert. He, again put to his shifts, escaped thence into France, but after 3 years' banishment there, which perhaps contributed much to his education, Charles the Great then reigning, he was called over by the public voice, for Bertheric was newly dead, and with general applause created king of the West Saxons. The same day Ethelmund at Kinnersford, passing over with the Worcestershire men, was met by Wælstan, another nobleman, with those of Wiltshire, between whom happened a great fray, wherein the Wiltshire men overcame, but both dukes were slain, and no reason of their quarrel was assigned. Such bickerings to recount, met often in these our writers. What more worth is it than to chronicle the wars of kites or crows flocking and fighting in the air? The year following, note, post-Christ 801, return to text, Eardulf the Northumbrian, leading forth an army against Kenwulf the Mercian, for harbouring certain of his enemies, by the diligent mediation of other princes and prelates, arms were laid aside, and amity soon sworn between them. But Eadburga, the wife of Bertheric, a woman every way wicked, in malice especially cruel, could not, or cared not to, appease the general hatred justly conceived against her, having been accustomed in her husband's day to accuse any whom she spited, and not prevailing to his ruin, her practice was, by poison, secretly to contrive his death. It fortuned that the king her husband, lighting on a cup which she had tempered, not for him, but for one of his great favourites, whom she could not harm by accusing, sipped thereof only, and in a while after, still pining away, ended his days. The favourite, drinking deeper, found speedier its fatal effect. She, fearing to be questioned for these acts, fled over sea, with what treasure she had, to Charles the Great, whom, with rich gifts coming to his presence, the emperor courtly received with this pleasant proposal: "Choose, Eadburga, which of us two thou wilt, me or my son," for his son stood near him, "to be thy husband." She, no dissembler of what she liked best, made easy answer: "Were it in my choice, I should choose of the two your son rather, as the younger man." To whom the emperor, between jest and earnest, "Hadst thou chosen me, I had bestowed on thee my son. But since thou hast chosen him, thou shalt have neither him nor me." Nevertheless, he assigned her a rich monastery to dwell in as abbess, for that life it may seem she chose next to profess. But being a while after detected of unchastity with one of her followers, she was commanded to depart thence, and from that time wandering poorly up and down with one servant, in Pavia, a city in Italy, she finished at last in beggary her shameful life. In the year 805, Cuthred, whom Kenulf the Mercian had, instead of Pren, made king in Kent, having obscurely reigned 8 years, deceased. In Northumberland, Eardulf, the year following, was driven out of his realm by Alfred, note, post-Christ 806, return to text, who reigned 2 years in his room, after whom Indred, son of Eardulf, reigned 33 years. But I see not how this can stand with the sequel of story out of better authors, much less that which Buchanan relates the year following, note post-Christ 808, return to text, of Achaeus, king of Scots, who, having reigned 32 years and dying in 809, had formerly aided, but in what year of his reign he tells not, Hungus, king of the Picts, with 10,000 Scots against Athelstan, a Saxon or Englishman, who was then wasting the Pictish borders. that hung us by the aid of those Scots and help of St. Andrew their patron in a vision by night, and the appearance of his cross by day, routed the astonished English and slew Athelstan in fight. Who this Athelstan was, I believe no man knows. Buchanan supposes him to have been some Danish commander on whom King Alfred or Alfred had bestowed Northumberland. But of this I find no footstep in our ancient writers, and if any such thing were done in the time of Alfred, it must be little less than 100 years after. This Athelstan, therefore, and this great overthrow seems rather to have been the fancy of some legend than any warrantable record. Meanwhile, note post-Christ 813, return to text. Ecgbert, having with much prudence, justice, and clemency, a work of more than 1 year, established his kingdom and himself in the affections of his people, turns his first enterprise against the Britons, both them of Cornwall and those beyond Severn, subduing both. In Mercia, Cenulf, the 6th year after, note, post-Christ 819, return to text, having reigned with great praise of his religious mind and virtues, both in peace and war, deceased. His son Kenelm, a child of 7 years, was committed to the care of his elder sister Quendrid, who, with a female ambition aspiring to the crown, hired one who had the charge of his nurture to murder him, led into a woody place upon pretence of hunting. The murder, as is reported, was miraculously revealed, but to tell how, by a dove dropping a written note on the altar at Rome, is a long story, told, though out of order, by Malmesbury, and under the year 821 by Matthew of Westminster, where I leave it to be sought by such as are more credulous than I wish my readers to be. Only the note was to this purpose: Lo, in a mead of kine under a thorn, of head bereft, lies poor Kenelm, king-born. Ceolwulf, the brother of Cenulf, after 1 year's reign, was driven out by one Bernulf, an usurper, note, post-Christ 820, return to text, who, in his 3rd year, is uncertain whether invading or invaded, was by Ecgbert, though with great loss on both sides, overthrown, and put to flight at Ellandune, or Wilton. Yet Malmesbury accounts this battle to have been fought in 806, a wide difference, but frequently found in their computations. Bernulf thence retiring to the East Angles as part of his dominion by the late seizure of Offa, was by them met in the field and slain, but they, doubting what the Mercians might do in revenge hereof, forthwith yielded themselves, both king and people, to the sovereignty of Ecgbert. As for the kings of the East Angles, our annals mention them not, since Ethelwald. Him succeeded his brother's sons, as we find in Malmesbury: Adolf, a good king, well acquainted with Bede, and Elwold, who left the kingdom to Bjorn, and he to Ethelred, the father of Ethelbright, whom Offa pervidiously put to death. Simeon and Hoveden, in the year 749, write that Elfwold, king of the East Angles, dying, Humbiana and Albert shared the kingdom between them. But where to insert this among the former successions is not easy, nor much material to determine. After Ethelbright, none is named as king of that kingdom, till their submitting now to Ecgbert. He, from this victory against Bernulf, sent part of his army under Ethelwulf his son, with Alston, bishop of Sherborne, and Wulfred, a chief commander, into Kent, who, finding Baldred there reigning in his 18th year, overcame and drove him over the Thames. Whereupon all Kent, Surrey, Sussex, and lastly Essex, with their king Swithred, became subject to the dominion of Ecgbert. Neither were these all his exploits of this year. The first in order set down in the Saxon annals being his fight against the Devonshire Welsh at a place called Gaffelford, now Camelford in Cornwall. Lucaden, the Mercian, after 2 years preparing to avenge Bernulf his kinsman on the East Angles, was by them, with his 5 consuls, as the annals call them, surprised and put to the sword, and Withlaf his successor, first vanquished, then, upon submission, with all Mercia, made tributary to Ecgbert. Meanwhile, the Northumbrian kingdom of itself was fallen to shivers. Their kings, one after another, so often slain by the people, no man daring, though never so ambitious, to take up the sceptre, which many had found so hot, the only effectual cure of ambition that I have read. For the space of 33 years after the death of Ethelred, son of Mullo, as Malmesbury writes, there was no king, and many noblemen and prelates had fled the country, which misrule among them the Danes having understood, oft times from their ships entering far into the land, infested those parts with wide depopulation, wasting towns, churches, and monasteries, for the Danes were as yet heathens. The Lent before whose coming, on the north side of St. Peter's Church in York, it was seen from the roof to rain blood. The causes of these calamities and the ruin of that kingdom, Alcuin, a learned monk living in those days, attributes in several epistles, and well may, to the general ignorance and decay of learning which crept in among them after the death of Bede and of Ecgbert the archbishop, their neglect of breeding up youth in the Scriptures, the spruce and gay apparel of their priests and nuns, discovering their vain and wanton minds. Examples are also read even in Bede's days of their wanton deeds. Thence altars defiled with perjuries, cloisters violated with adulteries, the land polluted with the blood of their princes, civil dissensions among the people, and finally all the same vices which Gildas alleged of old to have ruined the Britons. In this estate Ecgbert, who had now conquered all the south, finding them in the year 827, for he was marched thither with an army to complete his conquest of the whole island, no wonder if they submitted themselves to the yoke without resistance, Eindred, their king, becoming tributary. Thence, turning his forces the year following, note post-Christ 828, return to text, he subdued more thoroughly what remained of North Wales. End of the fourth book of the History of Britain by John Milton. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Book 5, Part 1 of the History of Britain by John Milton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. The fifth book. The sum of things in this island, or the best part thereof, being reduced now under the power of one man, and him one of the worthiest, which as far as can be found in good authors was by none attained at any time here before, unless in fables, men might with some reason have expected from such a happy union the blessings of peace and plenty, greatness, and the flourishing of all estates and degrees. But far the contrary fell out soon after, namely, invasion, spoil, desolation, slaughter of many, slavery of the rest, by the forcible landing of a fierce nation, Danes commonly called, and sometimes Dacians by others, the same with Normans. As barbarous as the Saxons themselves were at first reputed, and much more, for the Saxons were at first invited, and came hither to dwell. But these, unsent for, unprovoked, came only to destroy. But if the Saxons, as is above related, came most of them from Jutland and Angland, a part of Denmark, as Danish writers affirm, and that Danes and Normans are the same, then in this invasion Danes drove out Danes, their own posterity, and Normans afterwards drove out none but more ancient Normans. Which invasion, perhaps, had the Heptarchy stood, divided as it was, would have either not been attempted, or not uneasily resisted, while each prince and people, excited by their nearest concernments, would have more industriously defended their own bounds than when depending on the neglect of a deputed governor, sent oft-times from the remote residence of a secure monarch. Though, as it fell out in those troubles, the lesser kingdoms revolting from the West Saxon yoke, and not aiding each other, but being too much concerned for their own safety, it came to no better pass, while severally they sought to repel the danger nigh at hand, rather than jointly to prevent it far off. But when God hath decreed servitude on a sinful nation, fitted by their own vices for no condition but servile, all estates of government are alike unable to avoid it. God hath purposed to punish our instrumental punishers, though now Christians, by other heathen invaders, according to his divine retaliation. Invasion for invasion, spoil for spoil, destruction for destruction. The Saxons were now full as wicked as the Britons had been at the first arrival of the Saxons in Britain under Hengist and Horsa, being given up to luxury and sloth, either secular or superstitious. For laying aside the exercise of arms and the study of all virtuous knowledge, some betook them to overworldly or vicious practice, others to religious idleness and solitude, which brought forth nothing but vain and delusive visions, easily perceived to be such by their commanding of things either not belonging to the gospel or utterly forbidden, ceremonies, relics, monasteries, masses, idols. Add to these the ostentation of giving alms, with money got oft-times by rapine and oppression, or intermixed with violent and lustful deeds, sometimes prodigally bestowed as the expiation of acts of cruelty and bloodshed. What longer suffering could there be when religion itself grew so void of sincerity, and the greatest shows of purity were impured? Ecbert, in full height of glory, having now enjoyed his conquest 7 peaceful years, his victorious army long since disbanded, and the exercise of arms perhaps laid aside, the more was found unprovided against a sudden storm of Danes from the sea, who, landing in the 32nd year of his reign, note post-Christ 832, return to text, wasted Sheppey in Kent. Ecbert the next year, gathering an army, for he had heard of their arrival in 35 ships, gave them battle by the river Car in Dorsetshire, the event whereof was that the Danes kept their ground, and encamped where the field was fought, and 2 Saxon leaders, Dudda and Osmond, and 2 bishops, as some say, were there slain. This was the only check of fortune we read of that Ecbert in all his time received. For the Danes, returning 2 years after with a great navy, and joining forces with the Cornish, who had entered into a league with them, were overthrown and put to flight. Of these invasions against Ecbert, the Danish history is not silent. Whether out of their own records or ours may be justly doubted, for of these times at home I find them in much uncertainty, and beholden rather to outlandish chronicles than any records of their own. The victor Ecbert, as one who had done enough, seasonably now, after prosperous success, the next year with glory ended his days, and was buried at Winchester. Note, post-Christ 835. Return to text. Ethelwulf. Ethelwulf, the son of Ecbert, succeeded him in the government, and is described by Malmesbury as a man of a mild nature, not inclined to war or delighted with much dominion. That, therefore, contented with the ancient West Saxon bounds, he gave to Ethelstan his brother, or son, as some write, the kingdoms of Kent and Essex. But the Saxon annalist, whose authority is elder, saith plainly that both these countries and Sussex were bequeathed to Ethelstan by Ecbert his father. The unwarlike disposition of Ethelwulf gave encouragement, no doubt, and easier entrance to the Danes, who came again the next year with 33 ships. Note, post-Christ 837. Return to text. But Wulfhere, one of the king's chief captains, drove them back at Southampton with great slaughter, himself dying the same year, of old age, as I suppose, for he seems to have been one of Ecbert's old commanders, who was sent with Ethelwulf to subdue Kent. Ethelhelm, another of the king's captains, with the Dorsetshire men, had at first like success against the Danes at Portsmouth, but they, being soon after reinforced, stood their ground, and put the English to rout. Worse was the success of Earl Heribert at a place called Mearswar, being slain with the most part of his army. The year following, note, post-Christ 838, return to text, In Lindsey also, and the country of the East Angles and Kent, much mischief was done by their landing, where the next year, emboldened by success, they came on as far as Canterbury, Rochester, and London itself, with no less cruel hostility. And giving no respite to the peaceable mind of Ethelwulf, they yet returned with the next year, note, post-Christ 840, return to text, in 35 ships, fought with him, as before with his father, at the river Car, and made good their ground. In Northumberland, Eindred, the tributary king deceasing, left the same tenure to his son Ethelred, who was driven out in his 4th year. Note, post-Christ 844, return to text, and succeeded by Riedwulf, who soon after his coronation, hasting forth to battle against the Danes at Alvethely, fell with the most part of his army. And Ethelred, like in fortune to the former Ethelred, was re-exalted to his seat, and, to be yet further like him in fate, was slain the 4th year after. Osbert succeeded in his room. But more southerly, the Danes next year after, note, post-Christ 845, return to text, met with some stop in the full course of their outrageous insolencies. For Eunulf with the men of Somerset, Alston the bishop, and Osric with those of Dorsetshire, setting upon them at the river's mouth, at Pedredon, slaughtered them in great numbers, and obtained a just victory. This repulse quelled them, for aught we hear, the space of 6 years, then also renewing their invasion with little better success. Note, post-Christ 851, return to text. For Ceorl, an earl, aided with the forces of Devonshire, assaulted and overthrew them at Wiggenbjork with great destruction, as prosperously were they fought with the same year at Sandwich by King Ethelstan, and Ilker his general, their great army defeated, and 9 of their ships taken, and the rest driven off. However, to ride out the winter on that shore, Aserseth, they then first wintered in Sheppey Isle. Hard it is, through the bad expression of these writers, to define this fight, whether it were by sea or land. Hoveden terms it a sea fight. Nevertheless, with 50 ships, Asser and others add 300, they entered the mouth of the Thames, and made excursions as far as Canterbury and London, and, as Ethelwerd writes, destroyed both. Of London, Asser signifies only that they pillaged it. Bertulf also, the Mercian, successor to Witlaf, with all his army they forced to fly, and him to go beyond the sea. Then, passing over the Thames with their powers into Surrey and the country of the West Saxons, and meeting there with King Ethelwulf and Ethelbald his son, at a place called Ackley or Oakley, they received a total defeat with memorable slaughter. This was counted a lucky year to England, note, post-Christ 853, return to text, and brought to Ethelwulf great reputation. Burhed, therefore, who after Berthold held of him the Mercian kingdom 2 years after this, imploring his aid against the North Welsh, as then troublesome to his confines, obtained it of him in person, and thereby reduced them to obedience. This done, Ethelwulf sent his son Alfred, a child of 5 years of age, well accompanied, to Rome, whom Leo the Pope both consecrated to be king afterwards and adopted to be his son. At home, Ilker, with the forces of Kent, and Huda, with those of Surrey, fell on the Danes at their landing in Thanet, and at first put them back. But the slain and drowned were at length so many on either side as left the loss equal on both, which yet hindered not the solemnity of a marriage at the feast of Easter between Burhed, the Mercian, and Ethelsweda, King Ethelwulf's daughter. Howbeit, the Danes the next year, note, post-Christ 854, return to text, wintered again in Sheppey, whereupon Ethelwulf, not finding human help sufficient to resist them, as they were growing daily upon him, in hope of divine aid, registered in a book and dedicated to God the 10th part of his own lands and of his whole kingdom, eased of all impositions, but converted to the maintenance of masses and psalms weekly to be sung for the prospering of Ethelwulf and his captains, as appears at large by the patent itself in William of Malmesbury. Asser he did it for the redemption of his soul and the souls of his ancestors. After which, as having done some great matter, to show himself at Rome and be applauded of the Pope, he takes a long and cumbersome journey thither with young Alfred again, note post-Christ 855, return to text, and there stays a year, when his office of king required him rather to have stayed here in the field against pagan enemies who were left wintering in his land. Yet so much manhood he had as to return thence no monk. And in his way home he took to wife Judith, daughter of Charles the Bald, king of France. But ere his return, Ethelbald, his eldest son, Alston, his trusty bishop, and Ennulf, Earl of Somerset, conspired against him. Their complaints were that he had taken with him Alfred, his youngest son, to be their inaugurated king, and brought home with him an outlandish wife, for which they endeavoured to deprive him of his kingdom. The disturbance was expected to bring forth nothing less than war. But the king, abhorring civil discord, after many conferences tending to peace, condescended to divide the kingdom with his son. Division was made, but the matter so carried that the eastern and worst part was malignly afforded to the father, the western and best given to the son. At which many of the nobles had great indignation, offering to the king their utmost assistance for the recovery of all, whom he, peacefully dissuading, sat down contented with his portion assigned. In the kingdom of the East Angles, Edmund, lineal from the ancient stock of those kings, a youth of 14 years only, but of great hopes, was, with consent of all but his own, crowned at Bury. About this time, as Buchanan relates, note post-Christ 857, return to text, the Picts, who not long before had by the Scots been driven out of their country, part of them coming to Osbert and Ella, then kings of Northumberland, obtained aid against Donaldus, the Scottish king, to recover their ancient possession. Osbert, who in person undertook the expedition, marching into Scotland, was at first put to a retreat, but returning soon after on the Scots, who were over-secure of their supposed victory, put them to flight with great slaughter, took prisoner their king, and pursued his victory beyond Stirling Bridge. The Scots, unable to resist longer, and by ambassadors entreating peace, had it granted them on these conditions. The Scots were to quit all they had possessed within the wall of Severus. The limits of Scotland were beneath Stirling Bridge, to be the river Forth, and on the other side Dunbritton Frith, from that time so called of the British, then seated in Cumberland, who had joined with Osbert in this action, and so far extended on that side the British limits. If this be true, as the Scots writers themselves witness, and who would think them fabulous to the disparagement of their own country, how much wanting have been our historians to their country's honour, in letting pass unmentioned an exploit so memorable, by them remembered and attested, who are wont oftener to extenuate than to amplify aught done in Scotland by the English. Donaldus, having been on these conditions released, soon after dies, according to Buchanan, in 858. Ethelwulf, chief king in England, had the year before ended his life, and was buried, as his father had been, at Winchester. He was from his youth much addicted to devotion, so that in his father's time he was ordained bishop of Winchester, and rather unwillingly, but for want of other legitimate issue of his father, succeeded him in the throne, managing therefore his greatest affairs by the activity of two bishops, Alston of Sherborne and Swithin of Winchester. But Alston is noted of covetousness and oppression by William of Malmesbury, the more vehemently, no doubt, for doing some notable damage to that monastery. The same author writes that Ethelwulf at Rome paid a tribute to the Pope, continued to his days. However he were vassal to his son and seditious nobles in yielding up part of his kingdom, yet his queen he treated not the less honourably, for whomsoever it displeased. The West Saxons had decreed, ever since the time of Eadburga, the infamous wife of Berthric, that no queen should sit in state with the king, or be dignified with the title of queen. But Ethelwulf permitted not that Judith, his queen, should lose any point of regal state by that law. At his death, he divided the kingdom between his two sons, Ethelbald and Ethelbert. To the younger, Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex. To the elder, all the rest. To Peter and Paul, certain revenues yearly. For what uses, let others relate, who write also his pedigree from son to father, up to Adam. Ethelbald and Ethelbert. Ethelbald, unnatural and disloyal to his father, fell justly into another, though contrary sin, of too much love for his father's wife, and whom at first he opposed coming into the land, her now unlawfully marrying, he takes into his bed, but not long enjoying, died at 3 years' end, note post Christ 860, return to text, without doing aught more worthy to be remembered, having reigned 2 years with his father, impiously usurping, and 3 after him, as unworthily inheriting. And his hap was all that while to be unmolested with the Danes, not of divine favour, doubtless, but to his greater condemnation, living the more securely his incestuous life. Huntingdon, on the other side, much praises Ethelbald, and writes him buried at Sherborne with great sorrow of the people, who missed him long after. Matthew of Westminster saith that he repented his incest with Judith, and dismissed her. But Asser, an eyewitness of those times, mentions no such thing. Ethelbert alone. Ethelbald by death removed, the whole kingdom became rightful to Ethelbert his next brother, who, though a prince of great virtue and no blame, had as short a reign allotted him as his faulty brother, nor that so peaceful, having been once or twice invaded by the Danes. But they, having landed in the west with a great army and sacked Winchester, were met by Osric, Earl of Southampton, and Ethelwulf of Berkshire, beaten to their ships and forced to leave their booty. 5 years after, note post Christ 860, return to text, about the time of his death, they set foot again in Thanet. The Kentish men, wearied out with so frequent alarms, came to agreement with them for a certain sum of money. But ere the peace could be ratified and the money gathered, the Danes, impatient of delay, by a sudden eruption in the night, soon wasted all the east of Kent. Meanwhile, or something before, Ethelbert, deceasing, was buried as his brother at Sherborne. Ethelred. Ethelred, the third son of Ethelwulf, at his first coming to the crown was entertained with a fresh invasion of Danes. Note post Christ 866, return to text, led by Wingar and Hubba, 2 brothers, who now had got footing among the East Angles. There they wintered, and, coming to terms of peace with the inhabitants, furnished themselves with horses, forming by that means many troops with riders of their own. These pagans, Asser saith, came from the river Nanubius. Fitted thus for a long expedition, they ventured the next year to make their way overland and over the Humber as far as York, and there they found to their hands the inhabitants embroiled in civil dissensions. Their king Osbert they had thrown out, and Ella, leader of another faction, chosen in his room, who both, though late, admonished by their common danger, towards the year's end, with united powers, made head against the Danes, and prevailed. But, pursuing them over eagerly into York, then but slenderly walled, the Northumbrians were everywhere slaughtered, both within and without. Their kings also both slain, their city burnt, saith Montgomery. The rest, as they could, made their peace, overrun and vanquished, as far as the river Tyne, and Egbert, of English race, appointed king over them. Brompton, no ancient author, for he wrote since Matthew of Westminster, nor of much credit, writes a particular cause of the Danes coming to York, that Bruern, a nobleman, whose wife King Osbert had ravished, called in Hingwar and Hubba to revenge him. The example is remarkable, if the truth were as evident. Thence victorious, the Danes next year, note post Christ 868, return to text, entered into Mercia towards Nottingham, where they spent the winter. Burhed, then king of that country, unable to resist,
implores the aid of Ethelred and young Alfred, his brother. They, assembling their forces and joining with the Mercians about Nottingham, offered battle. The Danes, not daring to come forth, kept themselves within that town and castle, so that no great fight was hazarded there. At length the Mercians, weary of long suspense, entered into conditions of peace with their enemies, after which the Danes, returning back to York, made their abode there the space of 1 year. Note, post-Christ 869, return to text, committing, some say, many cruelties. Thence, embarking to Lindsey, and all summer destroying that country, about September they came with like fury into Kesteven, another part of Lincolnshire, where Algar, the Earl of Howland, now Holland, with his forces, and 200 stout soldiers belonging to the Abbey of Croyland, 300 from about Boston, Morcar, Lord of Brune, with his numerous family, well trained and armed, Osgot, governor of Lincoln, with 500 of that city, all joining together, gave battle to the Danes, slew of them a great multitude with 3 of their kings, and pursued the rest to their tents. But the night following, Gothran, Bazig, Oscatil, Halfdan, and Hammond, 5 kings, and as many earls, Frena, Huingar, Hubba, Sidroc, the elder and younger, coming in from several parts with great forces and spoils, great part of the English began to slink home. Nevertheless, Algar, with such as forsook him not, all next day in order of battle, facing the Danes, and sustaining unmoved the brunt of their assaults, could not withhold his men at last from pursuing their counterfeited flight, whereby, opened and disordered, they fell into the snare of their enemies, rushing back upon them. Algar and those captains forenamed with him, all resolute men, retreating to a hillside, and slaying of such as followed them manifold of their own number, died at length upon heaps of dead which they had made round about them. The Danes, thence passing on into the country of the East Angles, rifled and burnt the monastery of Ely, overthrew Earl Wulfkettle with his whole army, and lodged out the winter at Thetford, where King Edmund, assailing them, was with his whole army put to flight, himself taken, bound to a stake, and shot to death with arrows, and his whole country subdued. The next year, note, post-Christ 871, return to text, with great supplies, saith Huntington, bending their march towards the West Saxons, the only people now left in whom might seem yet to remain any strength or courage likely to oppose them, they came to Reading, fortified there between the 2 rivers of Thames and Kennet, and about 3 days after sent out wings of horse under 2 earls to forage the country. But Ethelwulf, Earl of Berkshire, at Englefield, a village nigh, encountered them, slew one of their earls, and obtained a great victory. 4 days after came the king himself, and his brother Alfred, with the main battle, and the Danes issuing forth, a bloody fight began, with on either side great slaughter, in which Earl Ethelwulf lost his life. But the Danes, losing no ground, kept their place of standing to the end. Neither did the English for this make less haste to another conflict in Eskesdune, or Ashdown, 4 days after, where both armies, with their whole force on either side, met. The Danes were embattled in 2 great bodies, the one led by Baskai and Halfdan, their 2 kings, the other by such earls as were appointed. In like manner the English divided their powers. Ethelred, the king, stood against their kings, and though on the lower ground, and coming later into the battle from his orisons, gave a fierce onset, wherein Baskai, the Danish history names him Ivarus, the son of Regnerus, was slain. Alfred was placed against the earls, and, beginning the battle ere his brother came into the field, with such resolution charged them, that in the shock most of them were slain. They are named Sidroc, elder and younger, Osbern, Frene,
Harold. At length, in both divisions, the Danes turn their backs. Many thousands of them are cut off, and the rest pursued till night. So much the more it may be wondered to hear next in the annals that the Danes, 14 days after such an overthrow, fighting again with Ethelred and his brother Alfred at Basing, under conducts at the Danish history of Agnerus and Hubbo, brothers of the slain Ivarus, should obtain the victory, especially since the new supply of Danes mentioned by Asser arrived after this action. But after 2 months, the king and his brother fought with them again at Milton, in 2 squadrons as before, in which fight hard it is to understand who had the better, so darkly do the Saxon annals deliver their meaning with more than wonted infancy. Yet these I take, for Asser is here silent, to be the chief fountain of our story, the ground and basis upon which the monks, later in time, gloss and comment at their pleasure. Nevertheless, it appears that on the Saxon part, not Hemund the bishop only, but many valiant men lost their lives. This fight was followed by a heavy summer plague, whereof, as is thought, King Ethelred died in the 5th year of his reign, and was buried at Winburn, where his epitaph inscribes that he had his death's wound by the Danes, according to the Danish history, in the year 872. Of all these terrible landings and devastations by the Danes, from the days of Ethelwulf till their 2 last battles with Ethelred, or of their leaders, whether kings, dukes, or earls, the Danish history of best credit saith nothing. So little wit or conscience it seems they had to leave any memory of their brutish rather than manly actions, unless we shall suppose them to have come, as above was cited out of Asser, from Danubius rather than from Denmark, more probably some barbarous nation of Prussia or Livonia, not long before seated more northward on the Baltic Sea. Alfred, the 4th son of Ethelwulf, had scarce performed his brother's obsequies and the solemnity of his own crowning, when, at the month's end, in haste, with a small power, he encountered the whole army of Danes at Wilton, and most part of the day foiled them. But unwarily following the chase, gave others of them the advantage to rally, who, returning upon him, now weary, remained masters of the field. This year, as is affirmed in the annals, 9 battles had been fought against the Danes on the south side of Thames, besides innumerable excursions made by Alfred and other leaders. 1 king and 9 earls were fallen in fight, so that, weary on both sides at the year's end, a league or truce was concluded. Yet next year, note, post-Christ 872, return to text, the Danes took their march to London, now exposed to their prey. There they wintered, and thither came the Mercians to renew peace with them. The year following they roved back to the parts beyond the Humber, but wintered in Torksey in Lincolnshire, where the Mercians, now for the 3rd time, made peace with them. Notwithstanding which, removing their camp to Ripendune in Mercia, now Ripton upon Trent in Derbyshire, and there wintering, note, post-Christ 873, return to text, they constrained Burhed the king to fly into foreign parts, making seizure of his kingdom. He, running the direct way to Rome, with better reason than his ancestors, note, post-Christ 874, return to text, died there, and was buried in a church by the English school. His kingdom the Danes farmed out to Ceolwulf, one of his household servants or officers, with condition to be resigned to them when they commanded. From Ripendune they dislodged, note, post-Christ 875, return to text. Halfdan, their king, leading part of his army northward, wintered by the river Tyne, and, subjecting all those quarters, wasted also the country of the Picts and British beyond. But Guthrum, Oscatel, and Anwind, other 3 of their kings, moving from Ripendune, came with a great army to Grantbrigg, and remained there a whole year. But Alfred that summer, proposing to try his fortune with a fleet at sea, for he had found that the want of shipping and the neglect of navigation had exposed the land to these piracies, met with 7 Danish rovers, and took one, the rest escaping. An acceptable success from so small a beginning, for the English at that time were but little experienced in sea affairs. The next year's first motion of the Danes, note post-Christ 876, return to text, was toward Warham Castle, where Alfred, meeting them either by policy or their doubt of his power, Ethelred saith, by money, brought them to such terms of peace as that they swore to him upon a hallowed bracelet, others say upon certain relics, a solemn oath, it seems, which they never vouchsafed before to any other nation, forthwith to depart the land, but falsifying that oath, by night, with all the horse they had, Asarethseth, slaying all the horsemen he had, stole to Exeter, and there wintered. In Northumberland, Halfdan their king began to settle, to divide the land, to till, and to inhabit. Meanwhile they in the west, who were marched to Exeter, entered the city, coursing now and then to Warham. But their fleet the next year, note post-Christ 877, return to text, sailing or rowing about the west, met with such a tempest near to Swanswich or Navewick as wrecked 120 of their ships, and left the rest easy to be mastered by those galleys which Alfred had set there to guard the seas, and straiten Exeter of provision. He the while, beleaguering them in the city, now humbled with the loss of their navy, 2 navies saith Asser, the one at Navewick, the other at Swanwin, distressed them so as that they gave him as many hostages as he required, and as many oaths, to keep their covenanted peace, and kept it. For the summer coming on, they departed into Mercia, where a part they divided among themselves, part left to Celwulf, their substituted king. The 12th following, note post-Christ 878, return to text, all oaths forgotten, they came to Chippenham in Wiltshire, dispeopling the counties round, dispossessing some, and driving others beyond the sea. Alfred himself, with a small company, was forced to keep within woods and fenny places, and for some time all alone, as Florence saith, sojourned with Dunwulf, a swineherd, who was made afterwards, for his devotion and aptness to learning, Bishop of Winchester. Halfdan and the brother of Hingar, coming with 23 ships from North Wales, where they had made great spoil, landed in Devonshire, nigh to a strong castle named Kinwith, where, by the garrison issuing forth unexpectedly, they were slain with 1200 of their men. Meanwhile the king about Easter, not despairing of his affairs, built a fortress at a place called Athelney, in Somersetshire, therein valiantly defending himself and his followers, frequently sallying forth. The 7th week after, he rode out to a place called Eckbrightstone in the east part of Selwood. Thither resorted to him with much gratulation the Somerset and Wiltshire men, with many out of Hampshire, some of whom a little before had fled their country. With these, marching to Ethandune, now Edmonton in Wiltshire, he gave battle to the whole Danish power and put them to flight. Then, besieging their castle, within 14 days took it. Malmesbury writes that in this time of his recess, to go a spy into the Danish camp, he took upon him, with one servant, the habit of a fiddler, by this means gaining access to the king's table, and sometimes to his bedchamber, got knowledge of their secrets, their careless encamping, and thereby this opportunity of assailing them on a sudden. The Danes, by this misfortune broken, gave him more hostages, and renewed their oaths to depart out of his kingdom. Their king, Gitro or Gothron, offered willingly to receive baptism, and accordingly came with 30 of his friends to a place called Aldra, or Alra, near to Athelney, and were baptized at Wedmore, where Alfred received him out of the font and named him Athelstan. After which they abode with him 12 days, and were dismissed with rich presents. Whereupon the Danes removed next year, note post-Christ 879, return to text, to Sisseter, thence peaceably through the east angles, which Alfred, as some write, had bestowed on Guthrum to hold of him, the bounds whereof may be read among the laws of Alfred. Others of them went to Fulham on the Thames, and, joining there with a great fleet newly come into the river, thence passed over into France and Flanders, both of which they entered so far, conquering or wasting, as witnessed sufficiently that the French and Flemish were no more able than the English, by policy or prowess, to keep off that Danish inundation from the land. Alfred, note post Christ 882, return to text, thus rid of them, and intending for the future to prevent their landing, 3 years after, quiet the meanwhile, with more ships and better provided, puts to sea, and first met with 4 of theirs, whereof 2 he took, throwing the men overboard, then met with 2 others, wherein were 2 of their princes, and took them also, but not without some loss of his own. After 3 years, note post Christ 885, return to text, another fleet of them appeared on these seas, which was so great that one part of them thought themselves sufficient to enter upon East France, and the other came to Rochester and beleaguered it, when they within stoutly defended themselves, till Alfred, with great forces coming down upon the Danes, drove them to their ships, leaving for haste all their horses behind them. The same year Alfred sent a fleet towards the country of the East Angles, then inhabited by the Danes, which, at the mouth of the Stour, meeting with 16 Danish ships, after some fight took them all, and slew all the soldiers on board. But in their way home after this victory, lying careless, they were overtaken by another part of that fleet, and came off with loss. Whereupon perhaps those Danes who were settled among the East Angles, erected with new hopes, violated the peace which they had sworn to Alfred, note post Christ 886, return to text, who spent the next year in repairing London, besieging, saith Huntington, much ruined and unpeopled by the Danes. The Londoners, all but those who had been led away captive, soon returned to their dwellings, and Ethelred, Duke of Mercia, was by the king appointed their governor. But after 13 years' respite of peace, note post Christ 893, return to text, another Danish fleet of 250 sail from the east part of France arrived at the mouth of a river in East Kent called Lyman, nigh to the great wood Andred, famous for length and breadth. Into that wood they drew up their ships 4 miles from the river's mouth, and built a fortress. After whom Hessen, with another Danish fleet of 80 ships, entering the mouth of Thames, built a fort at Milton, the former army remaining at a place called a Pelter. Alfred, perceiving this, took of those Danes who dwelt in Northumberland a new oath of fidelity, and of those in Essex hostages, lest they should join, as they were wont, with their countrymen newly arrived. And by the next year, note post Christ 894, return to text, having got together his forces, between either army of the Danes encamped, so as to be ready for either of them, who first should happen to stir forth. Troops of horse also he sent continually abroad, assisted by such as could be spared from strong places, wherever the countries wanted them, to encounter foraging parties of the enemy. The king also divided sometimes his whole army, marching out with one part by turns, the other keeping entrenched. In conclusion, rolling up and down, both sides met at Farnham in Surrey, where the Danes by Alfred's horse troops were put to flight, and crossing the Thames to a certain island near Colne in Essex, or as Camden thinks by Colebrook, were besieged there by Alfred till provisions failed the besiegers. Another part stayed behind with their king, who was wounded. Meanwhile Alfred, preparing to reintroduce the siege of Colne, the Danes of Northumberland, breaking faith, came by sea to the East Angles, and with 100 ships coasting southward, landed in Devonshire and besieged Exeter. Thither Alfred hasted with his powers, except a squadron of Welsh that came to London, with whom the citizens, marching forth to Beamflet, where Hassan the Dane had built a strong fort, and left a garrison, while he himself, with the main of his army, was entered far into the country, luckily surprise the fort, master the garrison, make prey of all they find there, Their ships also they burnt or brought away with good booty, and many prisoners, among whom the wife and 2 sons of Hassan were sent to the king, who forthwith set them at liberty. Whereupon Hassan gave oath of amity and hostages to the king, he in requital, whether freely or by agreement, a sum of money. Nevertheless, without regard of faith given, while Alfred was busied about Exeter, joining with the other Danish army, he built another castle in Essex, at Shobury. Thence marching westward by the Thames, aided with the Northumbrian and East Anglish Danes, they came at length to Severn, pillaging all in their way. But Ethelred, Ethelm, and Ethelnoth, the king's captains, with united forces pitched nigh to them at Buttington on the Severn bank in Montgomeryshire, the river running between, and there many weeks attended. The king, meanwhile, blocking up the Danes who besieged Exeter, having eaten part of their horses, the rest, urged with hunger, broke forth to their fellows, who lay encamped on the east side of the river, and were all there discomforted with some loss of valiant men on the king's party. The rest fled back to Essex and their fortress there. Then Laugh, one of their leaders, gathered before winter a great army of Northumbrian and East Anglish Danes, who, leaving their money, ships, and wives with the East Angles, and marching day and night, sat down before a city in the west called Weirheal, near to Chester, and took it ere they could be overtaken. The English, after 2 days' siege, hopeless to dislodge them, wasted the country round to cut off from them all provision, and departed. Soon after which, next year, note post Christ 895, return to text, the Danes, no longer able to hold Weirheal, destitute of victuals, entered North Wales. Thence, laden with spoils, part returned to Northumberland, others to the East Angles as far as Essex, where they seized on a small island called Mearsig, and here again the annals record them to besiege Exeter, but without coherence of sense or story. Others relate to this purpose, that returning by sea from the siege of Exeter, and in their way landing on the coast of Sussex, they of Chichester sallied out and slew of them many hundreds, taking also some of their ships. The same year they who possessed Mearsig, intending to winter thereabout, drew up their ships, some into the Thames, others into the river Lee, and on the bank thereof built a castle 20 miles from London, to assault which the Londoners, aided with other forces, marched out the summer following, but were soon put to flight, losing 4 of the king's captains. Huntington, note post Christ 896, return to text, writes quite the contrary, that these 4 were Danish captains, and the overthrow theirs. But little credit is to be placed in Huntington single, for the king thereupon with his forces lay encamped nearer the city, that the Danes might not infest them in the time of harvest. In the meantime, subtly devising to turn the stream of the river Lee several ways, whereby the Danish bottoms were left on dry ground, which they, soon perceiving, marched overland to Quatbrig on the Severn, built a fortress, and wintered there, while their ships, left in the Lee, were either broken or brought away by the Londoners. But their wives and children they had left in safety with the East Angles. The next year, note post Christ 897, return to text, was pestilent, and besides the common sort, took away many great earls, Kelmond in Kent, Britholf in Essex, Wolfred in Hampshire, with many others. And to this evil the Danes in Northumberland and amongst the East Angles ceased not to endamage the West Saxons, especially by stealth, robbing on the south shore in certain long galleys. But the king causing to be built others twice as long as usually were built, and some of 60 or 70 oars, and that were higher, swifter, and steadier than such as were used before, either with Danes or Frisons, and that were of his own invention. Some of these he sent out against 6 Danish pirates, who had done much harm in the Isle of Wight and parts adjoining. The bickering was doubtful and intricate, part on the water, part on the sands, not without loss of some eminent men on the English side. The pirates at length were either slain or taken. 2 of their ships were stranded. The men brought to Winchester, where the king then was, were executed by his command. One of them escaped to the East Angles, with her men much wounded. The same year, not fewer than 20 of their ships perished on the south coast with all their men. And Rollo, the Dane, or Norman, landing here, as Matthew of Westminster writes, though he does not say in what part of the island, after an unsuccessful fight against those forces which first opposed him, sailed into France and conquered the country since that time called Normandy. This is the sum of what passed in 3 years against the Danes returning out of France, set down so perplexedly by the Saxon annalist, ill-gifted with utterance, as with much ado can be understood sometimes what is spoken, whether meant of the Danes or of the Saxons. After which troublesome time, Alfred, enjoying 3 years of peace, by him spent as his manner was, not idly or voluptuously, but in all virtuous employments, both of mind and body, becoming a prince of his renown, ended his days in the year 900, the 51st of his age, the 30th of his reign, and was buried regally at Winchester. He was born at a place called Wanading in Berkshire, his mother being Osburga, the daughter of Oslac, the king's cupbearer, a Goth by nation, and of noble descent. He was of person comelier than all his brethren, of pleasing tongue and graceful behaviour, ready wit and memory, yet, through the fondness of his parents towards him, had not been taught to read till the 12th year of his age. But the great desire of learning which was in him soon appeared by his conning of Saxon poems day and night, which with great attention he heard by others repeated. He was besides excellent at hunting, and the then new art of hawking, but more exemplary in devotion, having collected into a book certain prayers and psalms, which he carried ever with him in his bosom, to use on all occasions. He thirsted after all liberal knowledge, and often complained that in his youth he had had no teachers, and in his middle age so little vacancy from wars and the cares of his kingdom. Yet he sometimes found leisure, not only to learn much himself, but to communicate thereof what he could to his people, by translating several books out of Latin into English, as Orosius, Boethius, Beda's History, and others. And he permitted none that were unlearned to bear office, either in court or commonwealth. At 20 years of age, though not yet reigning, he took to wife Eglswitha, the daughter of Ethelred, a Mercian earl. The extremities which befell him in the 6th of his reign, Neothen, an abbot, told him were justly come upon him for neglecting in his younger days the complaints of such as, being injured and oppressed, repaired to him, as being then the second person in the kingdom, for redress, which neglect, were it such indeed, would yet have been excusable in a youth, through jollity of mind, unwilling perhaps to be detained long with sad and sorrowful narrations. But from the time of his undertaking the regal charge, no man was more patient in hearing causes, or inquisitive in examining, or exact in doing justice and providing good laws, which are yet extant, or more severe in punishing unjust judges or obstinate offenders, and especially thieves and robbers, to the terror of whom in crossways were hung upon a high post certain chains of gold, as it were daring any one to take them thence. So that justice seemed in his days not to flourish only, but to triumph. No man than he was more frugal of two precious things in man's life, his time and his revenue. No man wiser in the disposal of both. His time, the day and night, he distributed, by the burning of certain tapers, into 3 equal portions. The one was for devotion, the other for public and private affairs, the third for bodily refreshment. How each hour passed, he was put in mind by one who had that office. His whole annual revenue, which his first care was that it should be justly his own, he divided into 2 equal parts. The first he employed to secular uses, and subdivided those into 3. The first to pay his soldiers, household servants, and guard, of which divided into 3 bands, one attended monthly by turn. The second was to pay his architects and workmen, whom he had got together of several nations, for he was also an elegant builder, above the custom and conceit of Englishmen in those days. The third he had in readiness to relieve or honor strangers according to their worth, who came from all parts to see him and to live under him. The other equal part of his yearly wealth he dedicated to religious uses, those of four sorts: the first to relieve the poor, the second to the building and maintenance of 2 monasteries, the third of a school, where he had persuaded the sons of many noblemen to study sacred knowledge and liberal arts, some say at Oxford. The fourth was for the relief of foreign churches, as far as India, to the shrine of St. Thomas, sending thither Sigelm, the Bishop of Sherborne, who both returned safe and brought with him many rich gems and spices. Gifts also, and a letter he received from the Patriarch at Jerusalem. Sent many to Rome, and from them received relics. Thus far, and much more, might be said of his noble mind, which rendered him the mirror of princes. His body was diseased in his youth with a great soreness in the siege, and that ceasing of itself, with another inward pain of unknown cause, which, after intervals of ease, returning upon him by frequent fits, continued to molest him to his dying day, yet did not render him unable to sustain those many glorious labors of his life, both in peace and war, which have been above described. End of Part 1 of Book 5 of John Milton's History of Britain. Recording by Thomas Copeland.